Hello, everyone. Good morning and welcome. We are so excited that you're joining us today for day one of the NIH Pathways to Prevention workshop, Advancing Research to Improve Health During the Menopausal Transition. My name is Keisha Shropshire, and I am the P2P coordinator. I will serve as your master of ceremonies and help guide us through today's agenda, presentations, and discussions. On behalf of the National Institutes of Health, I would like to thank our workshop co-sponsors, planning team members, the independent panel members, workshop speakers, and all of you who are participating today. Before we begin, I would like to actually briefly cover a few housekeeping items to ensure a smooth and productive event. So the workshop webpage serves as a central resource where you can access the workshop agenda, biographies of the independent panel members, and when available, the panel's draft report and workshop recordings. We encourage you to visit the page for updates on the panel's draft report and visit the page and when we post workshop materials. Before we continue, I'd like to briefly review the Office of Disease Prevention event guidelines. These guidelines help ensure a professional and respectful and inclusive environment for everyone who's participating today. We ask that all comments and questions remain relevant to the workshop topic and the participants engage with professionalism, consideration, and respect for others' perspectives, their privacy, and dignity. Harassing, insulting, discriminatory, or disruptive behavior is not permitted. If you do observe or experience this behavior that does not align with these guidelines, please contact ODP at NIH P2P at mail.nih.gov or send a private message to the meeting host. Thank you for helping us maintain a productive and respectful discussion space. So in order to comment and ask questions, please use the Zoom Q&A pod to submit questions for the speakers and the panelists. The chat pod should be used for general comments only. Questions that are submitted in the chat pod will not be monitored. So when submitting a question, please be clear and concise. If relevant, include the speaker's name at the start of your question. Questions will be addressed during the designated discussion periods as time allows. Thank you for helping keep the discussion organized and on track. So there are closed captions that are available to support accessibility. To view the captions, click the Show Captions button in the Zoom toolbar, illustrated here, to turn them on and off at any time. Reaction emojis are also available for quick nonverbal engagement. So to send a reaction, click the heart icon and to show applause or quick feedback without interrupting the discussion. There are 3 opportunities for the public to share their input and perspectives. So each day of the workshop during the lunch break, we will pose brief engagement questions tied to the day's theme. These questions are designed to capture your perspectives, highlight key issues, and also help inform the panel's understanding of gaps, challenges, and opportunities discussed throughout the workshop. Participants are invited to share their perspectives via the chat box. The second opportunity is the draft systematic evidence review prepared by RTI UNC Evidence-Based Practice Center, which is available now for comment. And finally, the independent panel draft report will be summarizing the workshop findings and future research priorities, and that will be available for comment in June. So participants are asked to complete a short post-workshop survey at the end of each day, which will be shared via Zoom and email. Your feedback helps ODP improve the P2P program and workshop. Now, with that, let's begin the workshop. It's now my pleasure to invite Dr. David Murray, Associate Director for Prevention and Director of the NIH Office of Disease Prevention, to kick off our workshop with the welcome and opening remarks. He will then introduce NIH leadership from two co-sponsoring institute centers and offices to share their remarks.
Thank you very much, Keisha. Good morning. I'm David Murray. I'm the Associate Director for Prevention at NIH and Director of the Office of Disease Prevention. I'm happy to welcome everyone to our virtual Pathways to Prevention workshop on advancing research to improve health during the menopause transition. We're very delighted to partner with the NIH Office of Research on Women's Health, the National Cancer Institute, the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, the National Institute on Aging, the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development, the National Institute of Mental Health, and the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality to host this workshop. We have planned 3 days of exciting presentations and discussion sessions with expert speakers lined up for the workshop. I'm very pleased to introduce our first two speakers who will provide opening remarks. Our first speaker will be Dr. Janine Clayton. Dr. Clayton is the Associate Director for Research on Women's Health at NIH and the Director of the Office of Research on Women's Health. Dr. Clayton has strengthened NIH support for research on diseases, disorders, and conditions that affect women. She's the architect of the NIH policy requiring scientists to consider sex as a biological variable across the research spectrum as part of NIH's initiative to enhance reproducibility, rigor, and transparency. As co-chair of the NIH Working Group on Women in Biomedical Careers, she leads NIH's efforts to advance women in scientific careers. Our second speaker is Dr. Richard Hodis. Dr. Hodis is the director of the National Institute on Aging at NIH and has served in this position since 1993. The National Institute on Aging improves the health and well-being of older adults by conducting and supporting basic clinical, social, and behavioral research on aging and the special problems and needs of older adults. Dr. Hodis has devoted his tenure to the development of a strong, diverse, and balanced research program. This has led to new and innovative ways to conduct research, share data, and translate findings into practice. Please join me in welcoming Drs. Clayton and Hodis. Dr. Clayton, the floor is yours.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to represent the NIH Office of Research on Women's Health perspective for this menopause transition Pathways to Prevention workshop. Our central tenet for women's health research across NIH is as a multidimensional life course framework, depicted here as the interaction and integration of biological factors with social and environmental exposures. For example, physiology, immunology, and genomic architecture are not static domains, but rather dynamic systems that evolve over time. And social context can modulate both symptom burden and long-term morbidity. Thus, timing, context, and cumulative exposure determine both symptom experiences and long-term health outcomes for the menopause transition. Let's reimagine the female life course to illuminate critical windows where risk trajectories for chronic disease are established or accelerated. We know that preeclampsia, gestational diabetes, and peripartum depression are biologically interrelated and sentinel markers for future cardiometabolic disease. Similarly, ovarian aging in midlife is another inflection point in which the emergence or progression of cardiometabolic and depressive disorders can lead to cardiovascular disease. And ovarian aging, of course, is distinct from biologic aging. Importantly, we have an opportunity today to reframe perimenopause as a prevention window rather than as a symptomatic phase by using a continuity of care approach to women's health from the reproductive years through menopause. This graphic depicts the complex interactions spanning menopausal symptoms, physiology, disease, and outcomes. Symptoms are variable, they can be common and interconnected. Hormonal fluctuations and eventual estrogen decline interact with physiological systems to accelerate or unmask chronic disease risk. Importantly, the midlife perimenopausal transition is where multi-morbidity begins to cluster. Cardiometabolic disease, depression, bone loss, cognitive vulnerability, and even autoimmunity. And the way symptoms and conditions are managed likely impacts long-term health outcomes. If we integrate reproductive health history, timing of the perimenopausal transition, and individualized risk stratification, we have the opportunity to intervene earlier, potentially attenuating downstream cardiovascular disease, dementia, metabolic disease, and disability. This approach might lead to precision medicine-focused prevention strategies for women. I'm delighted to announce that NIH is launching the Competency in Menopause and Integrated Therapy, or COMMIT, Challenge. This initiative focuses on a critical gap, limited formal training in menopause care across the U.S. health professional programs. The goal is to identify and reward high-quality evidence-based curricula that improve clinician competency. Importantly, this includes comprehensive symptom management, hormone and non-hormone treatments, and integrated multidisciplinary care approaches. Let me just get that back on for you. There you go. By incentivizing curriculum development, we aim to standardize and elevate menopause education worldwide, nationwide. Ultimately, the impact is downstream, better trained providers leading to better care for midlife women. This challenge is intentionally complementary to the Menopause Pathways to Prevention efforts. The P2P workshop identifies what we still need to learn, while the Commit Challenge ensures clinicians are equipped to apply what we already know. Together, they represent a coordinated strategy to close gaps in menopause research, education, and care. This is a pivotal moment to elevate the menopausal transition and menopause as a priority area across research, training, and clinical practice. It's my pleasure to pass the virtual podium over to the Director of the National Institute on Aging, Dr. Richard Hodis. Richard?
Thank you, Janine. It's my pleasure to add my welcome on behalf of NIA to all of you who are going to be contributing your insights and your perspectives to this meeting over the next 3 days. NIA has historically supported research across a spectrum of dimensions that are related to menopause, longitudinal studies which have identified the heterogeneity of experience of individuals through the menopausal transition. Importantly, the identification of severity and nature of menopausal symptoms to subsequent events such as cardiovascular risk and risk of cognitive decline. The ability to track these through, for example, the flagship study SWAN has now for some 30 years provided a background of data, as well as biological samples and information available to researchers today, even yet. Beyond this, we look forward to the future. Despite what we've learned, a great deal more needs to be identified. The underlying biology of menopause and the transitions that occur during that time, the way in which menopause and menopausal symptoms are linked to events such as, again, cardiovascular risk and cognitive decline, the way in which we can design interventions to treat not only the symptoms, but also hopefully leverage improved lifespan over the life course as a consequence. We look forward with your help in charting this course, developing new interventions, importantly, informing the practicing community to make these available to the public, and as they are implemented, to then tracking in real-world data to understand what has worked best, and what needs to be done. I look forward to sharing all this in the next 3 days with you, and once again, thank you for all you bring to this important meeting. David?
Thank you. I'm just waiting for the slides to come up. The NIH is hosting the Pathways to Prevention workshop, advancing research to improve health during the menopausal transition over the next 3 days. This virtual workshop is free. It is open to the public. Menopause, as we know, is a normal phase of life. However, the experience is different for everyone. Symptoms leading to menopause vary and can include hot flashes, sleep disturbances, cognitive and mood changes. During the transition, some people may experience severe symptoms that affect their quality of life, but few receive treatment that effectively provides symptom relief. Many healthcare providers report uncertainty about the best approaches to evaluating and managing menopausal symptoms, so we need more research to help women and their providers effectively navigate this transition and to promote well-being through midlife and beyond. Speakers in this workshop will discuss the current state of the science related to the menopausal transition and identify research gaps. Attendees will have the opportunity to submit questions and comments. After the workshop, an independent panel will draft a report outlining evidence gaps and priorities for future research. The Office of Disease Prevention is located within the NIH Office of the Director. As such, we're not attached to any single institute or center, and instead we work with all of them, working across NIH collaboratively to improve public health. Our work is guided by our strategic plan with 7 strategic priorities shown here as the blue elements in the circle, and by 5 cross-cutting themes shown in red around the circle. This workshop is part of our effort to address our second priority, which is identifying research gaps. The numbers here mean nothing. It just happened that we put them in this particular order. It doesn't have anything to do with the priority of the priorities. But the second is identifying research gaps. Our goal is to assess available evidence through systematic review and expert presentations, identify research gaps and future needs to help women and their healthcare providers navigate the menopausal transition. The main components of a P2P workshop are going to be shown here and in the next few slides. Everything is built around an independent panel, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go. The independent panel will receive a number of inputs. We provide an analysis of the NIH research portfolio related to menopause. We arrange for a evidence review provided through an agreement with the Agency for Healthcare Quality Research, and that evidence review is now available online for comment, and you have a link in the chat that will take you to it if you want to see it and offer comments. We will have presentations today and tomorrow and Friday as part of our workshop. We will gather input from members of the audience who will have questions and offer comments. The independent panel will take all of that input and prepare a report identifying research gaps and offering recommendations to advance research in this area. We have made an effort to assess the impact of the Pathways to Prevention program, looking at previous workshops. We followed them for a period of time to find out how well they operate, what their impact is. One of the ways that we look at that is by looking at citations of publications that come out of these workshops. All of the ones shown here have been cited in the top 5% of similar publications. We know that program registrants represent a broad spectrum, that the publications attract widespread attention and engagement, and that research gaps are disseminated broadly and stimulate public discussion. There are a number of key participants in this activity. My office coordinates the entire process. The agency leads define the scope of the workshop and initiate the workshop planning process. They work closely with the P2P coordinator, in this case, Keisha Shropshire, to meet the workshop goals. The Evidence-Based Practice Center generates the evidence review. The content area experts advise on the development of the scientific program. The panel oversees the workshop and writes the panel report. The speakers provide current and cutting-edge research and scientific results for the panel to consider. The workshop participants are a critical component during the open discussion sessions. And after the workshop, we'll convene a meeting of our federal partners to develop a plan for implementing the panel's recommendations. The Evidence-Based Practice Center does play a very important role. In this case, it's the RTI International University of North Carolina Evidence-Based Practice Center. who prepared the evidence review for this workshop. We will hear from Mira Viswanathan, who will present findings for the workshop's 2 key questions as part of our deliberations. Let me provide this charge to the panel. I'm asking each of you to listen to the workshop proceedings, to weigh the evidence, to synthesize the findings, and make recommendations to address research gaps. I ask that you attend all panel executive writing sessions and contribute to the draft panel report. That most of that work will happen next week. I ask that you review and incorporate public comments into the draft panel report. I ask that you finalize the panel report that summarizes the workshop and identifies research gaps and future research priorities. We will post the draft panel report on the ODP website for a 4-week public comment period once it is ready. Let me now identify the independent panel members, and I'll ask you all to turn on your cameras so that people can see you as I identify you. Dr. Cheryl Anderson is the workshop and panel chair. She's professor and dean at the Herbert Wertheim School of Public Health and Human Longevity Science at the University of California, San Diego. Dr. Ashani Ganguly is associate professor of medicine at the Harvard Medical School and at Brigham and Women's Hospital. Dr. Donna Shelley is vice dean for research and professor of public health policy and management in the School of Global Public Health at New York University. Dr. J.D. Smith is associate professor and Spencer Fox Eccles School of Medicine at the University of Utah. Dr. Elizabeth Vasquez is associate professor, College of Integrated Health Science at the University of Albany, State University of New York. And finally, Dr. Teresa Walnes is associate professor, Feinberg School of Medicine at Northwestern University. These members have been chosen because they do not have conflicts of interest. Some of you may wonder, why are these not experts in menopause research? We chose them specifically because they are not experts in menopause research, but rather bring expertise from a variety of areas to their role as panel members. The workshop speakers have been asked to disclose and read aloud all relevant relationships and activities that could be considered conflicts of interest. Please refer to the disclosure statements included as part of each speaker's presentation. A few workshop features. The latest number, we're over 2,500 registrants. We know that not all of those will watch the program live. We expect about half of them to be online with us at some point over the next 3 days, and most of the rest will watch the recording of the webinar once it's posted on our website. We'll have 2 keynote addresses that cover public health significance of menopause transition and treatment of symptoms. We'll have presentations on the systematic review conducted by the Evidence-Based Practice Center. We'll have 3 general sessions that address women's health overall and well-being during the menopause transition. And we'll have a closing panel that will feature forward-thinking perspectives on what we've learned and what comes next for research in this area. I want to thank everyone that's been involved in planning this program. They're identified here. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Cheryl Anderson as the next speaker. And remember that she is the workshop and panel chair. Dr. Anderson is a professor and dean at the University of California, San Diego in the Herbert Wertheim School of Public Health and Human Longevity Science. Her research focuses on nutrition and chronic disease prevention in the most impacted populations using observational epidemiologic study designs, randomized clinical trials, and implementation science. Her research projects include the California Teachers Study, studies of stable carbon isotopes as novel dietary biomarkers for sweetened foods, clinical trials addressing lifestyle and behavioral factors to reduce obesity, and the Resolve to Save 100 Million Lives Dissemination and Implementation Initiative. Her work addresses the effects of dietary patterns, sodium and potassium intake on blood pressure and cardiovascular disease, behavioral interventions to improve adherence to dietary recommendations, and identification of nutritional risk factors, progression of kidney disease, and the development of cardiovascular events in individuals with chronic kidney disease. She is the director of the UC San Diego Center of Excellence in Health Promotion and Equity. She was a member of the 2015 U.S. Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee and served on the National Academy of Medicine's Food and Nutrition Board. She's the current chair of the American Heart Association's Epidemiology and Prevention Council and immediate past chair of the Nutrition Committee. She was elected to the National Academy of Medicine in 2016. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Cheryl Anderson, our panel chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Murray, and I welcome everyone again and would like to just give you this opportunity to hear more about what our panel activities are. I hope from the opening remarks thus far, you've had a chance to see and hear us reinforce the importance and potential for truly significant public health impact of this Pathways to Prevention workshop. So as you heard from Dr. Murray, our panel members have been asked to examine their conflicts of interest, and we have no disclosures to report. You've already seen the faces and heard about these independent panel members. It has been, for me, quite an honor to be able to work alongside these individuals as we try to put forward from the workshop proceedings the best possible report. Here are our 5 overarching panel activities. We will be reading the systematic evidence review that you heard mentioned earlier. That's being conducted by the Evidence-Based Practice Center. We're going to consider evidence from the speakers throughout this workshop process, comments from the audience, and then we're going to draft a panel report. In this report, we'll synthesize the current scientific evidence. We're going to summarize key findings from the published literature. We're also going to assess research evidence and gaps by integrating the insights that are presented by the speakers that we get through the evidence review and from our audience discussion. And then we'll identify and prioritize recommendations for future research. Our panel report is going to be open for public comment on the Office of Disease Prevention website for 30 days before it gets finalized. And then that final report is going to be published in a peer-reviewed journal, as will the EPC's evidence report. The workshop process and how we're going to structure things will be such that after this morning's introduction, each session that you hear is going to address one of 2 key questions and 3 general topics. The first talk of each key question session summarizes the EPC evidence review. The subsequent workshop speakers then address research gaps and they present current science, their perspectives on the management of symptoms for perimenopause and early postmenopause. When you see the speakers, they're going to introduce themselves. They'll give you their name, their titles, their affiliation, and the topic that they're going to be presenting on. And after the session ends, there will be a 20-minute discussion period with all speakers from that session. The roundtable sessions will engage speakers in a discussion, and that's going to be followed by Q&A. We have a few guiding principles for how the workshop goes. So the independent panel, you saw the charge for the panel, is going to be allowed to ask questions first. There's no time limit for addressing questions from the panel members. The audience questions and comments are going to be considered after questions from the panel members have been addressed. The audience members may submit their questions and comments into the Q&A, and we'll be sure to make sure that you get those in as efficiently as we possibly can. Moderators are going to ensure that as many questions as possible are shared with the speakers. Speakers may answer audience questions that are not read out aloud using the Q&A, and then a transcript of responses will be given to the panel for us to consider after the workshop. There's going to be a 10-minute break between the sessions, and we will work our hardest to start each session on time and end each session on time. So comments, please do send your workshop comments through the Zoom chat. When you have questions, please use the Zoom Q&A feature. General questions posted during the lunch break daily for audience participation. And other options for giving feedback will be to email directly to NIH P2P at mail.nih.gov. The post-workshop survey link daily is going to be posted in the chat. A link to the survey is going to pop up as you exit the Zoom platform. And every attendee will receive a follow-up email with a link to complete a survey after each workshop day. Thank you very much again for attending today's workshop. We look forward to providing you with a very informative and useful workshop content. All right. At this time, we would like to introduce and welcome our first speaker to give the overview of the P2P workshop, and that will be Dr. Dutta.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Good morning, everyone. I'm Chanda Dutta from the National Institute on Aging, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the P2P Planning Committee to give you an overview of the workshop. So menopause is a universal biological transition, but the experience of it and the care surrounding it are anything but uniform. Women differ widely in their symptoms, their risks, and how they respond to treatment, and yet the evidence base we rely on doesn't always reflect that complexity. This workshop is focused on addressing that gap, understanding not just what works, but what works for whom and under what circumstances. So I'll begin. Whoops, the slide advanced too much. Okay. Followed by perspectives from participating institutes, centers, and offices, the rationale for this workshop, and the key scientific questions we aim to address, and end by highlighting a few aspects of this meeting. So menopause is essential to women's health and is inherently a cross-cutting research priority across NIH, as you've already heard. It's often coordinated across multiple institutes by the Office of Research on Women's Health. It represents a life stage transition with multi-system biological impact driven by hormonal changes that affect cardiometabolic health, cancer risk, and brain function, including cognition and mood. It is also linked to the risk and progression of many conditions and includes important behavioral, social, and quality of life dimensions such as mental health, sleep, sexual health, and health disparities. Given this broad cross-cutting relevance, it's helpful to look at the scope of NIH-supported research in this area. As you can see on this slide, NIH has supported a broad portfolio of research on menopause, spanning clinical trials, intervention studies, longitudinal cohort studies, and basic research. For example, large clinical trials, such as the Women's Health Initiative, have evaluated risks and benefits of hormone therapy for long-term health outcomes, with ancillary studies examining outcomes such as cognition. The Ms. Flash Network has further advanced our understanding by focusing on non-hormonal approaches to symptom management, including interventions such as SSRIs or antidepressants, cognitive behavioral therapy, and lifestyle-based approaches. Longitudinal cohort studies, such as the Study of Women's Health Across the Nation, or SWAN, has followed diverse groups of women over decades and has been critical in characterizing the menopause transition and its impact on later life health. NIH also supports specialized research centers such as the ORWH SCORE program on sex differences, which also supports menopause research. There are also large collaborative efforts like NCI's Cohort Consortium, which enable research on menopause, cancer risk, and survivorship. Finally, NIH supports workshops, publications to raise the awareness of menopause research, as well as the translation of research findings into evidence-based guidance, such as my Meno plan, to help women make informed decisions. While NIH has supported a broad range of research, it's also important to consider the overall level of investment in this area. A fiscal year 2024 analysis of NIH's research portfolio using the Research Condition and Disease Categorization, or RCDC system, found that NIH funded approximately $59 million in menopause research. This represents less than 2% of NIH's support of women's health and about 0.1% of NIH's overall budget. Moreover, this investment is distributed across multiple institutes, centers, and offices, reflecting the broad and cross-cutting nature of menopause research. The following series of slides will highlight perspectives from individual ICOs and their contributions to this area. From the Office of Research on Women's Health, priorities include optimizing menopausal hormone therapy, improving symptom management, and promoting healthy aging with a focus on the broader health needs of midlife women. From the National Cancer Institute, it emphasizes the intersection with cancer, including how the menopausal transition and its treatment influence cancer risk, outcomes, and quality of life, as well as the need for safer therapeutic options. The National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute highlights the menopausal transition as a key window for cardiovascular, metabolic, and sleep health, including the influence of lifestyle and social determinants, as well as opportunities for systems-level discovery. The National Institute on Aging focuses on understanding the variability in symptoms during the menopausal transition, the underlying mechanisms, and how managing these symptoms may influence long-term aging and health outcomes. The Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Development brings attention to reproductive and gynecological aspects of the menopausal transition, including premature menopause, perimenopausal changes, and treatment-induced menopause. From the National Institute of Mental Health, the focus is on optimizing mental health during the menopausal transition, including prevention, screening, and treatment of conditions such as mood and anxiety disorders. Together, these perspectives reflect the breadth of NIH's interests in perimenopause and the menopausal transition. Importantly, they are complementary and converge on a common set of scientific issues. Across NIH, these perspectives converge on key questions around treatment effectiveness, variability across populations, and improving care to better meet the needs of women with different health profiles and experiences. For example, what are the most effective treatments for symptom management? How do treatment effects vary across populations and outcomes? How do we balance benefits and risks? How do we improve care across women with different access, risks, needs, social, and healthcare contexts? These cross-cutting issues underscore how much remains uncertain about what works for whom and under what circumstances. With that context, I'll turn to the rationale for convening this workshop at this time. So over the past 2 decades, the evidence base on menopause and its management has continued to evolve. We've moved from disruption to reassessment to expansion, but not yet to clarity. Early findings from the Women's Health Initiative in 2002 and 2004 showing an increased risk of breast cancer with combined hormone therapy and increased risk of stroke with estrogen alone led to major changes in clinical practice and raised important questions about menopausal hormone therapy. In response, the NIH convened a State of the Science conference to reassess approaches to symptom management and identify key research gaps. This was followed by the establishment of the Ms. Flash Clinical Trials Network to evaluate non-hormonal treatment options. Since then, NIH-supported research has expanded our understanding of menopause and symptom management while also revealing important variability across women, outcomes, and treatment effects. More recently, evolving evidence has contributed to FDA labeling changes for hormone therapy, and the FDA approval of neurokinin receptor antagonists has expanded non-hormonal treatment options for hot flashes, reflecting continued progress in this field. However, despite these advances, clinical guidance continues to vary, reflecting the complexity and evolving nature of the evidence. So this slide shows that recommendations differ across major medical societies, particularly with respect to timing, duration, and how individual risk is assessed. This variation reflects both the underlying complexity of the evidence and differences in how it is interpreted. This variability creates real challenges for clinicians and patients, especially when making decisions about whether to initiate treatment, which treatment to use, and when. Another important consideration is that women experience the menopausal transition in very different ways. The menopausal transition is not a single uniform experience as shown by data from the Study of Women's Health Across the Nation, or SWAN. The panel on the left shows the range of symptoms women can experience during the menopausal transition. Some women experience minimal to no bothersome symptoms, while others have greater symptom burden. The panel on the right illustrates distinct symptom trajectories over time, including persistent, increasing, transient, and late decline. Among those affected, some symptoms increase over time, others fluctuate, and some, for example, as sleep disturbances, may lessen after the transition, while others, such as hot flashes, may also persist. In addition, changes in cardiovascular risk, body composition, and bone loss evolve over the longer term. These patterns highlight differences in how symptoms emerge and change across the menopausal transition and suggest that evidence from one group of women may not always apply to another, particularly given the current uncertainty about how findings from postmenopausal women apply to those earlier in the transition. This leads to a central question. What works for whom and when? Framing the challenge this way, what works for whom and when, highlights several key dimensions. It points to differences in treatment effectiveness, including hormonal and non-hormonal approaches, as well as the importance of timing, whether interventions have different effects depending on when they're initiated. It also underscores the role of individual and contextual factors, including clinical characteristics, lifestyle, and social determinants of health. These considerations are captured in the two key scientific questions that will guide this P2P conference. The first question focuses on the effectiveness and safety of treatments for menopausal symptoms in perimenopausal women. It also considers how treatment effects may vary by factors such as dose, formulation, timing, and population. The second question asks, what factors influence whether women receive treatment? These include individual factors such as comorbidities, lifestyle, and engagement in care, as well as system level factors like access to care, provider bias, and broader social determinants of health. To address these key scientific questions, the workshop is structured as follows. As you've already heard from Dr. Murray's presentation, the workshop is organized over 3 days with core sessions. Day 1, which is today, focuses on treatment approaches. Tomorrow we'll examine factors that influence effectiveness and outcomes. And Day 3 will further look at access, equity, and future research directions. There are 2 keynote speakers which reflect 2 complementary lines of research, SWAN and the Women's Health Initiative, highlighting that both the menopausal transition and its management are heterogeneous. Bringing these perspectives together is essential for a better understanding of what works, for whom, and when. The workshop also includes general sessions that provide broader context, incorporate patient-centered perspectives, and highlight emerging areas of research. These include areas not fully captured in the current evidence review, such as promotion of mental health, the goal is not to review what we know, but to identify actionable gaps and opportunities for future research, ultimately improving how we support women through the menopausal transition and beyond. With that, I'd like to acknowledge the P2P program team at the Office of Disease Prevention, as well as our colleagues at the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality. I'd also like to acknowledge the P2P Planning Committee, my colleagues across NIH ICOs whose input and collaboration have been essential for this effort. We look forward to thoughtful and productive discussions over the next several days. And with that, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Duda. So with that, we'll now transition over to our keynote address and titled Understanding the Public Health Significance of the Menopausal Transition. So as Dr. Duda mentioned, we have 2 complementary presentations. The first is Basic Biology and Symptoms of Perimenopause, presented by Dr. Nanette Santoro. And then the second is the Rationale and Lessons from the Women's Health Initiative, presented by Dr. Joanne Manson. We'll first hear from Dr. Santoro, and then we'll pass it over to Dr. Manson. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a great honor to be able to present here, and I really want to thank the organizers for the tremendous amount of work and teamwork that went into preparing for this conference. I'm Nanette Santoro. I'm professor and E. Stewart Taylor Chair of OBGYN at the University of Colorado, and have the honor to talk to you about the basic biology and symptoms of perimenopause. And let's see if I can get my slide to advance. Okay, it looks like it works here. These are my disclosures. And I'm going to give you the punchline in the beginning and then give it to you again at the end. But these are the 6 things that I think are major gaps. They're all lacks. So I'm not going to repeat the word lack, but these are the things we don't know. Clarity on when the menopause transition actually begins. Most of our definitions are based on menstrual cycles and hormone changes, which we do have fairly well characterized, but there does seem to be other symptoms that occur in midlife that may be blending into this or may be part of this process, or they may be independent. Is this a continuous progression, or is it a saccadic progression? Do women go through reproductive to late reproductive to peri to post in steps or as on a ramp? All of the factors that influence things that are important for future health, like bone mineral density loss in transmenopause, are not known. And we do not have preventive strategies for what we now know is a vulnerable window. We lack longitudinal data on the menopause journey for women with hysterectomy, oophorectomy, or irregular menses. We have some information in this area, but it's not as complete as it needs to be. This is a sizable portion of the population. Social determinants of health, systemic barriers to healthcare are only recently becoming appreciated as having a large influence on the menopause experience, and it's another important area that requires being addressed. Implementing appropriate preventive strategies to address what we now know are significant cardiometabolic challenges that seem to occur for many perimenopausal women is another important gap. And as Dr. Duda pointed out, appropriate use of symptom-based therapies in a precision type fashion, both hormonal and non-hormonal, still are mired in some confusion and hesitation. So what is our working definition of perimenopause? I would say one of the things that was most instructive to me about preparing for this conference was that all of the definitions I kept providing were confusing everybody. But we call this the same thing as the menopause transition. The menopause transition is a little bit cleaner, many of us feel, but that's the period of change in ovarian hormones. So again, a hormone-based definition is what we think is happening, but then impacts menstrual cycles in advance of the ultimate cessation of menses. This marks permanent absence of ovulation and ovarian estrogen and progesterone production. The current definitions are based on menstrual cycle patterns, and 25, 30 years into SWAN, we are still based on menstrual cycle patterns. They're our most reliable marker. And of course, this is a problem for women who do not have regular menses in their mid-reproductive years, or who do not have a uterus or some treatment that eliminates menses, like a ablation, or other uterine conditions that cause irregular and excessive bleeding, such as fibroids. And these are all common conditions. So in an attempt to make it simple, which still was confusing people, I have produced this chart that I call the simplified version of the straw criteria. Pre-transition, we call ovarian reserve normal, and you can see that on the left, cycles are for the most part regular, but of course we know that ovarian reserve is always declining from fetal life onwards. So what is normal is varying substantially over that period of time, but it is enough reserve to maintain regular periods. Ovarian reserve then reaches a critical level at which a menstrual cycle is skipped, or there is more variability. So 7 days or more variability has been marked as being a similar milestone that marks entry into the menopause transition. So women who use trackers that can get to that granular level will be able to tell you. Others will just notice a skipped cycle. At least one period in the last 3 months or less than 60 days of amenorrhea keeps you in this transition period. It occurs at a median age of 47, but it is the more variable portion of the transition. Once a woman has gone through 60 days of amenorrhea, she then ticks up into the late menopause transition. So menses for up to 12 months apart. And of course, when she has 12 months of amenorrhea, the bells go off, the money comes down, and she is now menopausal. The reason I put the speed bump here is that although symptoms begin to increase in prevalence with the onset of the transition, there's evidence that there's still some symptoms in the late reproductive stage, so even prior in this area that's not as well defined. But the by far biggest tick up in classic menopausal symptoms occur in this late menopause transition stage. So just to recap, that's the period of time marked by what we consider to be overt signs of ovarian aging that a woman can tell herself up to the final menstrual period. The duration of the transition is variable, so there's large inter-individual variation. And we do know some things, the earlier onset of the transition means that it may be longer overall, and that may well mean that those are the more symptomatic transitions. But the median duration is about 4 to 5 years from that first menstrual irregularity. Irregular menses can be closer together, they can be farther apart, they can be heavier, they can be lighter. All of these things mark some change, and the onset of menopausal symptoms is what we associate with the transition. So I'm going to bring you through some of the contributions made by the SWAN study, which has now been going on for 30 years. Over 3,000 women were enrolled from 7 sites in 1996 and 97. Women had to be age 42 to 52 years, and that's important because there's talk of perimenopausal or late reproductive symptoms beginning earlier. Most studies do not go much earlier than this age range. Women who entered SWAN had to be in that early transition stage, one period within the past 3 months. They should not be pregnant, they could not be taking hormones, and because we can track menstrual cycles only, they needed a uterus plus at least one intact ovary. The first 12 years of SWAN, we had annual visits, and then after that, they were less frequent. SWAN was also one of the very first studies to be tasked with recruiting women of different ethnic and racial groups in the United States. These are all self-defined racial and ethnic groups as we recruited them in SWAN. And you can see that Black women were recruited at 4 sites. UCLA recruited Japanese American women, UC Davis recruited Chinese American women, and New Jersey, we recruited Hispanic women. These are largely Caribbean Hispanic women, Dominican, Puerto Rican, Central American, and South American. We do not have Mexican American Hispanic women in SWAN, to my great regret. Every site, and this was a somewhat naive, but this is what happens when you start an enterprise like this, recruited white women at our sites because we thought we could normalize to the white women, but that turned out not to be true, so that we need to adjust everything by site as well as by race, ethnicity, self-defined in SWAN. So the white women differed. Your diet, if you live in Northern California, turns out to be quite different than if you live in the Newark, Elizabeth area of New Jersey, and all of those other social determinants of health. And so to encapsulate some of what we have seen in SWAN, there are multiple profound physiologic changes that occur concurrent with the menopause transition. So we see an increase in bad cholesterol, particle sizes for HDL get denser, so your so-called good cholesterol goes bad on you. You have less protective good cholesterol, LDL goes up, endothelial function changes, carotid intermedial thickness, both intermediate markers for future cardiovascular disease change. There's a reduction in muscle mass. It is small, but an increase in fat mass. Painful sex, loss of urine occurs. Bone density, as pointed out earlier, big changes. Almost 10% of the skeleton is lost during the menopause transition. There's a substantial increased risk of mood changes, and it's not just depression, it's also anxiety, changes in sleep, changes in memory, and particularly working memory that appear to be somewhat temporary. They jump back onto an age curve after the menopause transition. And of course, the other thing that's going on in the background all the time, like the background music, is aging. And we've recently learned some interesting things about biomarkers of aging in both women and men, because there are some saccadic acute increases that appear to occur around age 45 and again at age 60. These are independent of the menopause transition, but they flank the age at menopause. So they can lead to challenges in attribution of symptoms or physiologic changes. So this just brings me to a critical point of my talk, because there are 3 processes associated with the transition. Age-related processes that are completely independent of hormones are occurring. Age-related processes that interact with hormones that may produce symptoms and disease risk. This may be synergistic interactions. And then the third are just simply menopause-related processes strictly due to the changes in ovarian hormones. And we need to keep all 3 of these in mind. One of the ones that seems largely, but again, not exclusively related to estrogen is bone density. In the late menopause transition, what we call the transmenopause, about 9% of the skeleton is lost. And here 0, this vertical line, is the final menstrual period. And you can see remarkably stable bone density until menstrual cycles really start to get further apart. right in that late menopause transition, that 60+ days of amenorrhea, and there's a precipitous drop, and that drop then tends to level off. There is still bone loss post-menopause, but it continues at nowhere near the same rate. This tells us that this is not a purely estrogen-related process, maybe related to changes in estrogen, but once estrogen restabilizes at a low level, bone loss does not continue at this pace. So we see this large window of vulnerability, but we live in a world where screening is not recommended until age 65 in the absence of risk factors. This focuses us on loss rather than prevention. And fracture risk prediction in women in this age group is suboptimal. So this is a prime area for further exploration. Another area that really requires a more careful look, and I know we have Dr. Roca who's going to be talking about his work, so I'm not going to spend too much time here, but 1 out of 8 women prior to age 50 undergo oophorectomy, and its use is rising for cancer prevention. We know that mood, cardiometabolic, and other somatic conditions are increased with early oophorectomy, that's usually prior to age 45. We know that the short-term menopause experience is more severe. And we also know that women who take hormone therapy after oophorectomy are harder to wean from hormones. So there is something different about the nature of this experience. There are long-term increased risks for a number of diseases that I'm sure Dr. Roca will go into more detail on because he's the person who's pointed this out for us. And very importantly, not all of these risks are eliminated by supplying hormone therapy. And we know the type of hormone therapy differs if the uterus is preserved. So women who have their uterus preserved and have their ovaries out must take a progestin along with estrogen. If they have their uterus out, then estrogen alone is appropriate hormone therapy. So the research and clinical care gaps tell us that the physiologic changes need to be taken into context. So what's happening with aging, what else is happening in a more holistic fashion, because we may have additive and synergistic risks when we combine that with the change in hormones. And comprehensive risk management in perimenopausal women is something that we need to achieve. Identifying and preventing disease in those at highest future risk for fracture are badly needed, and implementing some systematic assessment and treatment for mood and anxiety, because we know this is another window of vulnerability. Improving our understanding of how menopause transition changes may interact with preclinical dementia is critical. We know that metabolic syndrome is a predictor, and improved cardiometabolic health is one way that we can help prevent dementia, but other areas are really problematic. We have incomplete understanding. And basically everything I'm telling you about above is understudied in women who've had hysterectomy and oophorectomy, and inadequately addressed in women with adverse social determinants of health. So let's move on to symptoms and the pattern of symptoms. And again, the late menopause transition, and when I say worst symptoms, I mean that is really when symptoms are at their peak prevalence. They stay high for a couple of years. Some symptoms get better and some do not. But the symptom experience varies greatly between women, and body mass index, social and structural disadvantage, and self-reported race ethnicity all seem to influence the prevalence and the severity of symptoms. Some of the factors influencing hot flashes, there are some hormonal and there are some other factors that are listed here that we have learned are allowing us to give patients a little bit of anticipatory guidance. But race, ethnicity, African American women and Native American women, when they have been studied, appear to have the highest prevalence and the highest self-reported severity of hot flashes. Hot flashes appear worse in women with obesity before the final menses, but after menopause, obesity may be protective, and that may be because the relative adiposity causes extraglandular conversion of precursors into estrogen and estrone. Pre-existing anxiety and depression are associated with worse hot flashes, and some hormone associations that are not particularly surprising. If FSH is higher and estradiol is lower, those are also associated with worse hot flashes. They're not just a nuisance, but hot flashes may be a risk factor for future disease. And as Rebecca Thurston has shown, There's a 1.5-fold increase in actual cardiovascular disease events, a hard outcome, 20 years later for women who reported frequent hot flashes more than 6 times over the last 2 weeks in the SWAN study. Poor sleep is associated with hot flashes, disruptive of sleep, worse memory, and symptoms and long-term health outcomes are therefore interrelated. And this may not just be true for hot flashes, it may be a clue for other disorders. So what symptoms actually get studied? Because they are so prevalent and because they are so obviously linked to menopause, it's mostly hot flashes. So it's a little bit like the real estate slide, location, location, location. And then there's other stuff, sleep, mood, vaginal symptoms, sexual dysfunction. These all get some study, but not enough. We have a tendency to over-focus on estrogen-related and estrogen-treatable symptoms, and I would allege that this impedes progress and limits our perspective, and we need to broaden how we look at all of these other symptoms and conditions. And here are some that cause concern. We see a lot of reporting and now using apps, which is obviously a selected population, but women who buy these apps are symptomatic and they're seeking answers. And when you do other systematic studies of women in the late reproductive stage before some of these menopause stages, these types of symptoms also bubble up. They are troublesome and cause patients to seek attention. Brain fog, a vague, non-specific term that could have many causes, but is troublesome enough to bring women to clinical attention. Anger and irritability has just been identified in one study as being a precursor symptom that occurs in the late reproductive stage. Nancy Woods and Nina Kosloff have shown not feeling myself, NFM, is something that will bring women in. There's some evidence as well that worsening of executive function or ADD type symptoms can happen. Joint pains have been bubbling around in clinical studies for years and very difficult to attribute directly to menopause, but they certainly occur at this time of life. And some recent studies are reporting truly extraordinary levels of self-reported fatigue in midlife women that we did not see in SWAN. So one wonders even if there are some secular trends in why and how that symptom is increasing. So how many women seek treatment for symptoms? Interestingly, it seems to be consistently about 2/3 of women. Rebecca Williams did a study in 2007. Janet Guthrie did a study in Australia in the late 90s. And Dupree has done a more recent one. About 60% of women will seek care in this age range for symptoms. Most commonly, they are seeking care for hot flashes because it is the one that they can attribute most assuredly to menopause as well. And disappointingly, and this is older data from 2007, about 1/3 used hormone therapy, 12% used complementary and alternative medicine, and 16% used both. But if you subtract that out, that's about 40% of women who wind up leaving the office with no treatment. That doesn't seem quite right. So research gaps on symptoms are summarized here. We often focus on hot flashes. Mood, sleep, vaginal dryness are secondary, and we almost never consider these less typical symptoms that are troublesome. Interactions and symptom clusters have been addressed by some groups, but we have incomplete knowledge on that, as we do on the social environment. We have incomplete knowledge on the long-term health implications of these changes, as well as the symptoms. So similar to what hot flashes may be auguring for and ticking up as an individual risk factor for an individual, we need to consider some of these other ones. Clinician comfort with midlife women's care needs to increase to solicit these symptoms and try to link them. And in order to treat people appropriately, patients' fears and concerns need to be addressed. So I'm going to wrap up with treatment and hopefully not go over time. This is the only approved treatment for perimenopause, low dose combined hormonal contraception. If it works for you, and it works for many, that's wonderful. If it doesn't, everything else is only technically approved and studied in the pre-approval studies in postmenopausal women. So there's a number of proposed and off-label treatments. These are a couple. You can give FDA-approved menopausal hormone therapy in this setting. It can be associated with breakthrough bleeding. I would say that's about 75% of my patient phone calls, because it can be annoying. While a woman is still cycling, her own hormones will clash with what you've layered over in low-dose hormone therapy. So although it may help symptoms, the bleeding can be a nuisance. Combined hormonal contraception gives you good cycle control and also covers women who are not yet menopausal, who need it from an unintended pregnancy. And the FDA has mercifully approved this up to menopause, but menopause is not defined. So while this can be a treatment and is helpful for some, not everybody loves being on combined hormones, and there are many contraindications in women in this age group. An alternative that's been explored with good findings to support it is use of a progestin-containing IUD, provides contraception and local progestin, so you don't give systemic progestin. And if you add a non-oral estradiol, you've then added something that has minimized venous thromboembolism risk, so it provides clinical efficacy. It can address symptoms and endometrial protection, but requires further study. So gaps in treatment are really many in the perimenopause. There's inadequate information about how best to manage the symptoms, but also the common concurrent conditions. The obesity rate in perimenopausal and menopausal women is 43%. And high body mass index, as I mentioned before, in the SWAN study, we've seen over and over again, interacts and is related to symptoms. Fibroids, irregular bleeding, conditions like adenomyosis, these are conditions that we know will remit with menopause, but tiding women over and getting them through the transition safely while co-managing these conditions is not well worked out. Complex chronic medical conditions are also common and appear in midlife. Their interaction with or influenced by our treatments for perimenopause are underexplored. Fibromyalgia, chronic pain, migraine, and these all complicate treatment as well, as do cancers, many of which begin to appear in midlife, particularly breast cancer. So our current state of inadequate attention to the full panoply of symptoms that women may have and widespread conflicting online information is leading us to a turning away from evidence-based medicine. Compounded bioidentical hormone therapy was a thing of the 90s and the early aughts. The National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine produced a white paper in the middle of COVID, which really did not get the press it deserved, but it recommends specifically against use, calls for oversight of conflicts of interest, increased surveillance, and expansion of medical evidence, which unfortunately has not happened. Yet some estimates are that a third or more of the hormone therapy market consists of compounded, quote unquote, bioidentical hormone therapy. And there is some information that particularly when this is given in the form of sub-Q pellets, causes more costs, more morbidity, more supraphysiologic hormone levels, and overall is problematic. So to summarize, we've learned a great deal about menstrual patterns. We've learned a great deal about hormones and physiologic processes that change as women cycle through the menopause. We know far less about the experience of women who do not have regular cycles and women who've undergone oophorectomy with or without hysterectomy. Differences in the experience reported by self-reported race, ethnicity, and social determinants of health also indicate that women of color and those with most adverse social determinants clearly have the most challenging menopause experience, yet these are the women who are least likely to be treated. So we have a healthcare delivery problem. That delivery problem begins with training. So we have gaps in training of the healthcare workforce. We have a fair amount of disinformation in the social media universe with a relatively unregulated environment right now that's offering alternatives without scientific evidence and not always at a low cost. So these can be significant expenditures for patients. So we need to bring this back to a focus on holistic health for perimenopausal women and stop overemphasizing estrogen-based treatments to the exclusion of other modalities. So these are key recommendations. To address this daunting task, we're going to need some industry academic collaborations to come up with better options. Clinical studies are needed to provide current estimates of long-term risks of symptom treatment. Symptoms seem to be changing over time, along with current formulations of hormones, such as transdermal estradiol, micronized progesterone, and non-hormone neurokinin receptor antagonist-based therapies and antidepressants. Observational studies or real-world trials are needed to identify effective treatment protocols that account for all of the variables that I've told you and that Dr. Duda brought up before. We should be in a position where we can provide some personalized estimates or do better than trial and error about the probability of effectiveness or side effects of various treatments. And this could begin with pharmacogenomics. We can provide personalized estimates of age-based disease risk to inform preventive therapy, using things like polygenic risk scores, which may well change with the menopause transition. And we have multiple opportunities for translational research. So at the T1 gap, evidence-based self-diagnosis and self-management tools. There's many out there. We do not know which of these are going to really be meaningfully helpful for self-diagnosis, but this is a natural life passage, and many women are interested in being able to achieve a higher level of self-diagnosis. Demonstrating efficacy of new models of care. And again, because this is a natural life passage, it's going to happen to every woman who reaches that age. We may not have a healthcare workforce that can do this in the classic one-on-one face-to-face clinician encounter. So we may need to upscale and redefine and rethink how we address this time of life for women and develop new guidelines. Using artificial intelligence and big data ought to lead us to ways to better predict individual risk and also to monitor change in risk over time. And the T3 gap is always a devilish one to overcome. And we're stuck here in menopause world. We've been stuck here for years. So applying these guidelines into clinical practice and implementing to identify and address the best ways to treat multiple conditions and syndromes. And then finally, as we get to T4, when we have strategies that we know have efficacy, comparative effectiveness of these strategies and treatments, both pharmacologic, non-pharmacologic, hormonal and non-hormonal, and different populations and communities is also critical. And I'm not going to go to my extra slides and hope that I have stayed on time and can move me off of these.
Thank you, Dr. Santoro. We'll move now to Dr. Manson.
Good morning, everyone. I'd also like to thank the workshop organizers, and it's an honor to have been invited to speak. So I'll be focusing on the rationale and lessons learned from the Women's Health Initiative. Let me see if I can advance. So I have no... Let me go back to my disclosure slide. I have no conflicts relevant to this presentation. So knowledge gaps and research needs summary are shown on this slide. So what we need, in addition to everything that Dr. Santoro talked about, and some of this overlaps, research assessing the benefits and harms of contemporary hormonal and non-hormonal treatments for menopausal symptoms. Very importantly, does the benefit risk profile differ when hormone treatment is initiated during the perimenopausal versus postmenopausal stage? And as you've heard, most of, if not all, of the large-scale studies have focused on hormone therapy during the postmenopausal stage. What will be the impact of the removal of the black box warning on use of menopausal estrogen-containing products? Will it be appropriate use? And which individual level and systems level factors influence who's treated for menopause and menopausal symptoms and who has their future chronic disease risk modified through the available guideline-directed cares during the menopause transition and postmenopausal period. Now, Dr. Santoro talked about changes during the menopause transition, so I'll go through this extremely quickly, but it's just for the purpose of demonstrating that it was a very plausible hypothesis that as estrogen is declining during the menopause transition, and many cardiometabolic risks are increasing, that estrogen administration might modify and reduce these risks. So you have all of this really important information coming from Swan and from other studies of the menopause transition showing abdominal visceral fat accelerates the increased prevalence. It accelerates during the perimenopause. Also evidence for the very steep increase in the LDL cholesterol during that key critical window. And also evidence that metabolic syndrome prevalence increases, that there's a change of slope during the menopause transition and post-menopause with very high prevalence of metabolic syndrome. Okay. This goes quickly, this method of advancing the slides. Anyway, so in addition to the evidence about cardiometabolic risk factors, there was increasing observational research prior to the initiation of the Women's Health Initiative randomized trial, suggesting that women who take hormone therapy have lower risks of coronary heart disease. And in meta-analyses of these many observational studies, dozens and dozens, the summary relative risks for coronary heart disease were 40 to 50% lower among current users of hormone therapy compared to never users, strong statistical significance. And in addition to that, at least within internal medicine practices, hormone therapy was increasingly being prescribed for prevention of CHD, stroke, cognitive decline, and other chronic diseases in the 1980s into the 1990s across all menopausal age groups. And this was all prologue to the design of the Women's Health Initiative, that there were many lines of evidence suggesting there might be effects on these chronic disease outcomes, and it was hormone therapy was being increasingly used for this purpose, and it really needed to be tested. This hypothesis that it's cardioprotective and a benefit for chronic disease really needed to be tested in a rigorous randomized clinical trial setting. So it was to test the benefit risk profile of hormone therapy for the prevention of chronic disease that motivated the Women's Health Initiative randomized clinical trials of hormone therapy. So I want to just further emphasize that the purpose of the Women's Health Initiative was not to test the benefits of hormone therapy for vasomotor symptoms. It already had been well demonstrated to be very effective for reducing hot flashes, night sweats, and also in many studies even suggested it might be the most effective treatment for these symptoms. And also there was, let me go to my next slide here. There was concern that, before I go to the next point, this slide just shows that for the historical context, that there weren't many non-hormonal other remedies such as non-hormonal treatments. And this list is what's available now, including 2 FDA-approved neurokinin receptin inhibitors. But the list was very short back in the early 1990s when the Women's Health Initiative was being designed. And in fact, the focus for treatment of menopausal symptoms was very much on hormonal approaches. I won't go through the details of that slide because there will be other talks on the non-hormonal treatments for menopausal symptoms. But the WHI trials were launched in the early 1990s. There were 2 parallel hormone therapy trials, one for women with an intact uterus, over 16,000 women, one in women who had prior hysterectomy, over 10,000 women. And what was tested, the hormone formulation, was the most common hormone therapy formulation at the time the WHI was designed. And importantly, the formulation used in most observational studies that had shown cardioprotection and various chronic disease benefits. So these formulations were oral, conjugated estrogens, conventional dose, plus medroxyprogesterone acetate, a synthetic progestin, in women with an intact uterus, and in women with prior hysterectomy, the oral conjugated estrogens versus placebo, because there was no need to give a progestin to that group. So it's really important to keep in mind that there are key differences between the Women's Health Initiative study population and observational studies of hormone therapy. However, this was not well appreciated back in the time the WHI was being designed, that these would be important factors. For example, the observational studies had suggested that there was cardioprotection across all age groups, across all times since menopause. There wasn't a clear signal for a difference according to age or time since menopause in the observational studies. Nonetheless, the WHI did have an older study population for the purpose of testing hormone therapy for prevention of chronic disease so that the study would be more feasible in terms of clinical disease rates. And in observational studies, 63 average age in the WHI, and in the observational studies, it was 52 years. And in terms of time since menopause, more than a decade since onset of menopause in the WHI, and just a few years in observational studies. Now, it also wasn't clear at the time of the WHI design that underlying health status, such as cardiometabolic risk factors, would be important modifiers of effect. Now, of course, the randomized clinical trial will make all these groups very similar through the randomization process, will make the active treatment and placebo group similar. The observational studies, it was appreciated that the users of hormone therapy tended to be healthier than non-users, and it was felt that could be adjusted in the statistical models, but actually it's quite challenging to adjust for many of the variables such as socioeconomic status and healthcare access. Now, another thing that wasn't well appreciated, you hear a lot about the critical window for treatment, the timing hypothesis, but this hypothesis was actually not well developed at the time the WHI trial was being designed and launched in the early 1990s. This hypothesis became much more prevalent and discussed due to the discrepant evidence coming from observational studies versus the randomized trials, including the secondary prevention trials of women who already had cardiovascular disease, as well as WHI, which had an older study population on average. And this hypothesis that in early menopause, in early stages of menopause, the coronary arteries are relatively healthy, the lining of the endothelium is healthy, the estrogen receptors in the endothelium can synthesize nitric oxide and vasodilate in response to estrogen, and there's also decreased inflammatory cell adhesion and plaque development. Whereas in later menopause, you have established plaques, the estrogen receptors are not as functional. There is no vasodilation with estrogen. In fact, there's a paradoxical inflammatory activation and plaque instability and plaque erosion. Also, with oral estrogen, at least there can be occlusion of a narrowed coronary artery and a clot. Thrombosis leading to or contributing to a coronary event. This was really emerging after the early randomized trial evidence. Now, let's talk about the actual findings of the WHI. I know that all of you are quite familiar, but nonetheless, the findings were really surprising, if not shocking, in the context of the prior evidence that was being utilized. So these are the results of the estrogen plus progestin trial released in 2002. Again, women with a mean age of 63 and about five plus years of treatment. There was an increased risk of coronary heart disease, stroke, 40% increase, pulmonary embolism doubled. For E plus P, an increased risk of breast cancer. On the benefit side, there was about a 1/3 reduction in hip fracture and colorectal cancer. For dementia, which was looked at the following year, the WHI had the WIMS study, which was restricted to women 65 and older, and that showed an increased risk of dementia, especially with estrogen plus progestin. But when later looked at, the 50 to 55 year age group had neutral effects on cognition. This trial was stopped 3.3 years early. Was planned to go on for more than 8 years because of this adverse outcome profile. Now, the estrogen alone trial showed more neutral results. However, there was a similar nearly 40% increased risk of stroke with estrogen alone in the women with hysterectomy and a similar reduction in hip fracture. And on the null side was really everything else. Coronary disease was 0.91, pulmonary embolism only slightly increased. Breast cancer actually showed a signal toward reduction, which later became a significant reduction for estrogen alone and breast cancer, as well as breast cancer mortality. Colorectal cancer, all-cause mortality global index, all and in the neutral range. Dementia, borderline increase among women 65 and older, but again, not in the 50 to 55 year age range. And this trial, estrogen alone, was stopped 1 year early. Now, in the last 10 to 15 years, we've been drilling down much more deeply into these findings, including looking at results by age, time since menopause, underlying health status, biomarkers at baseline, etc. And this slide just highlights that in both trials, I know you can't see the details, but the details actually are not important here. It's the visual message that when you look at absolute risk, cases per 10,000 women per year, In the younger age group, 50 to 59, much lower absolute risk than in 60 to 69 or in 70 to 79. And in fact, for ages 70 to 79, about 4 to 5 times the absolute risk of these chronic disease outcomes. And clearly that means attributable risks are going to be greater among the older women. If you increase a chronic disease outcome by 20% when it's an uncommon outcome, that has much less adverse impact than increasing by 20% a common clinical outcome. Now, also beyond absolute risks, when we looked at relative risks, there were signals for some differences, especially for estrogen alone. So this is the oral conjugated estrogen alone trial, the most rigorous coronary endpoint of total myocardial infarction, non-fatal, fatal MI. There was a signal for some reduction in the 50 to 59 year age group of neutral, 60 to 69, and trending toward increased risk in 70 to 79 year age group, and a similar pattern for all-cause mortality, 30% lower, but not quite significant for 50 to 59 year age group, neutral 60 to 69, and trending toward increase for 70 for all-cause mortality. Now, the P trend by age for these outcomes was significant for both MI and all-cause mortality. And again, lower absolute risks of these events also in the younger women. Now, for estrogen plus progestin, if you look at the results by age group for myocardial infarction, you can see why a lot of attention wasn't given to age differences, because they really weren't there for E plus P. However, when we did look more closely at time since menopause onset, which is probably a better marker of atherosclerosis stage and progression, we did see that the women within 10 years of onset of menopause had no signal for increased risk of MI. They, in fact, had 0.91 hazard ratio. It was kind of intermediate for 10 to 19 years. And for 20 plus years since menopause, it was approximately a doubling in the risk of MI. And the only significant elevation in MI risk were in the older women above age 70 and 20 plus years since menopause. And there was a significant trend for time since menopause, but not by age in the estrogen plus progestin trial. Now, importantly, although I've shown you some of the differences by age and time since menopause in both trials, the hazard ratios were similar by age for most other health outcomes, including stroke, venous thromboembolism, breast cancer, and other cancers. There was no really clear p-value for trend by age, time since menopause for these other outcomes, as was seen for MI and all-cause mortality. And this is one of the reasons to avoid use of hormone therapy for chronic disease prevention, because although there were fewer younger women and the number of events were fewer, we can't say for sure that, at least with oral conjugated estrogen, which I know is not used as often now, but we don't have evidence that from large-scale trials that other formulations do not have these risks. We don't yet have that evidence. And there is a suggestion for many of these clinical outcomes that across age groups, there were similar results. But again, much lower absolute risks in younger compared to older women. And interesting findings that we've had and highlighted more recently is that women age 70 and older had an increased risk of CVD events with hormone therapy, especially if they had vasomotor symptoms. So this would, the WHI did not show evidence to treat or initiate treatment among women 70 and older if they had vasomotor symptoms. If anything, it suggests these may be particularly high-risk women, and maybe their vasomotor symptoms should be fully evaluated for other causes, and that other treatments should be explored and not hormone therapy. So I think that's an important caveat. The ELITE trial, I'll just mention very briefly. This trial was done well after the WHI, but it looked specifically at the timing hypothesis using a surrogate endpoint of carotid intimomedial thickness. And it showed that there was really, with an oral 17-beta estradiol, 1 gram a day, and vaginal micronized progesterone gel, it showed that the rate of carotid IMT progression was similar in the estradiol and placebo group for women who were at least 10 years since menopause onset. But if they were within 6 years, there was less progression of carotid IMT with the estradiol treatment compared to the placebo group. So there was, in the ELITE trial, significant interaction by time since menopause. As I mentioned, we also looked at some biomarkers which seem to modify risk. We found that women who had more adverse lipid profiles, LDL, HDL ratio, or metabolic syndrome, they had higher significant increases of coronary heart disease with hormone therapy. But if they had favorable lipid status or did not have metabolic syndrome, they did not show a signal for increased risk of cardiovascular disease with hormone therapy. Now, as you all know, transdermal therapy is showing some metabolic advantages compared to oral estrogen, which has first-pass liver metabolism, so less effect on clotting factors, triglycerides, C-reactive protein, blood pressure. This will be discussed in detail in future talks during the workshop, so I won't go into a lot of detail except to say it can be a very reasonable option for women who need hormone therapy but have these risk factors such as obesity, metabolic syndrome, diabetes, high triglycerides, increased risk of thrombosis, or other risk factors. Now, we've proposed, and other groups have proposed, an approach to decision making. This is based on having a clear indication for beginning menopausal hormone therapy, such as hot flashes, night sweats, adversely affecting sleep, functioning, or quality of life. It recommends risk factor assessment and risk factor stratification, basically gives a green light to women without contraindications who are below age 60 or within 10 years of menopause and have a low risk of cardiovascular disease, breast cancer, then sort of intermediate risk, slightly older age groups or more moderate risks of breast cancer, cardiovascular disease. Consider hormone therapy with caution and probably lean toward transdermal rather than oral, and avoiding use in those who are older ages or at increased risk of breast cancer or cardiovascular disease. So if menopausal hormone therapy is not recommended to prevent cardiovascular disease or other chronic diseases, how do we advance disease prevention in this population? Well, we need to do more to understand how this population may uniquely respond, but certainly lifestyle factors and the AHA's Life's Essential 8 factors are tremendously important for reducing the cardiometabolic risk, especially as it's increasing during the menopause transition. So the 4 health behaviors: not smoking or vaping, adequate sleep, healthy diet, regular physical activity, the health risk factors: controlling blood pressure, blood lipids, maintaining healthy weight, blood glucose. These are all really important to focus on during the menopause transition and beyond. Now, also, there are recommendations for primary and secondary prevention of cardiovascular disease. There are guideline-directed guideline-directed care, including for statins, other lipid-lowering therapy, which women tend not to receive guideline-directed care at the same rate as men. And this really needs more attention. We need to consider intensifying lifestyle modifications among those who are at higher risk and secondary prevention and a high-risk primary prevention. Try to ensure that women are receiving the guideline-directed statins, other lipid-lowering therapy. There are some guidelines for aspirin and secondary prevention and very high-risk primary prevention, though it's really losing its luster for any high-risk population, primary prevention population. Also, calculating the PREVENT score or other CVD risk score with attention to female-specific CVD risk enhancers, such as adverse pregnancy outcomes, early or premature menopause, autoimmune diseases. These are also very important in identifying high-risk women who will particularly benefit from intensified preventive modalities. Okay, so key recommendations would be to use the information, better implement the information that we already have, plus develop more targeted information for women during this critical stage of life. So convene an interdisciplinary working group to develop consensus on current best practices for symptom management in perimenopausal and postmenopausal women, convene a similar working group to develop consensus on best practices for reducing chronic disease, incorporating sex-specific risk factors, and improving guideline compliance among clinicians caring for these patient populations. Just implementing the guidelines that are already out there and having women receive the guideline directed care would go a long way in improving women's health. Also conduct additional clinical studies and randomized controlled trials to understand the benefit risk profile of contemporary hormonal, such as transdermal estradiol, micronized progesterone, and non-hormonal treatment options for symptom management, and further clarify the role of age, reproductive stage, because there's very little known about the menopause transition in this regard, and type of menopause, surgical versus natural, and underlying risk factors in response to treatment. In conclusion, hormone therapy continues to have an important clinical role in the management of menopausal symptoms. This is not refuted by the WHI, and the WHI was never intended to derail the use of hormone therapy for treatment of menopausal symptoms, especially in early menopause. The current evidence does not, however, support the use of hormone therapy for the prevention of cardiovascular disease or other chronic diseases due to, as I mentioned, increased risk of venous thromboembolism, stroke, breast cancer with conjugate estrogen plus progestin in all age groups, and the fact that we don't yet have a large-scale randomized trial documenting that other formulations are safer for these clinical events. The best candidates for systemic hormone therapy are recently menopausal symptomatic women in generally good health who have low absolute risk and will have greater quality of life benefits. Risk stratification, a personalized approach to decision-making, is recommended with shared decision-making with the patient. We need to understand the implications of the black box removal, and additional studies of different hormone therapy formulations, doses, routes of delivery, and of non-hormonal options are needed. And I will end there just by thanking the participants, investigators, and staff of the WHI and other women's health research studies, and all of you in the audience. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Manson. These were two fabulous speakers. So thank you to both our keynote speakers for setting the context for today's discussion. So we're now going to move into our first discussion session that's going to be moderated by Dr. Anderson, our workshop and panel chair. As a reminder, if you haven't already, the audience is encouraged to put your submit questions in the Q&A and comments through the chat pod. So I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. And thank you to Doctors Santora and Manson. Those were incredibly insightful presentations. We have already been getting questions from the audience. And so I will apologize up front if we can't get to everything in our question and answer session, but we will try our hardest. I would like to start with the panel, and I'll invite Dr. Ganguly to first ask questions if she has them.
I'll pass on to audience questions.
Thank you. Dr. Santoro, I would like to maybe first ask a question about the really provocative component of your presentation regarding treatments that may force changes in the menstrual cycle and thus maybe lead women to experience what we might think of as menopausal changes early, for example, some cancer therapies. And you talked about the oophorectomy concerns that we'll hear about later, from Dr. Rocco. But in thinking about the menopause transition, what do we know about those therapies that, again, could force, whether it's artificial or legitimate, the signal of menopause?
Well, we have some information on women with premature menopause that occurs naturally. There's a number of genetic associations with that as well. And some of those things are related to other genes that are cancer genes, meiotic mismatch repair genes. It puts these women at higher cancer risks. In general, we know that BRCA is associated with earlier natural menopause. So there is an interaction here between the genetics and the ovarian function that we see. Women that have had surgical reasons to have their ovaries out when they're very young, commonly that can be very significant endometriosis. And we know that endometriosis has other effects on the body, the immune system. So these things are not just hormones that are happening. It's not just taking out, there's a reason the ovaries came out. And as we see more and more people with cancer prevention and treatments that induce medical menopause as well, it's important to keep in mind what the underlying disease is. We tend to think of women that have had a hysterectomy, for example, in the Women's Health Initiative as equivalent to those who didn't. But there's a reason for them to have those procedures. So we're now using some of these menopause-inducing medications to treat fibroids. We're using them to treat endometriosis. And women may be on them for relatively long periods of time.
Thank you. Dr. Shelley, I'd like to invite you to ask your questions if there are any.
Yeah, thank you so much. Those were outstanding presentations. And I particularly appreciate Dr. Manson, you're clarifying that the Women's Health Initiative was not meant to derail treatment, because it certainly did. I was practicing medicine in a women's health program when the data came out. So I guess, there's lots of gaps being presented in the research and recommendations of the next 3 days, 2.5 days. I'd like to just ask you, not going to challenge you, but if someone is, the easy patient, the one who doesn't have the risk factors, the black box aside, what is the standard of care right now? And we talk about clinical guidelines being developed because obviously women can't wait for all of this research agenda to be implemented and finished. And so if a woman doesn't have a uterus and doesn't have contraindication, can they be prescribed an estrogen patch, versus a woman who has a uterus is getting, approved medication of combination. So is estrogen alone appropriate at this point? Can you confidently say that in this, situation where we are now in terms of the research?
Nanette, you want me to try first?
Sure.
Yeah, well, first, it's really important to ask a lot of questions before
Yeah.
trying to answer that. One is if a woman has premature or early menopause, hormone therapy, estrogen therapy is recommended until the average age at menopause in order to prevent osteoporosis, coronary heart disease, many of these outcomes that tend to occur with the estrogen decline. However, it's a completely different story with initiating hormone therapy in a woman who has menopause at a regular age. And usually there needs to be a clear indication. So an indication such as bothersome, moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, disrupted sleep, impaired quality of life. Yes, if a woman does not have contraindications, it is almost standard of care to offer her treatment for those bothersome symptoms if she's, a good candidate. But it's for that indication. Also, some clinicians do treat women who are at increased risk of osteoporosis. Hormone therapy has an FDA-approved indication for prevention of osteoporosis, especially if the woman doesn't tolerate other treatments for preventing osteoporosis. And overall, the assessment is made that the benefits would outweigh the risk. But where it would be reasonable to treat with hormone therapy, but where we really need to avoid treatment is for the express purpose of trying to prevent these chronic diseases, because it's just a promise that is not well substantiated by the evidence. It's like saying you're going to have a lower risk of cognitive decline or a heart attack in the future, but in the meantime, they may actually develop a stroke or a venous, clot, pulmonary embolism, and it wouldn't even have been clear like what benefit they were getting. If they're at least having improved quality of life and treatment of moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, I think you can make a very different case that in early menopause that the benefits are likely to outweigh the risks. And Nanette, I'll let you go ahead.
And I would say that while there is some divergence among clinical guidelines worldwide, they really have converged over the past 10 years, much more nicely than I would have hoped. And yet there's still an enormous gap in the implementation of hormone therapy for people for whom it appears indicated. So overall use is something like under 2% of women who are in that age group. That seems too low. Do I know exactly what the right percentage would be? No, but I think that's too low given the symptom burden that we see.
Can I just ask one more question, Dr. Anderson?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so what struck me, Dr. Santoro, on your slides was this higher frequency of reports of hot flashes versus sexual dysfunction. And I'm wondering if people are studying, and this may come up later again in the next few days, stigma, because, reporting sexual dysfunction, I wonder whether there's sort of, social norms and social stigma around that issue, actually. Is there anything understood about that?
There likely is. I don't know that that's been well investigated. There's also not an enormous link of sexual dysfunction. There isn't a huge uptick in direct association with the menopause transition. It's sort of dismayingly high at all ages in women. It does go up a little. It is not linked to, not tightly linked to androgen changes, and not as tightly linked to changes in estrogen. So it's not so clear what's going on there. I think it's a murkier area, which is also why it's understudied, and it makes clinicians, we have so few treatments specific for it, that it makes clinicians a little crazy.
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Shelley, should we move on to audience questions? All right, so we have a few questions of clarification, and we will start with Dr. Santoro. One of the audience members has asked, when is the term transmenopause more appropriate than perimenopause? And what are the distinctions between those scientifically?
Well, transmenopause, the trans part means that you're really toggling on either side of the final menstrual period. And it really was coined, and I don't know if Gail Greendale, if you're there, take credit, props to you for coming up with it, but that's because you're on either side of it. So perimenopause is also a little bit vague, so it's sort of around menopause, but trans is when we really see that change in bone. So it's a couple of years before, up to a couple of years after the final menstrual period, where we see that dramatic change. I showed you that nosedive in bone density. Other than that, I don't tend to use trans menopause as much. I think investigators in the field have tried to stick more to menopause transition, but I think perimenopause has gotten back in the lexicon and it's not going away.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Manson, this one's patient facing. What can a patient do when facing comorbidity situations during menopause to pursue optimal treatment?
So most importantly, lifestyle modifications are really, really key for improving risk factor status and, regular physical activity, healthy diet, controlling weight. Also, controlling the standard risk factors as the Life's Essential 8 recommends, the AHA's Life's Essential 8. Women who have comorbidities can still be good candidates for hormone therapy if they're having moderate to severe, bothersome vasomotor symptoms, other menopausal symptoms that are impairing, disrupting sleep, impairing quality of life. They could be candidates. Generally, the recommendation would be for transdermal rather than oral estrogen, and to avoid oral estrogen therapy in a high-risk woman who has these comorbidities, but she can still be a candidate. And if she's not a candidate for hormonal approaches, there are many non-hormonal treatments now that can be considered for her.
Great. Thank you so much. Well, we have come to the end of this session, and I would like to now turn it back over to Keisha Shropshire.
Thank you. Thank you all. So now we are going to keep going with our agenda. We will now hear the first Evidence-Based Practice Center presentation from Dr. Meera Viswanathan from the RTI UNC EPC, and which will inform the panel's deliberations on key question 1. The virtual floor is yours, Doctor.
Thank you, Keisha. I'm just waiting for, there it is. There it is. I was just waiting for the control to show up. I'm Meera Viswanathan, Senior Fellow at RTI International, and I'm speaking on behalf of a dedicated team of contributors who are in attendance today, and I'm here to present on the EPC systematic review. And my talk is entitled Improving the Management of Menopausal Symptoms, Effectiveness, Comparative Effectiveness, and Harms of Treatment. Here's a list of co-authors and contributors. We have no financial conflicts of interest. Doctors Zahn and Urrutia are OBGYNs. So a quick outline of the presentation and what to expect. I'll briefly lay out the purpose and the background, preview the results, and then move on to the key questions, discuss the methods and results, and then a short summary of discussion and research gaps. So now I'm going to move on to the purpose and the background, and some of this will look familiar to you. The purpose of the review is to support the NIH workshop in identifying the evidence on the effectiveness, comparative effectiveness, and harms of treatment. And this is specifically systemic treatment for perimenopausal women and early postmenopausal women. Our intent was not just to quantify and assess the certainty of the evidence where it exists, but also to point out gaps in the evidence. And just to clarify, we didn't look at low-dose topical treatments. We didn't look at evidence in the late menopausal period, and we didn't look at women without symptoms. We refined and operationalized our review questions after a careful consideration of the decisional dilemmas in this space, and I'll go over these in the next few slides. So for this specific talk, I'm going to focus on effectiveness, comparative effectiveness, and harms, and tomorrow I'll discuss receipt of treatment. So here are some of the decisional dilemmas that we thought might be critical and influential in shaping our review. As you've heard, the evidence from the WHI studies reported no protective effect for cardiovascular disease. Overall, it did in fact report harms, as you saw: breast cancer, stroke, pulmonary embolism, and gallbladder disease. And as a result, again, as you heard, provider willingness to prescribe hormone therapy plummeted. And unfortunately, it wasn't clear how applicable the WHI findings were to younger women. And at the same time, there's been this surge of interest in women's health and in the use of compounded bioidentical hormone therapies. And at the same, there's also been undertreatment and inequitable access to care. So these raise several questions. What is the evidence in younger symptomatic women? What's the evidence over the longer term? What's the evidence for compounded bioidentical hormone therapy? And what are the reasons for undertreatment and inequitable treatment? And finally, what is the evidence in Black and Hispanic women who may have greater severity and persistence of symptoms? I'll come back to these decisional dilemmas in a minute, so you'll know how well the evidence addresses these questions. So the issues that I just presented resulted in two key questions, and the first of which is on effectiveness, comparative effectiveness, and harms of treatment, as you heard, and seeks clarity in the sub-questions on how those might vary by dose, delivery, formulations, and duration of treatment, by timing and type of menopause, and by individual systems level factors. So I'm going to preview the results. I'll give you the very top line and don't want to make you wait for, because there's a lot of methods to get through before I can get to the results in detail. So we screened over, we identified over 17,000 records, and after duplication, there were a little over 10,000 of them. We looked at nearly 1,500 studies at full text, and in all of that found, for key question 1, only 26 studies from 34 articles. 23 of those were trials, 3 were non-randomized studies. So what's the evidence on those decisional dilemmas I just mentioned? Are WHI findings relevant for younger women? The answer is probably no, because the evidence suggests some benefit for low or moderate certainty for vasomotor symptoms and genitourinary symptoms of menopause for some interventions, and no evidence of at least low certainty for harms. What about the balance of benefits and harms for compounded bioidentical hormone therapy? We found nothing. Evidence in Black and Hispanic women? Again, we found nothing. For long-term outcomes, we found very limited evidence. So that's the top line. So now I'm going to move on to methods first, and then I'll discuss the results. So our overall approach included regular consultation with NIH, AHRQ, and key informants. And one of the important scoping decisions we made was to design the project for some degree of efficiency. So we built on a 2015 AHRQ review on the comparative effectiveness of therapies for menopausal symptoms. We also designed the review to avoid overlap with a recent 2024 ARC review on genitourinary symptoms of menopause. We asked technical expert panel members to help us prioritize 7 outcomes for benefits and 7 for harms, and we graded the evidence that we found on these outcomes. And then additionally, we've summarized the evidence on all available outcomes, and that's in the report, which is out today for public comment. We pre-specified our methods. We published our protocol on the ARC website and on the Prospero website. And for key question 1, the pre-specified approach that we used required the PCOTS framework, which is population, intervention, comparator, outcome, timing, setting, and study design. And I'll describe each of these in detail. Our searches were very comprehensive. We, as I said, built on the HRQ review for studies prior to 2014 and did de novo searches thereafter. Our sources included Medline, Embase, the Cochrane Library, and Gray literature sources. We also sought evidence from manufacturers. Our critical appraisal methods were designed to be appropriate for each type of study. And for synthesis, we looked qualitatively at each study, calculated or recalculated effect sizes when needed, and ran meta-analyses when possible. And as I said, we graded outcomes that were prioritized by our keynotes. All right, so I'm going to put the key question back up just as a reminder of what we are looking at from this point forward. So I'm going to describe the first of our PCOTS criteria. The P is population. So I'm going to tell you how that was defined. We looked at two specific characteristics here, life stage and symptoms. So for the life stage criterion, we wanted years since menopause, but we know that that's often very poorly reported. So we came up with an age criterion as a proxy, where all or nearly all women were younger than age 60 in the studies that we were looking at. We were more inclusive for Black and Hispanic women to account for a longer duration of symptoms. For the symptom criterion, we wanted studies where women were symptomatic, and we tried to align the description of the symptoms with symptomatic outcomes that we wanted to see improvement on, and we aligned those with COMA outcome sets, so core outcome sets for vasomotor and genitourinary symptoms. And we required that women have new or worsening symptoms if they had For example, if they had, there were chronically depressed women who happened to be in the right age bracket, we would not have included those kinds of studies. And then we also excluded studies that wholly comprised some specific populations, such as breast cancer survivors, although we would have included studies with mixed populations. So now I'm going to move on to telling you what interventions we looked at. We looked at systemic hormone therapies. We focused on therapies that had FDA approval to treat menopausal symptoms. But we knew that testosterone and hormonal contraceptives, although FDA approved, don't have an indication for treating menopausal symptoms, but are treated as such in clinical practice. So we included those kinds of studies as well. And then finally, for compounded drugs, FDA approval doesn't apply, but we limited inclusion to studies where the drug was compounded in a 503A pharmacy. For non-hormonal therapies, we started with a short list, and then we added to it based on the advice of our clinical experts and their understanding and experience of common clinical practice. If you see a therapy that you're interested in, it's not listed here, it's because we did not include it. Regarding comparators, we required for benefits, we required placebo or an inactive control or an alternative treatment. We did not include studies for benefits that had a no treatment arm. And that's because we know that for hormone therapy, there can be a substantial placebo effect. And so without a comparator arm or a no treatment arm, we wouldn't have been able to attribute benefits to the drug. For harms, we were more inclusive, and we also accepted a no treatment arm. And what were the outcomes we looked at? So for the prioritized outcomes, we looked at vasomotor symptoms, genitourinary symptoms of menopause, joint pain, mood, cognitive changes, sleep disturbances, and quality of life. And for harms, we prioritized abnormal uterine bleeding, coronary heart disease, breast cancer, osteoporosis and osteopenia, side effects of treatment, multimorbidity, and all-cause mortality. Again, I just want to remind you that these were the outcomes that we prioritized to be graded. If a study reported a relevant outcome, it's also summarized in our review. Then the remainder of the criteria, just to give you a quick takeaway, we required treatment regarding timing. We required the treatment to be initiated at or near menopause. We did restrict sample size for observational studies, and that was to ensure that they were large enough to capture harms which might be infrequent. We also proposed limits on years of publication so that the evidence reflects more recent clinical practice. Okay, so now I'm going to move on to the methods for grading the evidence, and I'll spend a little bit of time on this because the entire results are organized by these grades. And the grading schema shows up again when I discuss future research and evidence gaps. So we graded for certainty of the evidence, meaning we graded for the certainty that a true effect lies on one side of a specified threshold or within a chosen range. So a really important thing to remember when we talk about grades is that the grade might be for benefit, it might be for harm, it might be for no difference. So a high grade doesn't mean highly beneficial. It just means that we have high certainty. And sometimes that certainty is that we're sure there's benefit. Sometimes it's that we're sure that there's harm. Sometimes it's that we're very sure that there's no difference between the arms. And grading is taken into account, it takes into account multiple domains, and these specific domains depend on research design. So for both trials and non-randomized studies, the factors that we account for in grading include study limitations, consistency, directness, precision, and reporting bias. And then for non-randomized studies, we also consider issues like dose response, plausible confounding, and the strength of association. Grading is specific to a given outcome for a given intervention and a comparator. So if you find evidence on a given intervention, comparator, and outcome, you can assign one of 4 possible grades: high, moderate, low, and very low. So high certainty requires that we have high confidence that the true value of the estimate is on one side of a threshold or within a specified range. Moderate certainty represents moderate confidence, low certainty represents low confidence, and very low certainty represents very low confidence. So an important distinction between these grades is whether we think that the effect that we're observing reflects the true effect. So with high certainty, we're pretty sure that what we're observing is the true effect. With moderate certainty, what we're saying is the true value may deviate slightly from what you're observing, and the true value may possibly fall in a different range. As when you get a low certainty, the true value may deviate from the what you're observing, and the true value likely falls in a different range. When you get down to very low certainty, the true value may deviate significantly, and it probably falls in a completely different range than what you're observing. So another way to think about grades is whether new studies will shift your view of the evidence. So with high certainty, we think that new studies aren't likely to shift our view of the evidence. But with moderate, so it's pretty stable. And as the level of certainty goes down, the stability of our certainty rating goes down, and the likelihood increases that new studies will shift our view of the evidence. And although it would be fantastic to have high certainty in everything, the reality is that it's just not likely. We often have to make decisions when there's low or very low certainty of the evidence. And the way that we interpret these grades can vary based on purpose and based on outcome. So in the next few slides, I'll talk a little bit about the different purposes of looking at the evidence and how that might influence what levels of certainty to focus on. So if you're looking at benefits, if your purpose is to look at clinical benefit, to make a clinical decision based on benefits, you want to know that there's some certainty of the evidence of benefit, even if it's low. So for that reason, my presentation on effectiveness and comparative effectiveness for benefits in the slides that follow focus on at least certainty of evidence, whether it's at least low or moderate. I would focus on high if there was any high certainty evidence, but there isn't. If you're looking at harms, you want to make sure that you fully understand all of the evidence, even if it's very low certainty, because your conclusions are based on the balance of evidence, benefits, and harms. So for harms, I will present the entirety of the evidence. If you're looking at future research and your purpose is to figure out the next generation of studies, you'll want to think about supporting studies in areas where there's the least amount of certainty. So if you recall what I said about the true effect, with low and very low certainty of evidence, the true value is likely, either likely or probably falls outside the range that you're observing. Whereas if the certainty of evidence is high or moderate, the value of new information is probably low, and it may not be a good investment for future research. All right, so a little bit more detail on how we got to each grade. Using the grade approach, the baseline certainty is high, and then it gets marked down for each domain where there are concerns. You can mark down a domain once, twice, or even thrice, and this table gives you some of the reasons that we might have marked a domain down. So there's no need to focus on any of the details, but if you follow along with the report, you'll see little footnotes every time we marked a domain down. And that footnote is very explicit and tells you the specific reason why we marked the study down. And as I show some of the details, I'll go over some of those reasons. So I'm now going to give you, finally, we get to some results. So I'm going to start with some evidence maps. So these evidence maps are the way that we have chosen to communicate the grades that I described earlier. And you'll see them repeated multiple times in the presentation. So I'll spend some time acquainting you with them. And these are, as I said, for effectiveness, comparative effectiveness, and harms. So I'll start with the first one. And in the first slide, you can see that the title tells you what the specific map is for. In this case, it is for effectiveness and harms of menopausal symptoms for perimenopause and early postmenopause. And then if you look at the left-hand column, it describes the specific interventions and comparators that we found. If you have a specific intervention that you're interested in and you're like, why isn't it in this map? It's because we found no evidence on it. Each column after the first one describes outcomes. So the VMS is vasomotor symptoms, GSM is genitourinary symptoms, QOL is quality of life, AUB is abnormal uterine bleeding, CHD, coronary heart disease, and SAEs are serious adverse events. We had to use acronyms to fit it all into one page. Now, moving on to the body of the table, you'll see that we've used stoplight colors to help indicate benefits, no difference in harms. So green, the colors and the arrows actually represent the same information. So a green or an up arrow indicates benefits. An orange or a sideways arrow indicates no difference. And a red, which you don't see on this map because we don't have any harms to report here, or a down arrow will indicate harm. A dash with no color in it means that there's no evidence at all. And so in just looking at this particular review, look at the first row as an example. If you look at the first row, you'll see that there's benefit for estrogen versus placebo or no treatment for VMS, but then everything else thereafter indicates no difference. If you run your eye down the columns, and you'll see that for VMS, it's all dark green or dark orange, suggesting moderate certainty. So we're pretty sure about the evidence for almost all the interventions there. And also when evidence is reported for GSM, genitourinary symptoms, for estrogen plus progesterone, it's moderate certainty. So our key takeaway from this evidence map is the best evidence is for vasomotor symptoms and then genitourinary symptoms. And then for everything else, the certainty of evidence is either low or very low for either benefit or no difference, mostly no difference. All right, so now I'm going to move on to the second evidence map, and this is for comparative effectiveness and harms. And you'll see it's just a small handful of rows here. We had more rows in the previous map, but now when we start comparing interventions, there's fewer rows, and that's because there was just limited evidence. You'll see the same set of outcomes repeated as in the previous table. And if you thought that the evidence map for effectiveness was sparse, well, this is even more so. And you can see that the greatest certainty we have in this map is low, and that's for VMS, for micronized progesterone versus medroxyprogesterone. And that too, it's saying it's low for no benefit. Right, so then when you get to the third evidence map, which is on variations, I just showed you the overarching maps for effectiveness and comparative effectiveness and harms. And so these maps are for sub-questions. The first of which is on variations by dose. And as you can see, again, very few interventions with data, and the highest certainty is for quality of life, and that too, it's low for no benefits. Moving on to the evidence map for variations by mode of delivery. Again, the message here is sparse data. Now, for the first time, you see this little light pink box suggesting evidence of harm, and that's a signal of very low certainty of harm with one of the delivery modes for abnormal uterine bleeding. Right, and now the last evidence map, and this is on variations by timing of menopause. Just one study reporting on one exposure, which is progestogen, and it suggested no benefit for vasomotor symptoms. So those are our evidence maps, and now I'll tell you the top line results, and then we'll get into some of the detail. So back to our questions. You recall our key questions. What is the effectiveness, comparative effectiveness, and harms of treatment for menopausal symptoms in perimenopausal and early postmenopausal women? The answer, we have moderate certainty of evidence of effectiveness for vasomotor symptoms in GSM, genitourinary symptoms, for some interventions, and very low or low certainty of effectiveness for everything else. Low or very low certainty for comparative effectiveness, and very low certainty for harms. Do these vary by dose, delivery mode, formulations, or duration of treatment? We found limited evidence of low or very low certainty on dose and delivery mode, and nothing at all on formulations or duration. What about the question of timing and type of menopause? Again, we found very limited evidence of low certainty on timing and nothing on type of menopause. And finally, the last of our sub-questions, do these vary by individual or systems level factors? And unfortunately, we found nothing. So that's the top line in terms of our takeaways. And so I will now move on to detailed results. So as I mentioned, the three parts are effectiveness, comparative effectiveness, and harms. And so I'll start with each of those in that order. So effectiveness and harms, and then comparative effectiveness and effectiveness. And then I'll discuss each sub-question. So first, some highlights of the 26 studies that we uncovered for key question 1. These were generally small studies, mostly trials, as I mentioned earlier, 23 of them, with a median number of 115 participants, so really not big. We did pick up one very large non-randomized studies with hundreds of thousands of participants in South Korea. It was one of the 3 non-randomized studies we picked up. The median duration was a little bit over 1 year, and the mean age when it was reported was 52.6 years. And 11 out of the 23 studies focused on early postmenopause, and the rest included or focused on perimenopause. Baseline symptoms were largely vasomotor, and about 30% were funded by industry. So now I'm going to go back, as I mentioned, those evidence maps anchor my presentation. So I'm going to go back to the first one that you saw, which was on effectiveness and harms. And I'll go over, as I said, detailed results, outcome by outcome, for anything for which we found for benefits, anything for which we found either moderate or low strength of evidence, and then for harms, anything at all. So I'll start at first with the stuff for which we found moderate certainty of evidence, all the things in dark green or dark orange. And then I'll move to low certainty, and then close on harms. So, as I said, effectiveness data first, moderate and low certainty of evidence, starting with moderate. And so this is for vasomotor symptoms, and the specific intervention is estrogen. As you can see, there were 3 studies. Unfortunately, we couldn't pool them because there was enough difference across them in the way that they were reporting specific outcomes. As with the previous slides, we used a stoplight color palette. So anything in green suggests either statistically or clinically significant results, suggestive of benefit. If you see yellow, that indicates no effect, either because they're statistically or clinically non-significant, and red suggests statistically significant differences to indicating harm. So in this one, you can see that the 3 studies had a similar, they all similarly demonstrated benefit. The studies that reported on this outcome for this particular intervention did have some risk of bias, so we did mark down the risk of bias domain for study limitations, and therefore this grade ended up as being moderate for benefit. Moving on to more moderate certainty of evidence for vasomotor symptoms, and this is for progestogen, estrogen plus progestogen versus placebo. In this instance, we have 5 studies. Again, they couldn't be pooled, but then all of them consistently suggested benefit. Again, we downgraded the evidence because some of the studies had a potential for risk of bias. Moving on to more evidence of moderate certainty for vasomotor symptoms, this time for the first row is estrogen, with or without progestogen, T-sex, specifically basodoxifene plus estrogen, and then gabapentin versus placebo. So each of these, the number of trials and the number of participants varied, but the evidence of benefit was clear across all of them. And in each instance, the grades were marked down for study limitations. And so that's how we ended up with moderate certainty of evidence. So now I'm going to switch. These are all indicating benefit. I'm going to switch to moderate certainty, but this time for no benefit. And this is for progestogen versus placebo. It was one study. It's not very big, but it was well done. And the evidence on vasomotor symptoms scores, intensity, and frequency suggested no difference, but the confidence intervals were somewhat wide. And so we did mark it down for imprecision. And that's how we ended up with moderate certainty for no benefit. So now I'm going to switch to genitourinary symptoms. If you will recall, we found very little evidence on genitourinary symptoms. If that first evidence map, it was mostly a series of dashes. And that's likely because we excluded low-dose topical treatments. In the one instance where we did find evidence, we graded it as moderate certainty of evidence for estrogen plus progestogen versus placebo. And in this instance, there was some potential for risk of bias. So we downgraded the evidence base for that reason to moderate certainty of evidence of no benefit. Okay, so now I'm going to shift to low certainty of evidence of benefit. I'll start with mood symptoms, and you can see that these results suggest no benefit. So it's the yellow, as I said, the yellow in a stoplights, there's no evidence of benefit. The second, that's for estrogen versus placebo, and the second is for progestogen versus placebo. Now you'll see there's now new reasons for marking down the evidence, serious study limitations as before, but also imprecision and indirectness. So there's the takeaway, there's a low certainty that these interventions do not provide benefit for mood symptoms. Moving on to cognitive changes, again, low certainty of evidence, but also suggesting that there's probably no benefit from estrogen versus placebo. This was a study that looked at a lot of different outcome measures and found no differences in all but a couple of small measures. And so we marked it down for serious study limitations and imprecision. Moving on to sleep, more evidence of low certainty again for no benefit. These studies were for estrogen versus placebo and the trial reported on for estrogen versus placebo on the WHI insomnia scale. And the second set of studies was for estrogen plus progestogen versus placebo. There were more studies here. There were 3 studies. And 2 of those 3 studies showed no difference. One showed some slight differences, but the span of that confidence interval is wide enough that gives us pause. And so we marked it down for study limitations and imprecision and ended up with a grade of low certainty of evidence for no benefit. Right, so now, as I said, I focused on benefits for which there was either low or moderate certainty of evidence. There was nothing with high certainty of evidence. And now I'm going to discuss harms. We found just very low certainty of evidence for all harms. And I'm going to cover all of them because it's important to fully understand the evidence on harms. And so when you look at these results, please note that we have very low confidence that these represent true effects. So we are not saying that there are no harms. What we're saying is that we have very low certainty about those harms. So I'll start with coronary heart disease. The first is for estrogen, and the very first row is from the WHI trials. And these come from a couple of different sets of analyses. One is the one that you see listed on top is at 13 years of age for women ages 50 to 54 with moderate or severe vasomotor symptoms. And the second is at 7 years, more or less, for a wider span of ages, 50 to 59. The specific outcomes vary. So there's coronary heart disease, there's atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, total CVD, stroke. And in each of those instances, you can see that there's no difference, but the confidence intervals are pretty wide, suggesting that it's, that's generally a signal for very few events. So for all of those reasons, including imprecision, we marked the grade down to very low certainty. Now, we did pick up one very large non-randomized study with more events, and that did look at cardiovascular disease, and that also continued to demonstrate no statistically significant risk, but again, with some degree of uncertainty because of the wide confidence intervals. So we marked this down as well as very low certainty of evidence of no difference in harms. I'm now going to move on to coronary heart disease, but this time for estrogen plus progestogen versus placebo for the WHI trial, which is in the first row, or versus no treatment, which is in the second row. So the findings for estrogen plus progestogen versus placebo from the WHI trial are similar to what they found for estrogen. Again, a variety of different outcome measures for women with age groups defined slightly differently and some different outcome intervals. But again, they consistently show that there's no difference in harms, no statistically significant differences in harms, but with wide confidence intervals. With the non-randomized study, which you see in that second row, there were a real range of very granular outcomes reported. And generally, there were very few differences, except for a couple of small exceptions. And those could be attributed to chance, given the very low event rate and the failure to control for multiple comparisons. So given all of that, we have rated this one as well as very low certainty of no differences in harms. And I'm now going to shift to serious adverse events. And we found very low certainty of evidence of no differences in harms for the first row, estrogen versus placebo, estrogen plus progestogen versus placebo, progestogen versus placebo, and gabapentin versus placebo. So you can see the number of studies it's just a single study for each of these evidence bases. The number of participants does vary, but the event rates were not large, and therefore the confidence intervals around these estimates are pretty wide. And if you look at the last two, that's actually saying that there were no serious adverse events identified at all. But given the size of these studies, we can't be confident that this actually represents 0 serious adverse events. It could be just they're underpowered. And so for all of those reasons, we mark this evidence down to very low certainty of no differences in harms for serious adverse events. I'll end on all-cause mortality for effectiveness, and we found very limited evidence from the WHI subgroup analyses for women ages 50 to 59 with moderate or severe severe vasomotor symptoms for estrogen versus placebo and estrogen plus progestogen versus placebo. And in both of these instances, our confidence is limited by the limited number of events and very wide confidence intervals, leading to very serious imprecision. And so we rated the evidence overall as very low certainty of no difference in harms. All right, so that was for effectiveness and harms. And now I'm going to move to comparative effectiveness and harms, which is the second of our 3-part question. So you will recollect this evidence map. And as you can tell, the only evidence for which there was at least low certainty for the benefits outcomes was for micronized progesterone versus medroxyprogesterone, and that was suggestive of low certainty of evidence for no benefit for vasomotor symptoms. If you run your eye along that row, you will see that there's actually evidence of low certainty that micronized progesterone is superior to medroxyprogesterone for abnormal uterine bleeding. So I will discuss those two outcomes next. So I'll start with the benefits on VMS. And as I said, it was just this one small study, tiny study, and it suggested no differences between micronized progesterone and medroxyprogesterone acetate. And because of the study limitations and serious imprecision of this study, we did mark this down to low certainty of evidence of no important difference between micronized progesterone and medroxyprogesterone. Moving on to harms for the same evidence base on abnormal uterine bleeding. It was the same study that I just showed you. Again, one study, small sample size. This time they did pick up a signal of decreased risk of vaginal bleeding with micronized progesterone. But given the small study size, the potential risk bias, and the questions about the potential relevance of this measure, we marked this down for study limitations, indirectness, and imprecision. So that led us to a grade of very low certainty of evidence of reduced harm with micronized progesterone when compared with medroxyprogesterone. So I'm going to recap the findings overall now for key question 1. We found moderate certainty of evidence of effectiveness for some interventions for vasomotor symptoms and genitourinary symptoms of menopause, low or very low certainty of evidence of effectiveness for other interventions and outcomes, low or very low certainty of evidence for comparative effectiveness, dose, and delivery mode, very low certainty of evidence for harms, and no evidence on formulations of duration. So what does it all mean? Our team felt that it was important to focus on provider education, on certainty, and on benefits and harms of menopausal treatments, and couple that with transparent education for patients about the limitations of the evidence. Develop patient education tools that incorporate values, support systems of care that elicit patient preferences, and increase the use of shared decision-making. Some of these sound similar to the other things you've heard so far. And what are some of the implications of policy? Clearly, we need research into the evidence gaps, which, as you heard, are vast. We need standardized collection of data on patient factors influencing treatment of menopausal symptoms and standardized clinical practice guidelines and shared communication among providers. The evidence base has numerous limitations, relatively few studies that address the population of interest, just younger women with symptoms, substantial gaps in addressing the many outcomes we were interested in and interventions we were interested in, and the sub-questions. It's largely a picture of very limited evidence. We found no evidence on the effectiveness of compounded bioidentical hormone therapy. And then, for this question, 7 out of the 26 studies we looked at were subgroup analyses of larger studies, and that brings up issues around power and chance findings. And then some of the studies did include interventions that are no longer commonly prescribed. I do want to call out some of the limitations and strengths of the review itself. So the first and foremost of the limitations is that we had narrow and specific population criteria. And because of that, because of the way that we were trying to identify studies in the right life stage, we had to review full texts of many studies. And it's possible that we may have inadvertently missed studies, even though we did do additional hand searches to try and account for that limitation. We did rely on prior systematic reviews for a period from 2002 to 2014. We did limit to English language. We didn't include low-dose treatments, and we didn't include studies that were solely comprising women with pre-existing disorders. So in terms of strengths, we did have a rigorous and expansive set of searches, and we ensured expert input throughout our review and in helping us prioritize outcomes. So I'm going to now move on to research gaps. And if you recall what I described about grade and about how you might interpret things differently depending on what you're looking for, if you're thinking about future research, you want to focus on the bits of evidence where you have the lowest certainty, which is where you think that the true effect lies completely outside or possibly outside the range of effects you're observing. And that happens with low, very low certainty evidence. And then, of course, for absent evidence, there's nothing that for which you can make a judgment about where the true effect lies. So if you focus on low, very low, and absent evidence as areas for research, the pictures that I showed you, the evidence maps that I showed you, actually present quite a stark image of absence of evidence. So the next image that I'll show you is that same evidence map, but in this case, everything that's either low, very low, or absent evidence is grayed out. And so when you do that, you see that for effectiveness and harms of treatment, except for the evidence on vasomotor symptoms and then one little cell on genitourinary symptoms, the evidence is either absent, low, or very low certainty. So that's a lot of, basically almost everything we're looking at requires future research. Then when you move on to comparative effectiveness, it's wholly comprised of evidence that's either low, very low, or absent evidence. That is the story again for variations by dose of treatment and by delivery mode and by timing. So if there's one takeaway, so I'm going to now move on to specific research gaps, and these are for outcomes. So if there's one takeaway from all of this is that when we did find evidence, most of it was uncertain, and there were large areas of absent evidence. There were some outcomes for which we found nothing at all for comparative effectiveness. These include joint pain, cognitive changes, and sleep disturbances, and these are critical clinical questions. We also found nothing gradable for osteoporosis and osteopenia or multimorbidity across all interventions. When you look at research gaps by interventions, what were the interventions we were interested in which there was wholly missing evidence? It's a long list, as you can see. I won't read each one out loud. I'll refer you to the report if you want to see the details. And you can see that we also didn't find comparative effectiveness data on many interventions or harms data for many outcomes. So what are some important considerations for future research? We didn't find, in addition to all of these, gaps for outcomes and for interventions, some other cross-cutting issues that I'll mention here is that we didn't find evidence specific to Black or Hispanic women. We didn't find evidence on outcomes associated with compounded bioidentical hormone therapy. And I will raise this here because it anticipates in part what I'm going to discuss tomorrow, but we found a mismatch in treatments that were evaluated for effectiveness and treatments that were evaluated for understanding the receipt of treatment. So for compounded bioidentical hormone therapy, as I said, we found nothing on effectiveness, but we did find some evidence, which I'll describe tomorrow, on receipt of treatment. For non-hormonal therapies, we did find studies that describe effectiveness, but we didn't find anything on receipt of treatment. So the key takeaway is that there's very, very many areas of uncertainty that our evidence report uncovered. And I'll stop there and await questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Viswanathan, for that incredibly rich content. And I do want to first offer the opportunity for questions to our panel members, and then we'll move on to some questions that have come through for our audience. So at this point, I will call on panel members as you appear on the screen from your video opening. Okay, it appears that we can move right into audience questions. So there's a discussion I think that's worth having around what one might think about as a good study or not a good study. And we know lots of things impact study conduct. The question being asked, the amount of time that one has to answer that question, the level of resourcing that one has to answer that question, whether there's equipoise or not, right, in the state of the science. And the question from the audience members that I can't help but notice that the reasons for downgrade in that column, they continuously say serious study limitations or imprecision. Are there any good studies being conducted on these topics?
There were not studies that there were some studies that we thought were of low risk of bias, which is what we consider to be, you can trust that the effect that you're observing is not unlikely to be shifted by study conduct or design. There were some studies like that, but those studies tended to be small in size. And so what they had by way of good design, they couldn't overcome the imprecision problems by the size of those studies. So if you ask, I think the answer is just the very traditional things that one thinks of in study design. If it's a randomized controlled trial, adequate randomization, trying to limit loss to follow-up. If it's a non-randomized studies, controlling for sources of confounding and adjusting for them thereafter.
Thank you so much. There's also a question about the limitations causing the downgrades in the systematic review, and could that be partially attributed to limitations due to the structure of how these studies are funded?
I'm not entirely sure how to answer that. I think that is probably a question for other panelists who fund these studies to address. It is, if you're speaking about the fact that many of these studies are funded or pharma funded, I would say that there's not actually a strong correlation between pharma funding and quality methods. So I don't know that that's necessarily a contributing factor to low or to high risk of bias.
Okay, thank you. And there's another question here about any studies that have been done looking at menopause symptom improvements as it relates to oral versus transdermal versus pellet type treatments like Biote.
We did uncover, there's a lengthy section in our systematic review on quality of life, menopause-related quality of life studies. I do not believe that we found anything on pellets. The oral and transdermal question, yes, I do think that we did uncover evidence on that, but just check if I happen to have. So yes, we did find evidence that compared oral versus transdermal estrogen for VMS and found very low certainty of evidence of no benefit, of no difference for vasomotor symptoms, for mood, and for quality of life, and also for breast cancer.
Thank you.
And the details are in our report.
Great. There's another question here about the studies conducted prior to 2002. Were they obtained and included in your meta-analyses?
We did not. We looked at everything thereafter because we wanted to shift focus to studies that represented common and current clinical practice. So we did not look at studies prior to 2002.
And did you look at GSM effects by oral or intravaginal estrogen? WHI data suggests worsening of GSM with oral estrogens.
We did not pick up any such. We did look at intrauterine versus oral progesterone, but we didn't find anything on. Was the question oral versus? Sorry, I missed the specific comparative.
Oral versus intravaginal estrogen.
No, we did not find any eligible studies for that comparison.
Great, thank you. I just want to express my impression of regarding the earlier talks that we had from our keynote speakers, and your evidence review findings presentation, that I see convergence here, right? And so I see this evidence review as a real opportunity for us to understand where the science is and is not. And the studies that have been included are indeed instructive and important to have been done. And I think it's also good that we look at the gaps as well. The study, there's another question as we wrap up our Q&A related to methods. And you did talk a bit about the number of small studies that are in the literature. The question is, what should be an ideal participant number and an ideal N in such studies to avoid imprecision bias or the conclusion of it?
Sorry, that question, it depends on the specific outcome that we're looking at. So each study, depending on the specific outcome, you would have to power it to look at a minimally important difference. So I don't know that I have an answer. I think you would have to, work with a statistician to come up with an answer that allows you to observe a difference in, that allows you to say something about a minimally important difference for a specific outcome. So if you're interested in sleep, that might be a different number than if you're interested in vasomotor symptoms.
Okay, and then we have another question about elinzanetant, which is a dual neurokin receptor antagonist. Was it not studied because it was approved too late?
No, we looked at it. And I saw another study flash by saying that we might have missed a study. So if there was an analysis that fell in the right age group, but didn't specify that the women had moderate or severe symptoms, we would not have included it. And that is the case for elinzanetant, who's in the right age group. I believe they were not eligible. It ended up not being eligible for our purposes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, well, I will offer you, Dr. Viswanathan, another opportunity to offer any closing comments that you might like.
No, thank you for the opportunity to present.
And thank you to your team over at the Evidence-Based Practice Center. This was incredibly instructive.
So we will now continue with our agenda. We're going to pick up with key question 1A. And we actually have three presenters. They will be, this question is examining whether treatment effects vary by dose, delivery mode, formulation, or duration. And our first presentation in this section will be hormonal therapies for symptom management in perimenopause, presented by Dr. Susan Reed, followed by an evidence based on non-hormonal therapies for symptom management by Dr. Joanne Pinkerton. And we have a final presentation by Cynthia Stoenkel, Dr. Stoenkel, on an individualized approach to treating symptoms during the menopause transition. So I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Reed.
Off to the races here. I'm thrilled to be speaking about hormonal therapies for symptom management in perimenopause. And this is in the setting of the tremendous evidence review that we just had. I'm going to walk you through how we might pinpoint key areas to study because everything was gray there from our prior presentation. These are my disclosures. I have no conflicts of interest. And contrary to what you may have been led to believe by the previous discussions, there are no specific government-regulated therapies around the world that are approved for the indication of perimenopausal symptoms. Super important place to start here. And this means specifically in the US, there are no FDA-approved systemic hormone therapies for perimenopausal symptoms other than AUB, abnormal uterine bleeding. I will talk about FDA-approved systemic therapies for early postmenopause. Those have been better studied, and we have good randomized controlled trial data. I'm therefore going to talk about off-label systemic hormone therapies for the perimenopause. And then I'm just going to briefly touch on systemic testosterone, estrogen, progesterone, compounded hormone formulations, and hormonal pellets. I love this recent quote from Rebecca Thurston and colleagues. Few medications have captured the imagination, provoked such ire as menopause hormone therapy. So let's talk about the facts and highlight the knowledge gaps. So these are what I call the basic truths. Note, I will be talking about systemic hormone therapy, nothing about GSM or local vulvovaginal therapies. Systemic therapy affects the entire body. I'm going to start with the fact that compounded hormones and pellets have no guaranteed quality, purity, or consistent dosing. And therefore, when there's an FDA-approved therapy, we prefer those. Long-term safety, and this means when hormones are started in the perimenopause and then followed through the life course, we have no long-term safety data, period, for those that continue on those. It just does not exist. And that evidence that bioidentical hormones are safer than synthetic are very weak, as previously discussed. Estrogen alone, we do know that lower doses have fewer side effects and risks, and this actually comes from oral contraceptive data from the 1940s and the 1950s. We see this. Transdermal formulations lower cardiovascular risks, and this comes from what I will be calling level 2 evidence, case control or cohort data. And all estrogen types improve symptoms. Estrogen plus progestogen need to be balanced for those who have a uterus to prevent uterine cancer or precancer. We know that progestogens are tricky. There are incredible inter-individual variability in the effectiveness for particularly things like mood or sleep, and that side effects will vary considerably person to person for different types. Testosterone we know is beneficial for female sexual interest and arousal. There are no FDA-approved therapies. For other symptoms of perimenopause, we really have no data. And then I'm going to just close with WHI remains the largest, longest randomized controlled trial of menopausal hormone therapy for those 50 to 59, over 8,000 people in that group with vasomotor symptoms. And so this has led to important changes in our clinical practice. There are big gaps that remain. Scant data from RCTs for the perimenopausal symptom management. And we really rely on expert opinion in a few trials. I've got lots of references there, but very few studies. Previous speaker talked about perimenopausal management. If you look carefully again at her slides, there was only one study that had only perimenopausal people in it. And of those that were combined perimenopause and early postmenopause, most were non-hormonal therapy studies. I'm going to speak about perimenopause. I don't know if you can see my pointer here, but really these are nuanced, complex clusters of symptoms across a broad range of ages. For people with a uterus, previously described, this is how we define them. And those where we cannot assess menses, we need to do hormone serum concentrations to determine their stage. Slide depicts the various considerations. So I'm a clinician and a researcher, and this is what I think about when I'm prescribing in the office. Uterus absent, estrogen only, straightforward, easy. People with heavy or painful uterine bleeding or needing contraception, we need a strong progestogen, straightforward. This is where it gets trickier, symptom constellation, severity, and type. And I'm going to talk about cyclical symptoms and non-cyclical symptoms. And here it looks like this is not advancing, and somebody took my control away. There we go. Cyclical symptoms mean people that are having symptoms for 1 to 2 months, perhaps. Let me just go back there. Well, it's described here. Cyclical symptoms occurring for 1 to 2 months, and then they go away for a while. They're off and on, off and on. Well, what's happening there? These are much more common in the early perimenopause, and this figure on the right depicts 10 years before the final menstrual period, which is here on the far right. Blue is ovulatory cycles, people that are still making monthly eggs most of the time, and the yellow is anovulatory. And as you can appreciate here on the far right, we're seeing more consistent anovulatory cycles. We start to see PMS-like symptoms starting very early in the 40s. And what you'll appreciate here, the international diagnostic codes for PMS mimic what we see for perimenopausal symptoms. And you'll see a lot of the others that Dr. Santoro spoke about here. Well, what do we do about this? This is the approach based on expert opinion and analysis, what we know about the biology of these medications. The columns depict the considerations I spoke about in the previous slide, and you'll see cyclical symptoms here, which are particularly those seen in perimenopause versus non-cyclical, more commonly postmenopause. So in these top 3 rows, we see these medications that I used most commonly in my office. Continuous hormonal contraception, and you can see X's all the way across, fabulous, gold star. The next listed here, and this drospirenone, is one of our strongest progestogens for blocking ovulation. And with the addition of estradiol daily, all the way across, looking good. Well, levonorgestrel IUD plus estradiol also works really well for these 2 things, but sometimes not so well if we're needing to block ovulation. And as you can appreciate from these next 2 rows, these are progestogen-only hormonal contraceptives. First year after placement, the IUD blocks 55% of ovulations, and by the 4th year, we're only down to 25%. So symptom management is less not as good as we get an older IUD. I leave the etonorgestrel implant here because it does block ovulation nicely, but we don't have data to tell us about addition of an estrogen and cancer prevention of the uterus for this, this formulation. Lastly, bottom row, what do we see for our most commonly prescribed combination of hormones for postmenopause? Not looking so good there for the perimenopause. We do know, so I'm going to skip to the postmenopausal hormone therapy efficacy, and there is good, and I'm going to call level 1 evidence. This is when we have large randomized controlled trials, looking great. It works, and we saw that from our previous discussions. Well, what about estrogen alone? Does this matter? Absolutely it does, and it differs by reproductive stage, formulations, delivery modes, and safe doses are going to be different. And I'm going to talk about FDA-approved formulations, not compounded. Let's start with postmenopause. Straightforward. I call this MHT, menopausal hormone therapy replacement, not HRT, because we are not replacing to serum concentrations. And the doses here of estrogen around 1/2 of that we do use for replacement here in our premature ovarian insufficiency group, people less than 40, surgical menopause, etc. Well, at perimenopause, as I already mentioned, to block cyclical symptoms, these are going to be higher dosed formulations, and we give them continuously. These are hormonal equivalencies when we're going from one type to another, and those are the doses that are used that are safe that we can safely oppose with progestogens. Well, what about progestogens? Super important here. We need to balance the dose, as I said, and we have incredible variability in effect and tolerability. Safety. This gets trickier, and this is one of our, I think, biggest gaps, that we need to better understand the safety when we add in a progesterone for management of symptoms for those with a uterus. Micronized progesterone may be preferred, but that's really expert opinion, and that is what I call a level 3 evidence. Cohort data is not consistent there, which would be a level 2 evidence. Cyclical progestogen may decrease breast cancer risk, and this is level 2 evidence. The levonorgestrel IUD has been shown to increase risk for breast cancer. It's a very, very low risk, as many of these risks are, but important to not think that everything's fine just because you're using an IUD. And then lastly, we heard about the beta-doxaphene, which is a selective estrogen receptor modulator. When used for hormonal therapy, we do not need to use a progesterone. And I should say a progestogen. You're going to see the term progesterone used here because it's a lay term in my slides. And these are progestogen strengths for the endometrium. And what do you see? The strongest is the levonorgestrel and the IUD, but look here on the bottom, micronized progesterone, and we have seen increased risk, as the previous speaker spoke about, harms with micronized progesterone because of not adequate dosing for the uterus. We know that risks are age, dose, route, duration, and time dependent. So let's talk more about that. Have to mention the black box warning, and as we've heard, 2003, all MHT was unsafe across the board. And here we are in February 2026, and everything's safe. People have got to feel like their heads are spinning. We're going back and forth, and look at this desert of 23 years. Where was the FDA as we got more evidence? Nothing happening there. Our workshop will help examine the evidence, provide evidence for best choices and effective menopausal symptom management. I have concerns about the report of the FDA. Some of their references were greatly lacking when they cited safety. Well, not everyone is a candidate for hormone therapy. For combined hormonal contraceptives, these are the contraindications, and for menopausal hormone therapy, greatly aligned here. You'll see the blank here for migraine with aura. We know because of the doses, and some of this was WHI data, suggesting we are not seeing stroke for people with migraines, which is super important. I love this figure. Leslie Cho and colleagues from the American College of Cardiology put this together, and it's a very nice diagram that shows us those that are low risk for hormone therapy, intermediate risk, and then those with contraindications. I'm supposed to speak only to harm, so I have to bring up breast cancer, and I would argue that WHI gives us an important hint on areas we need to do further study. This is all ages, but the relative risks stratified by age did not vary for breast cancer. Super important. And the relative risks did not vary by background risk, those with high risk for breast cancer versus low risk. So what we see here, let me walk you through this figure. Note this was conjugated equine estrogen and medroxyprogesterone acetate formulation, but we see hints that the breast cancer is a risk for almost, as best we can tell, all estrogen plus progestogen formulations if you look carefully at case control and cohort data. Gray bars here, so this is years since randomization. Gray box is years on the intervention. And what I want you to focus on here, and this is an important part of my talk that has not really been mentioned. If people stop their hormones here, what happens afterwards for risk of breast cancer? And the blue box is the first follow-up phase, the orange box, next follow-up phase. Statistically elevated continued risk of new breast cancers here out to 17 years, not so statistically significant here, up to 24 years. But look, it's still elevated, which I think is a super important area that we need to continue to explore. It's like a cancer gene gets turned on. Whereas you would see with cardiovascular disease, and so saying for the short duration of trials, the evidence of these trials that was shown earlier, the risk for events is usually in the first couple of years of use. So continued use, we really don't know what the risk is beyond these, 5-6 years of use. Let's sum it up here. I'm going to just concentrate on things I haven't mentioned already. I'll let you read. But up to 2 decades of follow-up concern for breast cancer there. Estrogen plus progestogen, leg clot, gallbladder risk is increased usually in the first 2 years of use. And I want to bring up urinary symptoms. We see increased risk if we look at secondary analyses of randomized controlled trials for urinary incontinence. What's going on there? Big gap. Need to understand this better. And urinary incontinence, very disabling, poor quality of life for some individuals. And then again, safety for prolonged use, not proven with level 1 evidence. Harms with perimenopausal hormonal contraceptive, though we don't have good level 1 evidence, this mirrors almost exactly what we see with our postmenopausal hormone therapy data. Testosterone, very briefly, no FDA-approved formulations for females. We use 1/10 the dose as males. We do not advise pellets, injections, oral compounded formulations, and you need to follow serum testosterone levels. And this is the data for improved sexual function in the peri and postmenopause. What about comparative effectiveness? Well, I would argue start looking at the dates on these studies that I've pulled up. These were not included in the analysis spoken about previously. Level 2 evidence, it seems transdermal and oral just as effective for hot flashes as sleep. For conjugated equine estrogen, higher dose alleviated hot flashes better than lower doses, as we saw with estradiol in this very old study. We see here that medroxyprogesterone acetate may also add to the benefit, whereas we did not see a difference in doses of CEE here. So these are hints for the future. Where are gaps? Let's just sum up. Estrogen and estrogen plus progestogen for perimenopausal symptom management. What are the best regimens? So there are a lot of gray boxes there that we saw from our previous speakers. What about musculoskeletal pain? Headaches, people have big concerns about. What are the best ways to manage that? What about various symptom clusters and constellations? And where should we be changing our management based on the stage of the perimenopause? Testosterone, what's the best dose and delivery method? And is it better for some of these other complaints in the perimenopause? I already mentioned urinary incontinence, really important. Well, what is going to be the safest hormonal combination that provides contraception and inhibits ovulation? Big area of study here. Estrogen, there's a newer estrogen on the block, estetrol. I bring these areas up. These are our older formulations, but are these going to be better as far as safety? Unknown. Micronized progesterone, is it better than our synthetics as far as safety? And what about the beta-doxyphene when we don't need to use another progestogen? And then again, duration of use. So not just the WHI, 5 to 6 years of use, but lifetime use. What do we know? These are my key recommendations. I want to see clinical studies to address optimal symptom management with hormone therapy in perimenopausal women, accounting for symptom constellation, age, menopause stage, type of menopause, comorbidities. And here I mentioned things like people that have had endometriosis, people with fibroids, adenomyosis, just for example. And consider these comparisons, which I find most interesting. We need to conduct clinical studies to address safety. And because of the cost of randomized controlled trials, we may be looking at cohort data with these newer formulations, but using some of our newer techniques to help us account for bias in our findings. There are also some newer analytic techniques that can be incredibly helpful. That's it. Thanks so much. I'm going to hand over to the next speaker.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Reed. Welcome, Dr. Pinkerton.
All right. Give me 1 second here. Okay, I want to thank you for inviting me to speak. I'm going to talk about non-hormonal therapies for symptom management, looking at the evidence base. I'm Dr. Joanne Pinkerton. I'm a professor of obstetrics and gynecology at the University of Virginia. In terms of my disclosures, I may mention medications for both US FDA approved and non-FDA approved indications, i.e. repurposed medications. I have past grant support of PI and national lead for the OASIS 2 trials on elinzanetant with fees to UVA. I've been a consultant to Bayer and to Pfizer and an independent consultant to Merck, UpToDate, and Medscape. So what are we actually going to talk about today? So we've heard a lot about menopause and hot flushes and night sweats, but I wanted to take a moment and just think about the impact of vasomotor symptoms on menopausal women. So if we think about healthcare utilizations, outpatient visits, the direct and indirect care cost, the brain fog that people talk about, the decreased concentration, memory issues, reduced health-related quality of life, less energy, mood disturbances, even less libido, work impairment, increased work absenteeism, reduced work productivity may affect your ability to enjoy yourself at home or at leisure. And then sleep disturbance, which we have heard about, is associated with these increased risk of coronary and heart disease. So I think it's important that we really pay attention to the impact of vasomotor symptoms. Now, before we had the newer therapies, the neurokinin antagonist, we had low-dose antidepressants, gabapentin, and recently oxybutynin. I just wanted to run through those. So gabapentin, although FDA approved for diabetic neuropathy and pain, we found that if you dose it at night, 300 to 600 milligrams, it really helps night sweats. Side effects are dizziness and fatigue, but it may also help migraine or sleep disorders. And then we have the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, the SSRIs, and one of them was FDA approved back in 2013, paroxetine mesylate, 7.5 milligrams per day. Insurances often ask us to use paroxetine at 10 to 20 milligrams per day, which has been tested, but not approved. And then we also look at escitalopram at 10 to 20 milligrams per day. Those are the primary ones that at least I use in my practice. And we do have to think about with the SSRIs, the CYP2D6 inhibition to avoid tamoxifen users. And even though these are really low doses used for hot flushes, they may improve mood. Then we have the serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitors, the SNRIs, venlafaxine, desvenlafaxine, both tested in randomized controlled trials, both work at lower doses than what we need for depression and much quicker, often within 2 weeks. Side effects, nausea and dizziness. And for both of these, you need to sort of taper on and taper off when you're starting and stopping, maybe safer in tamoxifen users. And then the more recent one, oxybutynin, which is an anticholinergic, antimuscarinic, FDA approved for overactive bladder, but it turns out that it helps hot flushes and night sweats at the same types of doses, same side effects, dry mouth, urinary difficulties. And we have some concerns because it does cross the blood-brain barrier, but it may also treat overactive bladder, and the lower dose, you're going to have fewer side effects. I wanted to just show the data on low-dose paroxetine because this was the first FDA-approved medication. And on the left is the frequency, and on the right is the severity. Placebo is the top blue, paroxetine is the lower dark blue. And you can see that starting very rapidly within 1 to 2 weeks and statistically significant by 4 weeks and 12 weeks, paroxetine at this very low dose differentiated itself from placebo. When we looked at severity, we also saw more of a benefit with paroxetine. By 12 weeks, it wasn't statistically significant. Luckily for us, the FDA approved it. It has been hard to get because it's been branded, but it's now available as a generic. And the AEs were mild, more than the placebo group, but still mild nausea, 3.8 to 1.4%, fatigue, and dizziness. And I will say no increase in weight or loss of libido during this trial, unlike most of the other SSRIs and SNRIs. So I was not an MS Flash investigator. Catherine Guthrie, Andrea Lacrosse, and Susan Reed, who's just spoken, were part of the PIs for this Menopause Strategies Finding Lasting Answers for Symptoms and Health Trials, funded by the NIH, primarily by the NIA, but by a group. And the purpose was to look and find ways to alleviate these common symptoms by doing multiple concurrent clinical intervention studies and looking at different populations and intervention strategies. And I want to thank Dr. Reed for sharing the slides. This one is venlafaxine, so an SNRI, at a low dose being compared to 0.5 of estradiol oral, which is also a low dose of oral estrogen. And what you see is that compared to placebo, they did have an improvement, and both of them worked. Oral estrogen worked a little bit better than venlafaxine. You'll see that in the next slide, decreasing hot flushes overall in the 1.5 to 2 hot flushes per day and better than placebo. So that was a surprise to some of us who thought that estrogen would always win when tested against a non-hormonal. And then they also looked at the different antidepressant medicines, SSRI versus SNRI. So escitalopram at 10 to 20 milligrams reduced hot flushes about 1.4 day versus placebo. Then venlafaxine at 75, 1.8, and oral estrogen at 0.5 milligrams came in at reducing at 2.3 hot flushes per day. So definitely a benefit and effect, but also showing that even the low dose of estrogen was better at vasomotor symptoms. They also looked at non-medications, which I thought was really important. They looked at exercise, yoga, and omega-3 and found no improvement. If you look at the mean, there's really no significant difference in those. And so that was important because we don't know. I mean, everybody's saying, well, I feel better when I do my yoga. You know, were they really working? So these were great that they did the randomized clinical trials. And then, oops, I went one too many. They made a slide of everything. And what you can see at the top, and this is over 12 weeks, are the 3 things that didn't work, right? They didn't reduce hot flushes, and that was exercise, omega, and yoga. And then if you look at the medications, you can see that they all had a benefit, but oral estrogen is in the gray, and a slow, you got your improvement at 8 weeks because it's a low dose, and that's really important. And if they had included women with more intense hot flushes than they did in their trials, they would see the same thing, that it takes longer to get control of those hot flushes if they're more frequent, more severe, or if you have lower doses. And then you can see that venlafaxine in the orange and the escitalopram both worked, but not quite as well as estrogen. And they looked at cognitive behavioral therapy and really showed that it improved sleep, primarily mood, and the bother of the hot flushes didn't really have such an effect on frequency and severity. Did work better for natural hot flushes than for treatment-induced ones. And it's some about how thoughts and emotions affect the symptom, learning the triggers, looking at your negative thoughts, doing some training and relaxation and paced breathing. So there are books about CBT, and it's certainly something that we talk about with women when they don't want to do medications. And then this one, which is the stellate ganglion block, does work. It's a little bit of a scary procedure. So you're going to relieve the sympathetic mediated pain and improve vasomotor dysfunction because you're going to block the sympathetic ganglia with an injected anesthetic agent. and it reduces moderate to severe hot flushes, both those that women perceive and those that they could physiologically document. And it worked with and without women who did and didn't have breast cancer. One of the trials, which was a randomized clinical trial, was 40 postmenopausal women followed for 12 weeks. 35 completed it, 10% had adverse events. Effect lasted about 6 months, so obviously we need longer trials. Rapid onset, but you get the ptosis, the pupil constriction, lack of sweating, congestion, hoarseness, typical symptoms, and it requires a skilled operator. And then there are potential severe adverse events because of the anatomy. So it's arteries, vein, thyroid nerve, or trachea. But it has been shown to work in these shorter term trials. Hypnosis has been interesting because it does reduce vasomotor symptoms frequency and severity, can also reduce anxiety and improve sleep. And there was a recent scoping review of 23 studies of hypnosis versus CBT, but only hypnosis really reduced the frequency and severity of the hot flushes. And this is, working through deep relaxation, post-hypnotic suggestions. You do need a skilled hypnotist. We don't find very many of those on the East Coast. You may be able to more likely find them in other places, but essentially it's suggestions of cooling individual mental imagery, and it does work, and studies have shown it. And then self-management techniques, there's really no strong evidence that cooling techniques or avoiding triggers works, although we tell people to do it all the time. For exercise naive women in MS flash, there was no improvement. There are some suggestive studies that doing a training program or taking people who aren't exercising and gradually building them up may help with hot flushes. And weight loss of 10 pounds or 10% of body weight was recently shown to improve hot flushes. And then the ones that don't work, and my arrows should be above yoga, is yoga, cooling techniques, dietary or trigger avoidance. Insufficient or poor evidence to show that those work. So that leads us to these new FDA-approved non-hormone therapy for vasomotor symptoms. And Dr. Reed just said there was a 6-month trial, and that's as far as it goes. So she can comment on that later. So I'm going to talk about the FDA-approved non-hormone treatments. The first one that came through was a neurokinin 3. And what happens is that the neurokinin 3 receptor antagonism is blocking neurokinin B, which moderates the neuronal activity. So when you have a decline in estrogen, you develop hyperactivity and hypertrophic neurons, these candy neurons, K and DY, which are estrogen sensitive, kisspeptin, neurokinin B, dynorphin. They're in the hypothalamus. And so estrogen levels decline, these become active, they increase hot flushes. And when you can block them, we have got good evidence from the fezolinetant trials and earlier trials that they decrease vasomotor frequency and severity. And then the second one that has made it through phase 3 testing and been approved by the FDA is one that is a dual receptor antagonist, and it works on NK3 and NK1. So again, low estrogen, your hypertrophic, hyperactive candy neurons in the hypothalamus. And then when you block them, you're going to block the neurokinin 3, which definitely improves the hot flushes, but you're also blocking NK1. And that one does seem to affect neurokinin B and substance P, which may play a role in primary insomnia and also in mood. So there are two different ways that they're working. And then just to put them side by side so that you can understand them, fezolinetant, first one through, FDA approved in May of 2023. It's an NK3 solo antagonist, blocking that NKB receptor on the candy neurons. You take it at bedtime. They're rare liver toxicity cases, and so now we're checking liver functions both at baseline, monthly, and then every 3 months. Elinzanetant, which is the dual neurokinin 1 and 3 antagonist, was FDA approved in October of 2025, and it blocks NKB and substance P as well as NK3, 120 milligrams at night. Didn't see liver toxicity, and they are recommending baseline and 3-month liver testing. So just to kind of understand where those are. I wanted to show you the data. So this is fezolinetant versus placebo. There were multiple trials, but this is one of the Skylight trials. It was a 12-week placebo-controlled trial plus a 40-week extension. So everybody crossed over if they were on placebo to fezolinetant or stayed on fezolinetant. They weren't sure of dosing, so they looked at 30, 45 against placebo. On the left is the frequency. On the right is severity. And what you can see, placebo is gray. You got your 30 to 40% placebo benefit, but look at that rapid decline in the hot flushes with fezolinetant. Within a week, both doses worked fairly well. Maybe fezolinetant 45 a little bit better, and they followed them all the way out to 52 weeks. When we looked at vasomotor severity, it's harder to get a benefit with placebo with severity. And then you started to see a little bit of dose mattering. And by the end of the 52 weeks, it was pretty clear that fezolinetant 45 milligrams was the better option to relieve the severe hot flushes. And that's the dose that went to market. If you look at elinzanetant, which is the dual NK1, NK3, we published the 26-week trials, similar, where we did 12 weeks of randomized controlled trials and then followed them for the remaining 14 weeks, all on elinzanetant. And then this is the Oasis 3 trial, which, similar to fezolinetant, was a 52-week trial. Women didn't have to have as many hot flushes. They had to be bothered by them, but instead of having 14 a day, they had more like 10 a day. And what you can see, placebo's in the gray. Again, we had a nice placebo response up to about 12 weeks, but it maintained itself through the study. And elinzanetant, rapid benefits similar to fezolinetant within a week. Actually, they started to see differences as soon as a day. And then by what's statistically significant at 4 weeks, 12 weeks, and then maintained itself out to the end of the trial. And the side effects of this, were mild somnolence and headaches and fatigue. And they did a driving test to make sure that the somnolence wasn't an issue the next day or safety of driving, and it wasn't. And what I didn't have data to show is that elinzanetant has now been published in Oasis 4 with data on women who had endocrine therapy associated hot flushes due to breast cancer. So they were either on tamoxifen or aromatase inhibitors. And it's a 1-year trial, same thing, rapid onset, maintained out to 52 weeks, same side effects. And they are now rolling over into year 2. And 91% of the participants who finished the trial wanted to continue. Fezolinetant is now been recruiting for their phase 3 trial in women with endocrine therapy vasomotor symptoms due to breast cancer. So we should have that data pretty quickly. So, and that's one of our key groups. It's breast cancer patients that really we want to avoid estrogen if they've had an estrogen sensitive breast cancer. So if I summarize, we started this with perimenopause, and I'm going to make a comment about that. But the data is limited about comparative treatment efficacy, long-term safety. We published 1-year data and benefits for both therapies. There's a lack of comparative trials of these effective non-hormonal therapies to each other and to hormone therapies. MS Flash did it for some of the FDA not approved for other indication therapies. So, if we look at hormones versus neurokinin targeted therapies, what about those with comorbidity? Nobody ever gets to get in the trial if you have uncontrolled hypertension or elevated liver tests or heart disease or stroke. And yet these are some of the women that are having severe vasomotor symptoms and cultural issues in both of the neurokinin targeted trials. They were primarily Caucasians with about 20% Black and fewer Hispanic or Asian women. And we know that from our work with hormone therapy and from the SWAN data that both Black and Hispanic women have a longer duration of hot flushes and more intense. And so we really need to know how these neurokinin targeted therapies are going to work in that population. We have a lack of data beyond a year. And then the focus of the trials is mostly on vasomotor symptoms, frequency and severity. But what about when you started with relationship to menopause or duration? So women in both of these trials were ages 40 to 65, but they had to be with confirmed menopause, either 6 months of amenorrhea with a menopausal FSH or hysterectomy, but they had to have confirmed menopause. I think both fezolinetant and elinzanetant are looking at their women who are close, who are in that transition, who are 6 months but inside of a year. I expect that that data is going to also show that it's effective in that perimenopausal group, but we don't actually know. We have zero data that's been published on that right now. And then what about the health risk of not treating vasomotor symptoms or sleep? And this applies to both estrogen and now these effective neurokinin targeted therapies. If we don't treat them, are we increasing the risk for heart disease, as Dr. Thurston has suggested, or increasing the risk of dementia, as Pauline Mackey has suggested? Or if we treat their hot flushes, is that going to make a difference in their long-term health? So what are the cardiovascular or cognitive benefits? And then we really don't have any real-world studies helping us to make evidence-based decisions. And, I know those will be some phase 4 studies done, but we need to do them for women who are under 40, that early surgical menopause, chemotherapy-induced menopause, or those women at 65 who are more than a year out. And what's happening in my menopause world right now is that, yes, perimenopause is a big issue, but it's like the Wild Wild West. And because the boxed warning has been removed, everyone thinks that they should have their chance on hormones, whether they are 60, 65, 70, 75. They want to know, what is the risk and benefits of hormone therapy for me, or a neurokinin targeted therapy if they're still having hot flushes. So I think it's a question that wasn't addressed because we're really looking at perimenopause and early menopause, but I wanted to make a note about its importance and what's happening in real world. And then funding opportunities. I think we need large scale, multi-center trials, longer duration than the 1-year RCTs. Comparative head-to-head trials. We really need to know, how do the doses of contemporary hormone therapy that we are using compare to neurokinin targeted therapy, short-term and long-term in terms of cardiovascular and cognitive issues, different ages. And we can start with some short-term markers, looking at metabolic, cardiac, and brain effects, because getting the long-term data is really hard. I really think we have to do a better job of getting sample diversity, Asian, Hispanic, and complex patients. If you have had heart disease, or if you've got elevated liver tests, you're not a candidate for these medications, but yet you're symptomatic. We don't know what to do with them. And then we need research networks for prospective investigation, including these different populations, longer durations. And I want to say one more. Estrogen has a benefit on the immune system in terms of helping develop antibodies. And also, like, for example, with MS, we know that estrogen is helping. What do those neurokinin targeted therapies do? Are they going to have any benefit, or are they only treating the hot flushes? So with that, I will conclude and turn this over to Dr. Cynthia Stunkel.
Thank you, Dr. Pinkerton. I'm Cynthia Stunkel. I'm a clinical professor of medicine at the University of California, San Diego. And I just wanted to start by thanking the organizers of this workshop for your vision, for your passion, for the incredible perseverance that was required to make this happen. And I just think the day so far has been quite exciting. And I'll also go ahead and thank my two colleagues in this session for setting the stage so well. I've been asked to talk about an individualized approach to treating symptoms during the menopause transition. And this is when the rubber really kind of hits the road, and it can be a very challenging time. There we go. My disclosure is that I did sit on a data and safety monitoring board for some time that ended 2 years ago. Sometimes people like to know for several years what happened. And I do receive honorarium for educational events. I will be talking about unlabeled use in the perimenopause. Almost everything is unlabeled use. And other than that, I won't be talking about any investigational agents per se. Well, I think I like to begin at the beginning. And when we're talking about an individualized approach to a patient, we need to know where she's at in this whole realm, what she's thinking. And one of the things that we recommended as our first clinical recommendation when we started a whole new endeavor to teach people about menopause was to recommend that clinicians initiate a discussion anticipating the menopause transition with all women aged 35 to 40 years or older. A lot of us have reminisced and said, remember when we'd get the talk? Remember when we gave our daughters the talk when we were approaching puberty? And I've read even op-ed pieces in the New York Times where women say, no one's giving me the talk. And they said, we'd like to hear it at 45. Well, you heard this morning that we think the average onset of perimenopause is 47, but I'm also hearing, as Dr. Pinkerton alluded to, that out in the real world that some clinicians are starting their 35-year-olds on estrogen therapy in an effort to get a leg up. So I think it'd be very straightforward to say to your patient, well, we've had a great annual well woman visit. A lot of people are asking me about perimenopause. Is that something that's important to you? Are you thinking about it? Are you having any symptoms related to it? And would it be helpful for you if we talked about that a little bit? Because I'm happy to make another appointment for us to really have adequate time to talk about your concerns, let you know the kind of things we can do, and make sure that your experience is going to be a positive one. Everyone lives to see the other side. So with that, there's no question, and you've been hearing from a number of the speakers this morning about a pretty dramatic expanse of symptoms that women can experience during this transition. I agree, and you've heard before that the Stages of Reproductive Aging workshop put the menstrual cycle as one of the key landposts, if you will, of where it begins, where it shifts gears to be more farther along, and then when it ends with the final menstrual period. And I'm going to be focusing my talk starting on menstrual issues. But we've just been learning this year that in the last couple of years that women in the late reproductive phase might complain about not feeling like myself. And this was on a legitimate survey looking at healthy women. And this wasn't just a few women who put this out there. This was 2/3 of the women said they felt this way half of the time. So I have to ask myself, what's going on with these women? What's happening that they don't feel like themselves? Because the other issues that the Stages of Reproductive Aging workshop really emphasized were the advent of vasomotor symptoms, usually in the late transition and the early postmenopausal years were the time when those were the most serious. But kind of coupled now with these symptoms, we appreciate what I like to call the web, the complex web of what's going on. And that includes the sleep disturbances, the altered mood. You've heard about the brain fog. And so these can conspire together to make the experience more challenging for women. Finally, as an endocrinologist, I am very interested in some of the metabolic disturbances that have been highlighted in the recent years. And I'm wondering if any of those might contribute at all to not feeling like myself. Some women are still struggling with fertility issues. Some women have sexual complaints. They kind of lost that love and feeling, or they may have frank symptoms of genitourinary syndrome of menopause. And then I don't even have anything on here about joints or fatigue or some of the other things we're learning. So lots to talk about, lots to listen for, and lots to try to target a path forward when we talk to patients. So the first thing I wanted to emphasize is that just don't be fooled that every woman who comes in at a certain age must be having perimenopause. And so I would really want to advise you for your younger patients, less than 40, which constitutes premature menopause, or less than 45, early menopause, if they come in and say, I think I might be going through this change thing because my cycles have been irregular, or I've even stopped having cycles, please take a step back and say, the first thing we have to do is evaluate causes of secondary amenorrhea. It's not onerous, it's not difficult, but it's really important because we don't want to miss someone whose home pregnancy test was negative, but in fact, when we look at a serum level, it's positive. Thyroid disorders are usually straightforward to address. Prolactin is a pituitary hormone that regulates and helps with milk production postpartum, But if it's elevated for any number of reasons, it can interfere with menstrual cycles. And follicle stimulating hormone is really the barometer that we keep that helps us know where we're at with ovarian function. And as ovarian function begins to fail, the follicle stimulating hormone goes up. And then there's a few other things that can also occur, but that usually have been identified at younger ages, so they're not a surprise. The second thing, once we've cleared that air, is to look very seriously so we don't miss any pathology when women are telling us about heavy, serious bleeding that's gone on for months. And many of you may have already seen this algorithm called the Palm coin that's advocated by ACOG and other groups. It just says, let's make sure we think about everything. So structural lesions, like it could be a polyp or a fibroid inside the uterus that contributes to bleeding, but it could also be a malignancy. And when we look at some of the other functional kind of issues, the woman may have a new disorder that's interfering with her blood coagulation. So she's bleeding heavier because she has something else going on. So we have to do our due diligence in this evaluation as well. We have tools at our disposal that enable us to image the uterus and the interior of the uterus with ultrasound or actual instrumentation to be able to take a look. And then finally, it might be possible for a biopsy. So again, due diligence so that when we're talking about the perimenopause, we're really sure we're talking about the perimenopause. Okay. So how about treatments for irregular bleeding? If the woman has been missing a lot of cycles and just has some distracting bleeding in between, you might, as a shared decision-making way, say, you're doing really pretty well. Do you think we might be okay just waiting this out? You're not anemic, you're not missing days of work because your bleeding is so heavy. And she might say, that's fine. And so I think some back and forth about planning in some of these instances can be helpful. There are medications that can help with cycle control, deliver contraception at the same time, sometimes even some symptom relief. There are non-hormonal medications that can reduce blood flow, but most of the magic is going to come from hormonal-based therapies, either combined hormonal contraceptives or now the levonorgestrel IUD that's become very popular. And I think these can offer women a lot of relief. The question about contraception during perimenopause does come up, and people go, what do you mean? My friends can't get pregnant. It's harder to get pregnant at this age. It seems like that's the challenge. But studies like the SWAN study have told us that when we look at cycles over that last year before menopause, fully 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 of those cycles are going to show evidence that that woman has ovulated. If she's ovulating, then she's fertile and she needs to be using some sort of contraception. And just to dispel any possible confusion or myth, if she's using a low-dose hormone therapy for some vasomotor symptoms or makes her just feel better, it does not provide contraception. And when we're talking about combined hormonal contraceptives, which really can be one of the very best options to kind of shut down erratic hormone secretion and just get things in a more orderly way, we need to be careful because we're dealing with older women who might have other health concerns that would maybe shift the advisability of which of those hormone contraceptives we might be thinking about. So maybe lower doses, maybe preparations that include estradiol or estetrol instead of ethinyl estradiol might be helpful. And again, the levonorgestrel IUD, which has become popular as a contraceptive, as a means to thin the lining of the uterus and reduce blood flow. And though it's off-label, protect the lining of the uterus when someone starts having symptoms and there's a need to add on estrogen therapy. The final adage about contraception is that this is something that we need to keep on board until she's been without a menstrual cycle for a year. So let's talk about vasomotor symptoms. We've been hearing a lot about that so far today. Very common. Almost everyone has some vasomotor symptoms. It lasts longer than we ever imagined. I've been doing this for a very long time. And we have learned from these longitudinal studies that women who start having vasomotor symptoms a decade or so, and this is probably about 25 to maybe 40% of women may have a very long menopause transition. And so that can be a challenge. We've learned that race and ethnicity makes a difference, that Black women can start earlier, have more severe symptoms and a longer transition than Asian women who kind of have a much lighter prevalence and a shorter duration of symptoms. And again, you're going to hear this over and over again, the tangle of the vasomotor symptoms with sleep disruption and mood changes can really wreak some havoc. So when we're talking to the individual, I think it's really important to just get a feel and take the time. What are her primary symptoms? How long have they been going on? And how bothered is she? Some women really just say, I don't know why they're making such a big deal about this. And others say, I'm incapacitated. I can't function. So where does she fit on that spectrum? And then what does she want? There is so much information and sadly misinformation out there right now that women are using the internet and trying to learn as much as they can. And so even if you may not agree with what she wants to do in her path going forward, it's at least really important, I think, to know what her current understanding is, and then maybe look at a strategy to discuss that in an open-ended kind of way. I think the real onus on us is to say, will therapy be safe? And you've heard about the contraindications from Dr. Reed. I think we should sit down at midlife with women and go through the effort with the risk calculators and come up with a number for their cardiovascular and breast cancer risks. These are the things that we worry about when we talk about hormone therapy, and I think it really helps to have a number and a baseline risk so we can really take that into consideration. So shared decision making is really the only way we can go. We've been hearing about the lack of clinical trial evidence for efficacy and safety of women during this menopause transition. A lot of what we're recommending is extrapolating from what we've learned that you've heard described very eloquently from Dr. Reed and Dr. Pinkerton about hormonal and non-hormonal options. But the other thing I would say about a therapy is if you try something that you know has been effective in those situations in placebo-controlled trials, you've shifted the doses, maybe you've shifted how it's taken, maybe you even changed to another evidence-based therapy and it's not working, then I think, again, like with the bleeding, we have to step back. Is there something I'm missing that is giving her these episodic symptoms? Could she have thyroid dysfunction? We know that things like infection and malignancy can have night sweats. Could she have some of the unusual, rare endocrine syndromes, but that can have spell-like symptoms, or might she even just have sleep apnea? So again, keeping your mind open to the possibilities of what else might be going on with this patient during this transition. So when we talk about estrogen therapy, and we have touched on that a bit, I think, again, there is this consensus agreement right now that transdermal therapy has advantages over oral therapies because it bypasses the first pass metabolism by the liver that can produce and secrete a lot of different factors that can contribute to things like hypertension or clotting parameters. And when we look at the conditions that women might present with that are preferable to use transdermal therapy, you can recognize so many of these as cardiovascular risk factors. And yet all these things together with metabolic syndrome, this is who we're dealing with. Young women are coming in with a lot more morbidities than they used to at this time of life. And you also heard about the benefits of FDA-approved therapies, approved bioidenticals. The National Academy of Medicine's looked at this and came very strongly down on the side of using FDA-approved therapies. Consistency in manufacturing, consistency in dosing, and consistency in safety information. So lots of choices. Really try to emphasize that with your patients. So what evidence do we have so far for my strong feelings about transdermal, about some of these other things, and not so strong? We have observational studies in postmenopausal women that suggested from a cardiovascular perspective, and I think all of us are interested in avoiding some of these kind of outcomes. Systemic therapy might be safer by choosing lower doses. And of those lower doses, this has been, even in the Nurses' Health Study told us some of this, oral estradiol versus conjugated equine estrogens. The WHI observational study has helped us with this, and transdermal versus oral therapies. Our European colleagues have been using these preparations a lot longer than we have, and they have some very compelling observational data. We all know that that's a level down. When we look at progestins and want to look at things like cardiovascular disease and breast cancer events, it does appear in these observational studies that there may be fewer events with micronized progesterone than medroxyprogesterone acetate. Again, these are not head-to-head clinical trials, and so we have limits in the data available in our decision making. Well, let's just turn really quickly to some of the other remaining symptoms that are pretty common. Sleep disturbance occurs in almost half of women, and it's not so much that women can't fall asleep, but it's that they are waking up at night after they've fallen asleep and can't get back to sleep. And I love these pictures with the clock at 2:30 or 3 o'clock. We know that this is exacerbated by hot flashes at night and by mood disorders. And we all know that sleep disorders can change our personalities, change our ability to do our work, and as you've heard mentioned already this morning, have become identified as a very important risk factor for heart disease. So the MS Flash clinical trials showed us that sleep could really be improved with cognitive behavioral therapy, yoga, exercise, some prescription therapies, or estradiol. Again, particularly estradiol. Here's the song remains the same. If she's having nighttime hot flashes that are waking her up, and you heard from Dr. Pinkerton that sleep can also be improved by some of the new neurokinin receptor antagonists. What about mood disorders? I think this frightens women the most. And they're really, I found this a very strong statement, no compelling evidence for a universal increased risk of depressive symptoms, major depressive episodes, other terrifying events during the menopause transition. But there is a vulnerable group. And the vulnerable subgroups, again, lots of vasomotor symptoms, long duration of the transition, women with early or surgical, so very abrupt entry into menopause. And then the key point here is a prior major depressive episode. So real important to look for in your history. Evidence-based treatments for depression are antidepressants and psychotherapy. It's been shown that cognitive behavior therapy and stress reduction techniques can be effective for depressive symptoms, not full-blown depression. And hormone therapy, again, might improve concurrent depressive symptoms with hot flashes, but the evidence does not support using hormones to prevent either depressive symptoms or depression. Okay, so what about cognitive complaints, the brain fog that women suffer with, complain about, and are frankly terrified by? It is true that there are small declines in memory performance within normal limits on test of cognition as women enter perimenopause, but these difficulties in cognition are due to the confluence of all these other things we've been talking about. If she really feels that she cannot function, then I think it's reasonable to refer her for evaluation for cognitive decline, but that's going to be way more the exception than the rule. The treatment for brain fog, reassure women that this is so common, rarely reflects dementia risk, and improves as she moves through this transition. We don't have large trials to help us know the effects of hormone therapy or combined contraceptives. Hormone therapy might help things, again, if she's having hot flashes and if she's not sleeping well, but it's not recommended to alleviate these if they are standalone brain fog or to avert late onset dementia. I was happy to hear people talk about lifestyle measures and Life's Essential 8, because we've learned that what's good for our heart is good for our brain. And so emphasizing this to women, it's a perfect time for them to take stock. I'm quickly just in these last two slides. My point is that we can often get more than one thing for our buck when we choose a therapy. These are FDA-approved agents for vasomotor relief. Estrogen can do a lot more kinds of things. Paroxetine helps with depression and sleep. The new neurokinins, also I have already mentioned, help with sleep. When we look at antidepressants for vasomotor symptoms, not approved, but shown in placebo-controlled trials to be effective, helps with sleep, helps with mood. Gabapentin also helps with sleep. Oxybutynin helps with an overactive bladder. So that's a new twist. So how to follow up women when they've gone through this? Most guidance suggests that we review at least at 3 months after we start a therapy how she's doing. Sometimes we need, and it's important to tell her, you know, we might have some trial and error. We might not get it right the first time, so we set expectations. But we can usually, you know, come up with something that's working for her. With hormone therapy, it's important to follow the bleeding history. It's important to make sure that she follows annual breast cancer screening starting at age 40. It's important for us to be aware that as she marches through the transition, we feel good about getting her on a good path, and then her symptoms can change. It's not you, it's the process. But again, setting expectations realistically. And also, you've heard before that we need to keep an eye on what else is going on with her. Midlife is a time for emergence of things like hypertension, diabetes, etc. And if that happens, those might change our choices. So I'm going to just, when it comes to the gaps and the research priorities, I agree with what my colleagues have said. We are kind of starting at ground zero and a point with so many variables in even an individual woman, much less different women. I'm really hoping that we could kind of speed things up a bit if there were a way to use some real world data, at least to give us some sense of what else is going on with women, maybe pick up some safety issues. I worry about safety of giving women who are 35 estrogen and what's going to happen over time to their endometrium, et cetera. I think we need to know about some of the other symptom treatments we can use and what are long-term safety issues for that. What effect are we having? And you've heard this from some of the other speakers. Will any of these measures that we do affect long-term health? We know we're making them feel better now, but what about long-term health? And then finally, again, some observational studies just trying to take into control all these various variables. And with that, I thank you for your attention, and I will look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much to our speakers, Drs. Reed, Dr. Pinkerton, Dr. Stunkel. Those were brilliantly presented. And I have to say the post-lunch break energy was just perfect. So much appreciated. I am going to turn to our panel first for questions. We'll start with Dr. Shelley and then with Dr. Ganguly before we jump into audience questions, of which we have quite a few.
I'm happy to jump in. Thank you so much for those presentations. I would love to hear more about genitourinary symptoms of menopause and the role of vaginal estrogen in treating these, which in my clinical experience has been very appealing given the safety profile and the clinical efficacy. And specifically, what do we know through evidence or through sort of biological mechanisms about the relative use of the different formulations? So for example, the cream, the pill, the ring, and also about the concurrent use of vaginal estrogen with systemic estrogen, which is anecdotally used in practices.
Should we take turns? I will say that as we have been dialing down the doses, you know, for a while it was lowest dose, shortest time, but we found that I think we could use lower doses and women still got often adequate relief from their vasomotor symptoms, but it wasn't adequate enough to help with their vaginal symptoms, so that they do sometimes need to use concurrently systemic therapy and vaginal estrogens. I don't know, Dr. Pinkerton or Reed, if you...
Yeah, I would like to comment.
it.
So, you know, I was one of the people who's been fighting to get that boxed warning removed for many years because it doesn't cause, local vaginal estrogen doesn't cause breast cancer, heart disease, stroke, blood clots, probable dementia. And even in women who have used breast cancer, we now know that for most women, it's going to be safe. The women we worry about the most about are the aromatase inhibitors because it's dropping the estrogen levels so low that particularly particularly if they're more advanced. We just don't want to do anything that might increase their risk. But when you think about all the different types, there's a good meta-analysis that shows that they all work. So whether it's a cream, a tablet, a ring, the intravaginal DHEA, or the suppositories, they all work. We sometimes finesse them a little bit. So people who don't like doing things a couple times a week might be more likely to use the vaginal local ring, because there's both a systemic and a vaginal ring. For people who want that vaginal tissues coated better, we'll use vaginal estrogen. If they don't like the messiness of the vaginal creams, we'll use the tablets. The suppositories are really nice. It's just that it's a branded product, so a little bit harder to get. And I wanted to really make the point that as women age, the reason that it's called GSM is that we worry about not just the vagina and whether or not you're having painful sex, but whether or not, as you decrease the elasticity and the thinning of the bladder and the vagina, you have an increased risk of bladder infections, vaginal infections, and actually an increased risk of developing sepsis if you get a urinary tract infection. So I have taken care of many women all the way through menopause and beyond, and we use a lot of topical estrogen just for that reason, to take the urethra, tuck it back down, decrease the risk of getting a bladder infection. And urologists have been they've jumped on that bandwagon really bad to prevent the sepsis.
It's a
All
whole
right,
session.
your turn, Susan.
Full session tomorrow on this, so I don't think we should.
Yes.
do this.
Dr.
Okay.
Schifrin is doing a session
Thank you.
tomorrow at 11
In
o'clock.
detail tomorrow. Stay tuned.
Good question.
All right. Let me just offer the opportunity to Dr. Shelley, who can see the time if she'd like. All right, we'll go right into audience questions then, and there are many. I'm going to start with maybe one for you, Dr. Stunkel. There are a number of them in here about symptoms that women have. And this one is that symptoms in women become more pronounced or begin to appear in their early 30s, based on some of the commentary that you provided. What's known about symptom overlap between premenstrual and menopausal symptoms?
Well, the premenstrual overlap is an important one because it can be, to some extent, a predictor to us that this woman is very sensitive with fluctuations in her hormone levels. It can be a sense that she might be very sensitive to progesterone, and that might alter how we want to approach her therapies. And it might also be a clue that she might be one of the women who really does better kind of turning things off with oral contraceptives, for example, in a way to eliminate all the waxing and waning of hormones that could set that up for her. The comment I made about not feeling like myself is provocative. Not feeling like myself in the women in the late reproductive phase isn't necessarily the same as women who are starting to have hot flashes and vaginal dryness and noticing major changes in their cycles. A lot of these women aren't having cyclical changes yet. So that's why I think there's probably things we can learn. We're learning more about some of the brain physiology that Dr. Pinkerton explained. Are there any, it's always been debated, is ovarian aging strictly an ovarian thing, or might there be things going on in higher centers too? And so my other hope though is that we just haven't scared these young women to death, and that they're like, oh my God, I'm feeling something. It must be an early perimenopausal symptom. And just trying to keep, I'm happy that they're thinking, I'm happy that they want to learn, but to enable us to temper that. Otherwise, we're going to have lots of troubles with things that these young women might be taking, and take some years down the line before we see some of the sequelae of those added hormones or whatever else they're trying.
Yeah, and someone wrote, imagine the fear of having postponed your first pregnancy into your 30s and hearing this conversation about menopause is looming, so that's another thing that's coming up. Another question, and this is also for Dr. Stunkel, but maybe others can chime in. It's about PCOS and DES exposure, or familial DES exposure, and what that might look like in terms of effects in perimenopausal women.
I'll talk about PCO. I'll let one of you two talk about the DES. PCO is interesting because those women have a lot of follicles, a lot of eggs in their ovaries. And so their actual menopause might be a little bit later because it takes them longer to run out. And it might be a little bit later. And sometimes those women have ovaries that have really been sort of jazzed up to increase the amount of androgens or the, we all have male and female hormones in our bodies, but it steps up a little bit some of the androgen production in those women. And so that can be something that can contribute to some of their added risk for diabetes or other issues. I don't know that their symptoms are necessarily going to be any different than other women. Maybe Dr. Pinkerton or Dr. Reed, you've had experience that their symptoms are different. But I think the good news might be a little bit later for them.
I do think that we need to highlight some of the risks for these individuals with metabolic syndrome, higher blood pressure, that we need to think carefully about our therapeutic regimens because they are going to be certainly at higher risk. The variability in symptoms, I don't think has been well studied, but certainly person to person, I think your statement that people that tend to have PMS were likely to have perimenopausal symptoms, I think is fair. And I'd love to see us do some bench to bedside research on PMS and how it relates to these other perimenopausal symptoms that we don't talk about as much. The physical findings of PMS, PMDD, and other symptoms. So uncharted territory.
I'll take
Dr. Reed, I'm sorry, Joanne, just let me finish
Yeah.
one thing. What Dr. Reed said about cardiovascular risk is very important, and polycystic ovary syndrome, according to their new guidelines and statements, are considered at increased cardiovascular risk kind of officially now. So I think that's an important reason to emphasize lifestyle and some of the other preventive strategies. I'm sorry, Dr. Pinkerton.
No, I was going to take the DES question. So, we, as gynecologists, we think a lot about DES and clear cell adenocarcinoma of the vagina and the cervix when you're young. Turns out that you do need to be followed, a little bit more closely all the way into your 40s and 50s. But then now there's also a slight increase in breast cancer that we're seeing. And then also what I didn't know was that there's an increased risk of earlier menopause or even POI. So there is some, effect that is more than just the cancer risk that we're learning. And then also they're now starting to follow the grandchildren of the DES exposed and so far have not seen the vaginal changes. But there is a registry. If people are DES and they're not in the registries, they should definitely get on there so that we can follow that.
Just briefly, there's no indication that menopausal hormone therapy doses would increase a risk for a clear cell carcinoma of the vagina. So
Correct.
we should not be withholding hormonal therapies for these individuals.
But they do need to make sure they're getting adequate breast
Got it.
imaging because of that slight increased risk of breast cancer, outside of whether they take a little bit of hormones or not.
All right, thank you. We are approaching the time for the break, but we're going to ask questions throughout it, and please feel free to take a break as needed. I would also like to say that our speakers will have an opportunity to answer questions in the Q&A after we wrap up. And so if your question doesn't get answered now, please know that there are opportunities for later. Dr. Reed, why don't I maybe share two questions that came through for you. One is regarding the options for candidates who are not eligible for hormone therapy. What might those be?
So that would be Joanne's question, right? Dr.
Yeah.
Pinker?
Yeah, I mean, so that's kind of, yeah, I mean, that's kind of, but Susan, you did the MS Flash studies, so you could comment on that.
You spoke to us. Go.
Okay, so just simply when women come in and you either have a contraindication to hormones or you choose not to take it, then we can look at either FDA-approved therapies. We now have 3, the low-dose paroxetine salt, and then 2 neurokinin therapies, fezolinetant and elinzanetant. But we also, with insurances, often have to do step therapy where we need to try some of the repurposed medications. And so those are the ones we talked about, gabapentin, the low-dose antidepressants, both SSRIs and SNRIs, and oxybutynin. But also, we did see, that for some women, exercise or weight loss might make a difference. But hypnosis did show a benefit for hot flushes, cognitive behavioral therapy for sleep. And then somebody did ask in the chat about acupuncture, and acupuncture hasn't been shown to be better than sham acupuncture, although if it were to work, it can last up to 6 months. So I think that's kind of the discussion, is to sort of see what they want to do. And then also sometimes you have to try different therapies to be able to get to the most effective ones, which are the neurokinin targeted therapies. And I did want to say that although we talked about hot flushes, the neurokinins also do help with some of the sleep issues, with fezolinetant, particularly if you're having hot flushes that are waking you up at night. And elinzanetant may have some benefit on both menopause-related quality of life as well as sleep because of its NK1 therapy. Somebody asked about bones, and there is no evidence that they help bone loss, unlike estrogen. It was only age-associated loss, and they're not going to help the vagina. They're not going to help the skin, and the side effects, which are headaches and maybe some joint aching and somnolence, maybe things that estrogen would help, and that might be worsened by being on the medicine.
Yeah,
Joanne,
thank you.
I'm sorry. Weren't some of the women in those trials of the neurokinin 3 receptor antagonists who were closer in time to menopause, they hadn't had a whole year or longer, weren't they required to be using contraception during that time?
Well, so we don't want people to get pregnant on these therapies. That is, a contraindication. So the question for perimenopausal women
Right.
who were not defined by, 6 months of amenorrhea and an abnormal FSH, which is everybody in the trial. So everybody in the trial met the definition of menopause. So I think we're going to need to do clinical trials with perimenopausal women because they've got the fluctuation and your vasomotor symptoms come and then they go. And is it worth taking a medication for those? I think it's going to be a fascinating field of study.
Thanks.
So 2 expansions for those new drugs, Dr. Pinkerton, that came through. One is related to urinary incontinence, and are there improvements in symptoms for urinary incontinence with the use of elinzanetant?
So I would say that for both of the neurokinin targeted therapies, no one has looked at incontinence. The expectation, which estrogen therapy systemic might make worse, but local therapy may help. We didn't see any reports. There were no adverse events of worsening of incontinence, but it wasn't something that was measured. And I can't think of a mechanism by which working on the neurons in your brain is going to help your incontinence, unless it's a brain trigger.
And then maybe a more global question about these new drugs is whether or not clinicians should be concerned about treating women with them long term, given that there are only a few years of safety data available.
I think that is always a big question. When I was a resident, it was don't use a new medicine because it hasn't been tested. I like these large multinational clinical trials where you have enough people that you've got good data for a year. And then from that point on, there's going to be real world studies, but I think that that's one of the things we need the NIH to step in. We really do need longer therapy and to be continued to think about liver issues. And we just don't know because the longest data that's published right now is a year.
Yeah, thank you. And then maybe Dr. Reed, last 2 questions. What role can endometriosis play when assessing perimenopausal symptoms and treatment?
Yeah, I just typed an answer in the chat, and that there are no good studies telling us whether people with endometriosis have different perimenopausal symptoms than someone else. So perhaps pain symptoms might be more triggered. Dr. Stunkel could also weigh in here. As far as hormonal therapy, there is no indication that you might get worsening symptoms by treating with the very low doses of postmenopausal hormones for people that have had endometriosis.
My
I want
understanding.
to jump in. Go ahead, Cynthia, you go first.
I was just going to say my understanding, and I know this has been like a ping pong through the decades of should these women, even though they often, let's say they have surgery and they have their uterus removed. So technically when women have their uterus removed, we're comfortable and ovaries, if they're having vasomotor symptoms or for other reasons, preventive strategies for the bone, we want to put them on estrogen alone. My understanding is that the latest idea is that in women with endometriosis who possibly might have some small nituses still of endometriosis within their pelvis, that we actually give them both hormones because these are endometrial tissue, and that by giving them estrogen and a progestin, that helps to minimize those tissues, at least for a year. I don't know, Dr. Pinkerton and Dr.
No, I
Reed.
think that's exactly. So there's no data. I think most of the doctors who are doing endometriosis will tell us that there's no data. Many of us will go ahead and give a year with some type of a progestin along with the estrogen. And as Dr. Reed said, keep the dose low. But I will say that Dr. Taylor up at Yale has done animal preclinical work with the combination of conjugated estrogen and the SERM basidoxifene. And he does think that might actually quiet endometriosis. And so I think that's an area where we really need research, because most of the research in endometriosis is about the pain and about do you do surgery or do you do medical therapy? And now we're like, but once you shut down those ovaries, now we've got to worry about all of those, the loss of estrogen in their bones and their heart and their brains and their vaginas. And, how do we do that safely? And I think that's a huge area of research.
Also, an approach for uterine fibroids and adenomyosis is to use the basidoxifene plus the CEE currently.
And that's partly because of the bleeding, right, Susan, that there's less bleeding with that.
Correct.
And less breast tenderness.
Perhaps less growth, or similar to the endometriosis story, less activation of those conditions. These are gaps. We need to get some really nice studies going.
All right, and one last question. I'll start with you, Dr. Reed, and Drs. Pinkerton and Stunkel, please feel free to chime in. This one is about the use of blood tests or symptoms to determine whether or not people are experiencing menopause. Are doses of estrogen and progesterone prescribed based on one, both? Is blood work useful at all?
Yeah, I think it's really important to think about someone's age. And as Dr. Stunkel pointed out, for a younger individual, anybody under 45 with amenorrhea and symptoms, I will always check a TSH and a prolactin straight up off the board. So those folks you want to check, and then do blood work to confirm menopause. As people become over age 45, menopause more common. And if there's nothing else suggesting a condition that might mimic menopause, symptoms are enough. I treat patients with hormone therapy based on amelioration of their symptoms. And if the diagnosis is truly perimenopause, then standard doses of hormone therapy should always work. People that don't have a uterus, who have a levonorgestrel IUD, who've had a uterine ablation, there's a whole list of people that we recommend checking hormones in. But let's say people have been on birth control pills, right? We want to have them off their birth control pills and then check, because we don't know what their normal menstrual pattern is. So for those people, we do check changes based on hormone serum concentrations. It'd be exceedingly rare, and I'd love my colleagues' thoughts on that. But
I was just gonna chime in that one of the questions I saw was, if you have an IUD, how do you diagnose menopause? And that's with an FSH. You can, because it's not estrogen, you're not suppressing what's happening in the ovary, so you can measure that one. I do hear women coming in, and I want Cynthia to comment on this, and saying, I have to have a blood level estradiol of 60 or 50 to prevent my heart disease. And I'm like, there's no data. Cynthia, what do we tell those women?
Also,
Well,
just
I'm
on the
sitting here
label.
as an endocrinologist and we live our lives by blood levels of hormones. So when we get into the menopause business and say we don't need any hormones, you'll say, but it is true that there are women who don't have the same external cues, and you've talked about them. Somebody with an IUD, somebody with an endometrial ablation, somebody who's had their uterus removed. We don't have the same findings with the bleeding changes. Hopefully they might be having some vasomotor symptoms, but especially younger women don't necessarily always have vasomotor symptoms. So I think in general, I agree with Dr. Reed said about sometimes going ahead and doing the levels, but just remembering Nanette Santoro's classic slide that it is a moving target if she's in the full throes of perimenopause, high, low, and normal. So you can get a miss. I've measured them and say, your hormones looked fine. And you sounded like you were amenorrheic, and they go, "Oh yeah, I had my period right after I saw you." It was a therapeutic visit. So that kind of thing can come up. When people come in demanding things for certain outcomes, I agree with what you've all said. I don't have any data that I can use to justify that kind of approach. That if you don't have this level, your bones aren't going to be taken care of. And I don't even know that taking it is going to save your heart. So I certainly don't have a blood level to support that. Bone would be the closest that people might argue.
All right.
So.
Thank you all so much for this really engaging and amazing session. We are going to end this discussion and move into our next session. So thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. Our next session, everyone, is Healthy Aging in Women, Supporting Overall Well-Being During the Menopause Transition. And this is the first part of that discussion, and it will be moderated by Dr. Karen Giblin.
Welcome and good afternoon. Before we begin, I'd like to invite you to take a moment to think of one word that comes to mind when you hear the word perimenopause. You don't need to type it in our chat, but just hold it in your mind as we move today through today's discussion. I suspect many of your words will reflect why this topic of perimenopause matters so much in women's health. For a lot of women, perimenopause can feel confusing and disruptive. Thriving in perimenopause means combining healthy habits, emotional support, and expert medical care to steady the storm of symptoms appending women's lives. It's about achievable balance that builds strength and calm, but everyday demands like juggling jobs, partners, kids, grandchildren, aging parents, and sheer exhaustion make even sound advice like exercising more, eating healthier, or getting a good night's sleep feel truly out of reach. Solutions must fit women's full, complex realities. And at the same time, as all those stressors, which I just mentioned, are happening, women begin to experience a wide range of menopausal symptoms that can affect every part of their lives. Yet so often they feel embarrassed or alone when dealing with challenges like heavy or unpredictable bleeding, hot flashes, night sweats, low energy, poor sleep, weight gain, vaginal dryness, or changes in sexual health. It's certainly a lot to deal with, and the lack of preparation and available information can even make it worse. Many women lie awake at night, not just from night sweats, but from fretting over medication costs, insurance coverage for visits and treatments, and how to make their healthcare affordable when they need it the most at perimenopause. And too often, when women summon the courage to discuss their symptoms with their doctor, they walk out of the exam room feeling brushed off, their real struggles overlooked and unheard. Women deserve to grasp what's happening to their bodies and minds, and they need simple, honest explanations. These aren't abstract issues, they're the urgent realities, which is why advocacy and open conversations are essential. As a women's health advocate, I've heard firsthand what women need in perimenopause: to be seen and believed with real options like empathetic listening, affordable treatment guidance, and plans that work for their lives from providers who thoroughly understand midlife inside and out. From these stories women have shared with me, several priorities have emerged that I would like to bring up today. First, perimenopause isn't one size fits all. Symptoms don't look the same for everyone. The timing and the intensity of these symptoms can vary widely. They typically last about 4 years, but for some women, up to 10 years. That's why every woman deserves a care plan tailored to her symptoms, health history, and preferences, not a one-size-fits-all approach. Second, women need FDA-approved treatments when perimenopausal symptoms actually begin, not only after their final menstrual period. And those treatments should focus on what really matters to women: controlling bleeding, improving mood and sleep, supporting sexual health, and helping them function well in daily life. Third, equity and access have to be at the center. Too often, women of color, women with lower incomes, those in rural areas, women with disabilities, and LGBTQ people face the fewest resources and the greatest of burdens. They're also more likely to be dismissed, misdiagnosed, or never reached by care at all. Fourth, we need to protect women's ability to function, to work, to care for others, and to stay engaged in their relationship. That means testing and expanding practical supports like peer and online communities, workplace accommodations, and relationship counseling or support. Finally, we must close the information and training gap among healthcare professionals. No woman should ever have to ask, why did no one tell me this was coming? We can change that through better clinician education, stronger public awareness, and policies that make evidence-based treatments and counseling truly accessible. If we address these priorities, millions of women will feel the difference in their daily lives, and that's the kind of impact they're counting on. Now it's my pleasure to introduce an outstanding panel of experts who live and breathe this work every day. And on this panel, we're going to have Dr. Sarah Witkowski, Dr. Abby Smith-Ryan, Dr. Carrie Moreau, and Dr. Siobhan Harlow. They'll share practical, up-to-date strategies for managing perimenopausal symptoms, along with key recommendations on treatments, lifestyle approaches, and ways to better support women through this transition. And I thank you all for your attention and for caring about these issues that affect so many women. Now for Dr. Witkowski.
Hi, thank you once again. It's an honor to be invited to speak today. And this afternoon, we'll be presenting on physical activity and the management of menopausal symptoms. These are my disclosures. I have no conflicts. So before I begin, I want to provide some definitions that are important to our consideration of physical activity in this context. Physical activity is a general term that describes bodily movement that increases energy expenditure. One type of physical activity is exercise, which is structured physical activity performed with the objective of improving health or fitness. During this presentation, I will refer to acute and habitual physical activity and exercise, whereas acute refers to a short period of physical activity or one bout of exercise, and habitual meaning that the behavior of regular engagement of physical activity or exercise over time. So there are many symptoms people who undergo menopause may experience during perimenopause. We've already heard a little bit from previous speakers on this. These include not only vasomotor symptoms, but disturbed sleep, anxiety and depression, cognitive problems, musculoskeletal problems, and urogenital symptoms. Frequently, many symptoms cluster together. For example, vasomotor symptoms often track with disturbed sleep and low mood and anxiety. The impact of symptoms can be considerable, ranging from social and emotional health to physical health. A recent analysis published this year in the journal Menopause showed that 57% of people surveyed reported decreases in physical activity with menopause. The top 4 factors participants attributed to lower physical activity engagement were sleep problems not due to vasomotor symptoms, changes in mood, muscle aches and joint pains, and sleep problems due to vasomotor symptoms. Therefore, the symptoms of menopause can affect both health and health behaviors. I want to spend the next few slides talking about the existing evidence and gaps regarding physical activity for the management of symptoms. I'll begin with the symptoms most commonly associated with menopause, vasomotor symptoms. So vasomotor symptoms is the collective term for hot flashes and night sweats. Hot flashes are a sudden sensation of heat that can occur during the day or night. Night sweats, on the other hand, are periods of sweating that occur during the night. My collaborators and I use objective measures to more clearly define hot flashes versus night sweats so we can gain a better understanding of how these different types of vasomotor symptoms influence the menopause experience and their connections to health outcomes. As seen by external skin conductance outputs shown in the upper right, they appear to be distinct physiological features, with hot flashes shown in the top and night sweats shown on the bottom. My colleagues have also recently published data showing that the burden of each vasomotor symptom type differed by menopause stage, as you can see in the graph, with the increasing burden of hot flashes as we go through the menopause, as we progress through menopause status, and a decreasing burden of night sweats. It's important to understand that most studies to date on vasomotor symptoms use self-reported outcomes, which means much of the evidence in the literature describes these two symptoms together, generally as vasomotor symptoms. You'll see this reflected in the upcoming slides. So when we evaluate the best evidence, that is systematic reviews and meta-analysis using randomized controlled trials to determine the effect of exercise training on vasomotor symptoms, they show some effect on severity, but not frequency of vasomotor symptoms. Most studies evaluating vasomotor symptoms have implemented aerobic exercise training in their designs. However, one recent systematic review that evaluated the effect of exercise training on a variety of symptoms and functional capacity revealed that there was only one study with vasomotor symptoms as the outcome, showing that 15 weeks of resistance training was associated with a significant decrease in self-reported vasomotor symptoms compared to the control or no exercise group. Therefore, while more evidence is emerging reflecting the 2023 position statement from the Menopause Society on non-hormone therapies, there continues to be insufficient evidence from randomized controlled trials to recommend physical activity for the treatment of vasomotor symptoms. Some of the issues with the literature include a large heterogeneity between studies, small sample sizes, limited reporting, compliance to training programs, large variation in the features of the exercise intervention, and clear reporting of the intervention, and almost exclusively subjective symptom assessment. And I would also add, given the focus of this workshop, that there's a lack of focus on perimenopausal people represented in these studies. So one of the factors that can influence hot flashes is acute exercise and physical activity. In 1990s, Bob Friedman used acute exercise in the lab to trigger hot flashes in participants. And in 2014, Caroline Gibson and Rebecca Thurston showed that the likelihood of reporting a hot flash was higher after acute increases in physical activity. For example, getting up and walking down the hall or going up the stairs. So using objective physical activity monitoring and actigraphy and both objective and self-report measures of hot flashes in people 45 to 55, we found a similar effect with a 30% increased likelihood of having an objective hot flash after an acute increase in physical activity. Interestingly, while the subjective self-report of hot flashes showed a similar trend, the effect was only about half that of objective data, pointing to a benefit in using both measurement strategies. The significance of these data is that people recognize that acute increases in physical activity may increase the likelihood of hot flashes, and it may also explain some of the variation in randomized control trials that evaluate the effect of exercise training on vasomotor symptoms. While a bout of exercise or increases in physical activity may lead to greater odds of hot flashes acutely, When symptomatic individuals are monitored for hot flashes over the subsequent 24 hours following a bout of exercise, their average rate of hot flashes may be reduced. So the data on the left in midlife women show that a 30-minute bout of treadmill exercise reduces hot flashes over the next 24 hours. Data from our lab in symptomatic perimenopausal people show a similar effect with the same 30-minute moderate exercise stimulus. Of course, these are small laboratory studies, but together suggest that the relationship between hot flashes and physical activity are nuanced. Finally, data from our lab suggests that evaluating the effects of physical activity acutely or uniquely on the nighttime experience might be important. As shown earlier, sleep disturbances are a salient feature of menopause for many and can occur due to vasomotor symptoms or independent of vasomotor symptoms. Using objectively assessed hot flashes and self-reported physical activity, our modeling from one sample showed that increases in self-reported sedentary time was associated with more nighttime hot flashes. So overall, we can use the data we have to inform the design of future trials. In addition to designing larger trials that include perimenopausal people, improving reporting, and evaluating the efficacy of different types of exercise for the management of vasomotor symptoms. On the right here, I list other considerations based on the data I presented, including adding objective assessments, analyzing day and nighttime effects, taking care to assess the habitual physical activities, and considering the effects that acute physical activity and exercise might have on outcomes. So next, I want to focus on the available evidence on what we know about physical activity in the management of other common symptoms of menopause. So the incidence of low mood and anxiety increased during perimenopause. And as pointed out earlier, women with a history of depression are at a greater risk for depression during perimenopause. One recent meta-analysis of 16 randomized controlled trials showed a significant reduction in depressive symptoms, although there was a lot of heterogeneity between the studies. In their sub-analysis, they showed effectiveness of most formats, types, time, and duration of exercise programs for reducing depressive symptoms. So while these data show positive effects in most forms of regular exercise, studies with a specific focus on perimenopausal people and unstructured physical activity on depressive symptoms are warranted. Sleep disturbances are prevalent symptoms of menopause and can include insomnia, sleep fragmentation, and early wake. One recently published systematic review of 13 randomized controlled trials, including the Ms. Flash trial, evaluated a variety of exercise types to reduce various sleep disturbances. The main findings are on the right, where the trials using aerobic training found improvements in sleep quality. Only one trial evaluated resistance training and showed decreased insomnia, and improvements in sleep quality were found for trials using mind-body exercise interventions. So as mentioned earlier, sleep disturbances might be due in part due to vasomotor symptoms. A recent analysis using randomized controlled trials evaluated the effect of exercise interventions on sleep specifically in people with vasomotor symptoms. They reported heterogeneity in effects according to the particular sleep disruption assessed. Authors noted that there was a large variation in the studies on intervention-specific factors related to exercise intervention type, frequency, intensity, time, and duration. These data suggest a need for more trials to tease out whether certain types of exercise may be more beneficial for this population. Muscle and joint pain are prevalent in perimenopause. Studies have shown that the relative risk of muscle and joint pain increased from pre to perimenopause, with some prevalence estimates around 70%. The growing recognition of this symptom has led to a campaign to label the issue the musculoskeletal syndrome of menopause. Importantly, while physical activity, particularly resistance exercise, has well-known benefits for musculoskeletal quality and strength and bone density, we do not have much evidence around the effect of physical activity for the management of musculoskeletal and joint pain. Some suggestive data from the SWAN study found an association between physical activity and bodily pain, but as shown previously, people experiencing musculoskeletal pain are less likely to engage in physical activity. Further, data from the Seattle Midlife Women's Health Study reflect the increased prevalence of pain during the menopause transition, the clustering of back and joint pain with other symptoms, and the possibility that exercise can be related to more musculoskeletal pain. So it's clear that we need more studies in this space if we're to understand whether physical activity can reduce musculoskeletal and joint pain burden during perimenopause. Finally, we have very limited evidence from randomized controlled trials that physical activity can reduce urogenital symptoms. There is some evidence that yoga can provide a benefit, but we lack studies on other modes of exercise, such as resistance training or pelvic floor muscle training. So overall, we need more high-quality evidence from well-powered randomized controlled trials to clearly understand whether physical activity can help the management of the symptoms in perimenopause. With a large diversity of interventions represented in the literature, we do not have a clear prescription. We need to recognize that symptoms of menopause can influence engagement in physical activity, and given the known benefits of physical activity to health, better knowledge can help practitioners provide patients with science-backed recommendations. So as I wrap up, I want to point out one other potential benefit of physical activity that's not specifically related to the treatment of symptoms, but rather as a factor that can influence the relationship between symptoms and other health outcomes. As mentioned previously, there's a good amount of evidence that has shown that vasomotor symptoms are associated with risk for cardiovascular disease. Vasomotor symptoms have been associated with a variety of indicators of vascular health, from arterial stiffness to cerebrovascular health, and this connection appears to be particularly relevant in perimenopausal people. So along with the work from people like Rebecca Thurston, our lab has also shown relationships between higher hot flash burden and lower vascular function in perimenopausal people. Importantly, however, our data suggests that regular engagement in moderate to vigorous physical activity can moderate this relationship between symptoms and cardiovascular disease risk. So although the mechanisms underlying the relationship between vasomotor symptoms and cardiovascular disease are unclear, this observation may point to another added benefit of physical activity for perimenopausal people, but more studies are needed in this area. So therefore, I can offer these recommendations. One, we need to conduct sufficiently powered randomized controlled trials with rigorous design, methods, and reporting in this space. Employing robust methodologies to measure symptom experience in physical activity and sedentary behavior holds the potential to improve our understanding. We need to determine the exercise prescriptions that are the most beneficial for different symptoms. And finally, we need to design or leverage data from current studies to understand how physical activity during the menopause transition can improve both symptoms and future health outcomes. So I want to thank all of you for your attention. I also want to thank the NIH, my collaborators, thought partners, students, and participants.
Thank you, Dr. Wachowski. Dr. Smith-Ryan, you can begin.
All right, thanks everyone. I'm super excited to be here this afternoon, and what's better on a Wednesday afternoon than to talk about diet and exercise in perimenopause. At this point, you guys probably need a snack and movement, so feel free to do that as I'm chatting. Arguably was also given the most contentious topic today, but my hope is to talk about some tools in our toolbox, where the research stands, and how we can really move forward in this space. Okay, so just a couple of disclosures here. I do conduct industry-sponsored research, and nothing that I present today has any promotional intent, and in fact, I'll hopefully give you some things to poke holes in. So nutrition matters, and we've heard it all day long, which I think is great, and we've heard about how we need to eat healthy and exercise. I think part of why this is a contentious topic in perimenopause is what does eat healthy look like, but more importantly, how do we bring that to life in what I call more of a new era of perimenopausal women? So I think a really important factor that hasn't been yet mentioned is that women transitioning through perimenopause now or through that menopause transition are more active than any other group because of Title IX. And so we have this combination of exercise and nutrition. The other thing that has been alluded to is really this nature of aspects, not just diet, but also behavior. And so some really interesting data that I wanted to set the context of is 90% of perimenopausal women report a desire to lose weight. 70% engage in dieting behaviors. 46% worry about the impact of aging and specifically fat gain on their appearance. 15% has been classified as having disordered eating, and those are those that report it. And when we think about perimenopause, it's not just about what we eat. And a lot of what I'm going to present today based on the data that we have are both indirect effects, mostly indirect effects, and some other influencing factors. When we think about nutrition and diet, there's societal connections, obviously hormonal impacts. We've heard about some of that with thyroid, and then largely driven by some body composition changes. And we see this rise of disordered eating behaviors and increased dieting and reduced meal frequency. And I wanted to talk about that because when we say, just eat healthy, that's often hard to put into practice. So collectively, what the data shows that we have to date on nutrition and symptoms is related to diet quality. And when we define diet quality, that's overall healthy or overall eating patterns. And what the literature shows, it focuses on Mediterranean diet patterns. And when we think about that, if we dial that in a little bit more, it's more related to more plants, more fiber, more whole foods. And how is diet quality measured in the data? It's really related to healthy eating index, sometimes DASH scores. And so essentially, when we look at the data that does exist, this Mediterranean diet approach does seem to be related to lower vasomotor symptoms, improved cardiometabolic health, and improved mood. A couple notes and holes I want to mention is most of this is in more epidemiological approaches and not so much longer-term random controlled trials. The other key piece is when we look at Mediterranean approaches, we have to think about different socioeconomic statuses and how much food also relates to our environment and our culture. So we need more data there to meet all the women where they're at with dietary patterns and how we measure diet quality or implement that. The other element to think about this is that most of the data show it's related to short-term improved vasomotor symptoms. And then I will talk about relationship to cardiometabolic risk. Diet does play a big role in those cardiometabolic factors that we see increased in perimenopause. More summarizing, increased fiber, vegetables, and total antioxidant capacities have also been shown to result in better mood and lower vasomotor symptoms. The key piece here too, as we look at some different dietary patterns, are related to sleep and general urinary symptoms. So one thing when we think about the literature, a lot of people talk about improved dietary quality, low glycemic index. I saw a comment about soy. Most of the literature in this space is not concrete. There's some symptoms or in some relationship to improved fiber, improved dietary quality, pre-sleep. It actually ties back to Dr. Witowski's mention about night sweats. Sometimes night sweats are more related to a hypoglycemic event during sleep. The literature on soy is very variable and mixed, partly because we all digest and absorb and break down the isoflavones differently, and we get them in our diet differently. So there is some data, but it's not concrete. And then when we think about urinary symptoms and how it relates to sleep, one thing to consider is the microbiome link. I think there's a lot more data that we need to understand there and how our diet impacts that, as well as things like caffeine intake. There is data that shows that there's an increased urinary tract prevalence or urinary infection prevalence. And I just wanted to show you, a lot of times we'll say improved diet quality. This is just an example. A lot of women, and based on the literature, we don't know how to implement that, or we can't implement that based on busy lifestyles. So to summarize some of the literature on dietary patterns and quality, you can see this is an interesting figure that shows really we have plant-based diets pretty strongly related to mood and depressive symptoms. Everything else is pretty moderate. We see that fiber, lower GI, and much more mixed components. I will mention this alcohol intake. We see that related to vasomotor symptoms and hot flashes and sleep. More data needed on differences across individuals, but there is growing data related to alcohol intake. So when we look at some indirect effects, body composition is one of the key questions and topics right now related to increased fat mass and loss of lean mass. So one key thing to think about is as we age, if we were to maintain our typical routines or not exercise, we will lose muscle, regardless if we're male or female or perimenopause. There is some early literature that suggests there's a greater increase of fat mass and decrease in lean mass, particularly in that perimenopausal phase. But based on everything we've seen today and based on the literature, I think it's really important to describe that this is not always a direct hormonal influence. It's also related to other symptoms. So if you have higher fatigue, if you have muscle pain, if you aren't sleeping, this can indirectly impact body composition. When we look at key nutrition targets, that's in the literature, but not necessarily fully described in perimenopause and in a really potential area that we should dive into, is what we know supports muscle mass and decreased fat mass, regardless of menopause status, is protein requirements, high protein quality, so essential amino acids, pairing protein with carbohydrate, and then potentially protein timing. So I wanted to note that when we look at some of that first kind of characteristics of the women in this space, if you're exercising and they're not fueled, that really can impact the fat mass, lean mass loss over time. And so that fueling around exercise could impact menopausal symptoms indirectly, and I'll come back to that. A few other thoughts related to the literature on more indirect effects on symptoms related to body composition. For example, weight gain is common, more indirect, and this is some data that shows that weight gain, sexual desire, sleep, joint pain, even things like vaginal dryness are all related to body composition, particularly percent body fat, where lean body mass had no effect. So this goes back to a comment that was made earlier about a drop in weight is related to improved symptoms. And I encourage the field and things that we need to identify more. It's not just weight, it's what type of weight is being lost. Is it fat? Is it muscle? Is it muscle quality? And so muscle quality we've dove into and really started to let us tell the story, muscle quality, which is really telling us how many high quality fibers are in the muscle. I always like to say it's similar to a high quality muscle would be more like a fillet steak, where a lower quality muscle would be more similar to a ribeye. That higher quality muscle is going to be more related to better cardiometabolic health, and in this case, early data showing it's better, lower symptoms, and showing the reduced relationship with total menopause symptom severity, improved psychological symptoms with a better muscle quality, and then the strongest link was with reduced anxiety, better muscle quality. So why I wanted to present this is something to consider. It's not just about the amount of muscle. Obese women actually have more muscle, but it's often lower quality. It's these indirect effects too. If we can, and one thing that we've seen is if we can help women maintain and build muscle, it also gives them empowerment to do other things. It's also related to some other symptoms, and nutrition is a really important component of maintaining and improving muscle quality, which you can do. The other area that we were briefly touching about, and with this group we continue to see, is this concept of low energy availability. And we see this really in younger women. It used to be called REDS, but what we're seeing in perimenopause is that the symptoms are very similar. And with this combination of more active women and this desire to lose weight, there's an imbalance of calorie intake. And low energy availability, or energy availability, is the amount of calories needed to maintain basic function after exercise. And what I'm presenting here, when we look at some of the symptoms of low energy availability, they overlap with perimenopause. Things like fatigue and urinary incontinence and a number of metabolic changes. And one thing we've seen with a lot of our participants is that the prevalence of low energy intake is quite high. And so I say that we're trying to explore what is the prevalence of this. And this may be influencing what we've seen, that earlier onset of perimenopausal symptoms, our 35 or 38-year-olds who are trying to train, trying to prevent these body composition changes, but are really underfueled to match their exercise intake. And then when we think about cardiometabolic markers that we've heard about throughout the day, they're also fueled by food. So when we look at triglycerides, total cholesterol, LDL, and an impact in HDL, all of these things can be and very widely shown are impacted by diet. But when we think about those changes, they're heightened in perimenopause, which really highlights that the food and the fuel that we use during this phase to target, or we should consider, those cardiometabolic combinations. And due to that increased link of insulin resistance in females, even with normal glucose tolerance. This also goes back to that muscle quality component. We know that muscle is a really important user of glucose and insulin. And so it's tied together. When we think about fuel, it's thinking cardiometabolic risk and how do we optimize some of those body composition changes, particularly muscle size and quality. And when we think about diet and cardiometabolic health in perimenopause, it's the same as non-perimenopausal women, but because of that increased cardiometabolic risk, that dietary approach does result in lower disease risk and improved health outcomes. How it directly relates to vasomotor symptoms, it's typically more of those indirect effects. One thing I'll call attention to here, I don't know if I didn't point it out specifically, but on one of the first slides, one of the area that needs more evidence is omega-3. We know omega-3 acts as an anti-inflammatory. We know that it helps with cardiometabolic health, but that specifically in perimenopause, the dosing and inflammation has yet to be fully explored. And then there's a bone connection and bone nutrition connection. And we see this as well, and it was talked about early on today, is that bone later in life, women in menopause and very much impacted by hormones, that loss of bone density. What we see by measuring this in perimenopausal women, many of them have low bone density. And without any intervention, it can decrease over time. On the reverse, if we take, our 40 and 50-year-old women, they can actually still see an increase in bone density with things like dietary support and exercise. So just wanted to show a little bit of what we're seeing. So typically bone takes quite a long time to build, and that's very true. Also, whole body DEXA does not measure these changes very closely, but some of our early work shows that after 6 weeks of high intensity resistance training in perimenopause, you can see here an increase in lean mass, a decrease in fat mass, and then a slight trend for an increase in whole body bone. This does not tell me that bone is dramatically changing, but it tells us that there can be some movements to this. The other key point that I wanted to bring up here is a lot of the women that were under fueling did not see these changes. So it comes back to the nutritional need to consider when we're looking at a lot of these dietary changes, as well as how we're measuring things like change in muscle, fat, and muscle quality. Another element that's come up today is how do we define perimenopause? And I just wanted to put this up. So as a researcher in this space, we have a hard time or getting a lot of pushback of perimenopause quantification in research. It's different clinically. And so daily urine hormones is something we've continued to use to be able to capture if they're a one-time measurement, how do we update this and collectively capture it over time? How do we continue to utilize and activate standard wearables? So I'm going to rush through these last couple slides, but to really talk quickly about dietary supplements. Women are self-managing with dietary supplements. They're also the ones buying them. And when we look at some of this, it's because of undertreated symptoms. And I say that from a research perspective. When we look at women are trying to help manage symptoms, and there's a big gap with data that does exist in this space. One, for example, magnesium. We know estrogen impacts magnesium absorption. And then how do we look at the dose and impact? There's some early research. There's another element I wanted to really talk about is this cost to benefit ratio, risk to benefit ratio. And something like magnesium, it's not the same as a drug that we've been talking about. This is one of those things that we absolutely need more data and in combined elements, but also something that's probably pretty low risk depending on dietary magnesium intake. And then just to summarize what we know, diet quality matters. Most of this is coming from our epidemiological studies. Alcohol and caffeine increase symptoms. And then the largest gaps at how do we define perimenopause in a research setting so that we can translate that. I also wanted to mention, I do think there's a bit of a new era of perimenopausal women that just highlights that need for nutrition considerations, or at least to factor in when evaluating our outcomes. And we really need this synergistic multidisciplinary research that integrates a real life approach. I'm sure many of you heard, like, women now in perimenopause are living very busy lives, but still expected to be like stay-at-home moms. How do we integrate nutritional approaches that can be implemented with busy lives and support symptoms and overall health? So pragmatic, adaptive trials, and then symptoms beyond these hot flashes, including diversity of food approaches, and then key nutrients and dietary supplement. As someone in this space, more research is needed on those. And then so really to wrap up on a key recommendation, I'll highlight over here, we need more, and thinking about, a review on the SWAN of, would it be more valuable or now at a point in time to look at pre to peri longitudinal changes to understand that early transition? And then adaptive trials. We know that there's individual responses to perimenopause, but also to exercise and diet. We need to consider menopause hormone therapy users and not, as well as GLP-1s. So the rise of GLP-1s in this space combined with diet and exercise, what's our minimum effective dose, as well as thinking about more of our pragmatic clinical trials. So with that, I just want to quickly thank my team for really helping all the perimenopausal women in our lab to understand what they can do and more tools in their toolbox. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Smith-Ryan. I'll welcome Dr. Moreau to begin her presentation.
Thank you. My name is Carrie Moreau. I'm a professor in geriatric medicine at the University of Colorado Anschutz Medical Campus. I'm also a research health scientist in our Geriatric Research Education and Clinical Center and our Rocky Mountain VA Medical Center. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this workshop. It's really an honor. And I'm going to be talking about hormonal regulation of cardiometabolic changes. I got it. There we go. Okay. I have no disclosures. So as we've heard throughout the day, the aging process in women is influenced by both chronological and reproductive or ovarian aging. The menopause transition is associated with an increase in adverse symptoms as well as in cardiometabolic risk factors due to the fluctuations in ovarian hormone levels and gonadotropins. And as has been noted earlier by my colleagues here, the late perimenopausal period is associated with an increase in fat mass in the abdominal region, particularly in the visceral region, which is more cardiometabolically toxic. To try to disentangle the effects of ovarian aging and changes in the hormone levels from factors that change with aging in general, we like to employ what's called an ovarian suppression intervention. This involves giving gonadotropin-releasing hormone agonists or antagonists with add back of the hormone of interest. And in this particular study here, conducted by my colleague, Dr. Wendy Court, premenopausal women were administered a gonadotropin-releasing hormone agonist with add back of transdermal placebo or estradiol. We measured visceral adipose tissue using CT, as well as subcutaneous in the abdominal region. Women that had low ovarian hormones showed an increase in visceral and subcutaneous abdominal adipose tissue. However, women that were administered estrogen, this was prevented. These data suggest that the loss of estrogen is associated and promotes an accumulation in abdominal adipose tissue. Another hallmark feature of the menopause transition is an acceleration in the vascular aging process. One of the characteristics of vascular aging includes stiffening and thickening of the large elastic arteries. This leads to an increase in pulsatile pressure, leading to the rise in systolic blood pressure. And this pulsatile pressure can actually damage the heart, the arteries in the brain, as well as to the kidneys and the eyes. And another characteristic is an impairment in the endothelial cells that line our blood vessels. This can lead to vascular endothelial dysfunction and promote a more pro-inflammatory, more pro-thrombotic, a more vasoconstrictor tone, and contribute to vascular remodeling, including stiffening of the large elastic arteries. Ultimately, these processes of vascular aging lead to the increased risk of cardiovascular and cerebral vascular diseases, as well as Alzheimer's disease and related dementia. And as noted earlier by my colleague, Dr. Santoro, she explained that, I think we're missing some of my slides here. There we go. She indicated that with the SWAN study, they measured arterial stiffness over the course of the menopause transition and noted an increase or an acceleration in arterial stiffness 1 year prior to the final menstrual period. And this was higher in Black women. They also measured thickness of the artery walls using ultrasound, where you can measure intimal medial thickness. And these are just representative images from my lab. And similar to large elastic artery stiffness, what they showed was a greater intimal medial thickness progression in the late perimenopausal period. So this is where we're starting to see an acceleration in the vascular aging process. In our lab, we measured cross-sectionally the impact of ovarian aging on age-related declines in endothelial function. We assessed this using the technique of ultrasound imaging of the brachial artery and measuring flow media dilation. We staged women according to their ovarian age and demonstrated a progressive reduction in flow media dilation across the stages of reproductive aging. In perimenopausal women, despite seeing a significant decline from premenopausal women, they still had a pretty robust vascular endothelial response, and it's higher than what we typically see in men. In contrast, though, their age-matched peers who were late perimenopause showed twice the magnitude of impairment. So we can say that this is where we start to see an acceleration in vascular aging. We looked at a variety of factors, including risk factors and hormone levels in these women, to see if it could explain this decline in endothelial function. And our traditional risk factors were moderately correlated, as well as our sex hormone levels, particularly follicle-stimulating hormone, where higher levels were associated with lower levels of flow media dilation and higher estrogen levels associated with better endothelial function. However, when we're doing cross-sectional studies, we cannot discern the effects of changes in the hormone environment and changes in risk factors from the factors that are changing with aging. And so we conducted a short-term ovarian suppression intervention where we assessed the vasculature before and then following 3 days of a gonadotropin-releasing hormone antagonist, ganirelix. This competitively inhibits gonadotropin-releasing hormone, causing a decrease in gonadotropins and ovarian release of sex hormones. We reassessed the vasculature 3 days later after having low ovarian hormones and measured endothelial function using brachial artery flow media dilation before, which are going to be in the pink bars here, and then following 3 days of low ovarian hormones in gray. And what we showed is that in premenopausal women, after having 3 days of low ovarian hormones, we decrease them down to levels that we see in early peri. And in perimenopausal women, we decrease phloemia dilation down to levels that we see in postmenopausal women. Thus, we can suggest that this difference that we observe at baseline may be related to changes in ovarian hormone levels. Next, we wanted to try to understand then which hormone was driving these decrements. And so we looked at the effects of estradiol. And so for this, what we did is we had the women continue to take the GnRH antagonists, but they were randomized to receive either a transdermal estradiol patch or transdermal placebo. And then we reassessed the vasculature 3 days later. Women randomized to placebo are in red, and women randomized to transdermal estradiol are in blue. Solid bars represent the baseline condition, and the gray bars represent 3 days following low ovarian hormones, and then the hash condition are the add-back condition. And so if we look at women that were treated in estradiol, you can see here in premenopausal women, we were completely able to reverse the effect of the GnRH antagonists, brought them back to baseline. But also in perimenopausal women, we were actually able to bring them back near premenopausal levels. And in postmenopausal women, we also showed an improvement in endothelial function, bringing them near early perimenopausal levels. And the women who continued to have their ovarian hormones suppressed still showed a decrease in endothelial function. So these data overall would suggest that the decline in endothelial function that we see with aging and across the menopause transition is mediated in part by the loss of estrogen. So are there strategies that can mitigate these cardiometabolic changes with the menopause transition? As highlighted earlier by Dr. Witkowski, regular exercise and physical activity are first-line strategies for the prevention of cardiovascular disease through improving cardiorespiratory fitness, as well as having beneficial effects on cardiovascular risk factors. And in this recent meta-analysis published earlier this year, it was a systematic review and meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials conducted in menopausal women. They included 78 studies. However, only 2 of these studies included perimenopausal women. What they found overall is that all types of physical activity, whether it be endurance or aerobic exercise, improved cardiovascular risk factors and improved cardiorespiratory fitness. In fact, the improvements in cardiorespiratory fitness with exercise was associated with decreases in systolic blood pressure. But they also showed that a lot of these outcomes had modest changes and unexplained heterogeneity, and that more studies need to investigate the moderating effects of age as well as physical activity intensity. In a study conducted out of the Kingdom of Denmark, they actually looked at whether if you exercise during the menopause transition and with aging, if you can counteract some of the cardiometabolic changes that are observed. For this study, it was a very large randomized clinical trial. They actually had 6 arms, and it was conducted in hypertensive midlife women. However, they're only reporting in this publication from a smaller cohort of 22 middle-aged premenopausal women who became postmenopausal during a 9-year follow-up period. For this particular study, because in these Nordic countries, they are really active to begin with. So what they did for this particular study is they randomized them to 1 hour per week of training of soccer versus a control period. And they did this for a year. But the women continued to participate in this activity. They were either playing soccer or they were not exercising, and they assessed them 9 years later. And I'm just going to highlight some of the key changes observed. So if we look at the women who are in the non-exercising group, after 9 years, they showed an increase in body weight, an increase in body fat levels, as well as an increase in glucose and triglycerides. In the women that were exercising by playing soccer, they were able to mitigate these cardiometabolic changes. The weight changes were modest, the fat percentage actually decreased, and they also showed decreases in triglyceride levels, in C-reactive protein. They also showed decreases in systolic blood pressure as well as in cholesterol levels. Overall, these findings suggest that exercise during the menopause transition can attenuate or maybe even prevent some of these cardiometabolic changes that we observe. My colleagues and I are interested in trying to understand whether or not exercise training with or without hormone therapy changes the benefits that are observed. And my colleague, Dr. Wendy Court, conducted a study where they looked at the effects of exercise alone or hormone therapy alone or the combination of the two on body composition changes. They assessed them after 1 year of participating in regular exercise or taking hormone therapy or the combination of the two. And then again, 6 months later, after they stopped the supervised exercise, although the women could continue to exercise if they wish, but they also continued to take their hormone therapy if they were assigned to that group. Overall, what they showed is that in the exercise group, there were favorable changes on lean body mass, decreases in fat mass, particularly in the abdominal region. With the hormone therapy group, they showed significant improvements in lean mass after 18 months. And then in the combination group, they showed favorable improvements on lean muscle mass and on decreasing body fat levels, particularly in that abdominal region. And these changes were sustained 6 months later, despite not exercising as much. We also want to try to understand the independent effects of different types of hormone therapy alone and in combination with exercise in postmenopausal women. So we randomized women to either take 3 months of a placebo condition, oral or transdermal estradiol. And what we showed is that in the estradiol groups, they showed improvements in flow media dilation. There was no difference in the effects on flow media dilation in these women. In the placebo group, there was no changes. And when we add exercise on top of this, the women that were treated with estradiol showed further improvements in flow media dilation, brings them back to what we see in premenopausal women. But in the women that received placebo, they didn't appear to see any benefits from the exercise training. Thus, collectively, these data would suggest that estrogen-based hormone therapy may enhance some of the beneficial effects on exercise, on body composition, particularly abdominal adiposity and vascular function. Similarly, recent data from the Mayo Clinic looked at the role of menopausal hormone therapy in modulating some of the beneficial effects seen with these overweight and obesity medications. In this particular study, they looked at tirzepatide, which is a novel GLP combination treatment. This was an electronic health record study where they looked at postmenopausal women who were taking tirzepatide with concurrent hormone therapy or just tirzepatide alone. Overall, what they found was that the women that were taking the combination treatment showed greater overall changes in body weight. And this is also indicated here in their longitudinal data where women taking the concurrent hormone therapy with tirzepatide showed greater reductions in body weight over time. Again, suggesting that maybe hormone therapy can augment these changes to these obesity-related medications. And so what we know is that the menopause transition is a period of increased cardiometabolic risk, and a lot of these changes are occurring in the late perimenopausal transition, but there is really a gap in knowledge on what's occurring in the early perimenopausal transition and even in that late reproductive phase in premenopausal women. There's also a knowledge gap on the impact of changes in other hormones outside of estradiol, including with progesterone, testosterone, and gonadotropins. And about a decade ago, a hypothesis was put forward by preclinical studies suggesting that follicle-stimulating hormone may be contributing to some of these changes that we see in body composition, and that Liu et al., when they blocked follicle-stimulating hormone, it actually resulted in a reduction in body fat levels in these animals. However, in a recent study published out of our Colorado SCORE, we did not show an effect of follicle-stimulating hormone on mediating some of these changes that we see with the loss of ovarian function. They were still attributed to the loss of estrogen. There's also a knowledge gap on these tissue and cellular level mechanisms that are underlying the accumulation in abdominal body fat, as well as an acceleration in vascular aging during the menopause transition. And the interorgan crosstalk, what is happening when we see the increases in adipose tissue and the release of toxic factors such as adipokines that are pro-inflammatory? How is that contributing to vascular damage and increasing cardiovascular disease risk? As noted earlier, we really need to understand how social and environmental factors are interacting with sex hormone changes during the menopause transition to influence cardiometabolic risk, including access and quality to healthcare, mental health, economic stability, education, and social and community contexts. We understand what the optimal amount of exercise is, the type and intensity. When do we need to employ this during the menopause transition to prevent some of these cardiometabolic changes that we are observing? And then how do sex hormones play a role in exercise training benefits? And so some recommendations. We should leverage some of our previous observational and clinical studies out of the SWAN, the Women's Health Initiative study, even the Molecular Transducers of Physical Activity Consortium. We could use artificial intelligence and machine learning approaches to uncover previously unseen links between hormonal changes and cardiometabolic health. This could help to identify early perimenopausal changes, predict disease risk, develop novel treatments, and guide future investigation. We could also conduct pharmacological and behavioral intervention randomized controlled trials in perimenopausal women. Today, a lot of these trials have been done in postmenopausal women. We could see if we start earlier, can we mitigate some of these cardiometabolic consequences of hormonal changes with the menopause transition? With that, I want to thank my colleagues in our funding support and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moreau. Appreciate it. We're going to move on to Dr. Harlow.
So got to get to the beginning here. Nope. There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here today, closing out the day, talking about bleeding, my favorite subject. So I'm Siobhan Harlow, Professor Emerita of Epidemiology and Global Public Health at the University of Michigan. And my talk today is related to heavy and prolonged menstrual bleeding during the menopausal transition and encouraging us to think more about pathways to fatigue. These are my disclosures related to participation in the SWAN study. So as we know, in perimenopause, the variability in hormone levels and increased anovulation often results in heavy and prolonged menstrual bleeding. This heavy and prolonged menstrual bleeding tends to be more problematic among women who may have had this earlier in their reproductive lives, including those with uterine leiomyoma and fibroids, where there's an increase in their number and size with age, those with endometriosis and adenomyosis, those with polycystic ovary syndrome, obesity, and metabolic syndrome, and those with inherited blood coagulopathies. Heavy and prolonged menstrual bleeding may also emerge in prevalence in the presence of other disorders that are more common near the menopause, like polyps, endometrial hyperplasia, and endometrial cancer. And I'd like to note that despite the fact that this increase in bleeding is common in the perimenopausal period, notably, we need to think about it beyond just the fact that it's a marker of having entered perimenopause, but that it is a symptom of menopause. Notably, very little discussed in today's presentations, notably not present in the menopause and midlife circular diagram we saw at the beginning. And I appreciate those of you who did bring up bleeding in your reviews. Oops, sorry. So I'd like to point out that we actually have many knowledge gaps because there's very little literature on heavy menstrual and excessive bleeding and its consequences in the perimenopausal period. Studies of the perimenopause and of therapies for perimenopausal symptoms have often excluded women who experience heavy or prolonged menstrual bleeding, largely because our major studies have excluded women who had hysterectomy. Hysterectomy increases dramatically over the course of the perimenopause, with 20% of women having a hysterectomy between the ages of 45 and 64, many of which are due to the fibroids and excessive menstrual bleeding. There's a lack of research also on the prevalence of heavy and prolonged menstrual bleeding and its relationship to iron deficiency or iron deficiency anemia in perimenopause. In fact, it's scarcely discussed. There's a lack of research on the association between these two conditions or their treatment
and their potential role in the etiology of other menopausal symptoms, such as fatigue, sleep disturbances, and cognition. There's a lack of diagnostic and treatment guidelines related to the assessment of these conditions in perimenopause. And most importantly, perhaps, there's a lack of information for communities and women about the risk of the increased menstrual bleeding and the risk of heavy and prolonged menstrual bleeding, their association with iron deficiency in the perimenopause, and what their consequences may be. So I'd like to share with you some of the little literature that does exist, and to really point out the fact that heavy and prolonged menstrual bleeding, excessive menstrual bleeding, is a sentinel menopausal symptom. It's not just important in terms of defining the stages of reproductive aging, but it's also a very important symptom. In 1966, Hallberg et al. Were the first to document the increased volume of menstrual blood loss in the perimenopause. And she showed that compared to women who are less than age 45, women who are aged 50 lost 20 more milliliters more blood on average. They were also more likely to experience heavy menstrual bleeding in excess of 80 milliliters, and more likely to have a low hemoglobin concentration, low plasma iron concentration, and low mean corpuscular hemoglobin concentration. An important study in 2014, Carlson et al., in a cross-sectional study of Swedish women, found that 32% of women aged 40 to 45 reported experiencing heavy menstrual bleeding. And critically, 67% of those women report bleeding through their pads and changing pads during the night. So excessive menstrual bleeding becomes another important factor associated with loss of sleep. So we looked at this question in the study of women's health across the nation, where we had women keep menstrual calendars prospectively for up to 10 years. But notably, I want to state that we actually had excluded the women with the worst bleeding, because we did not include women who had a hysterectomy or observed them prior to their hysterectomies, for the most part. So what we saw was that there was a 3.2 to 4.3 fold higher odds of prolonged menstrual bleeding, defined conservatively as greater than 10 days, in the perimenopause compared to the premenopause, with 75% of women experiencing 3 or more such episodes, and 1 in 5 or 20% of women experiencing those 3 episodes within a 6-month period, which is consistent with the definition of abnormal uterine bleeding. Similarly, we observed an adjusted odds of 1.4 to 1.75 fold higher of heavy menstrual bleeding in the perimenopause compared to the premenopause, with 30% of women experiencing 3 or much more episodes, and 1 in 7 experiencing those 3 or more episodes within a 6-month period, again, consistent with the definition of abnormal uterine bleeding. So I think we need to begin thinking more about the problem of heavy and prolonged menstrual bleeding in perimenopause and its consequences. So one is the concern about its relationship with iron deficiency and iron deficiency anemia, but also about the subsequent impact of that condition on symptoms such as fatigue, exhaustion, weakness, and cognition. So I'd like to think a little bit more about what we know about the sentinel symptom of another sentinel symptom of menopause, fatigue, which also probably is not receiving enough attention. So we know that women report more fatigue than men. Also, in some countries, fatigue is the most commonly reported, or second most commonly reported, menopausal symptom. We saw in Lorraine Dennerstein's Australian cohort study that fatigue is also more common in the perimenopause than at other reproductive life stages, with 46% of perimenopausal women versus 38% of pre or postmenopausal women reporting having a lack of energy. Similar finding in Brazil, where 81% of perimenopausal versus 61% of premenopausal women report fatigue. So in SWAN, we actually identified 6 symptom clusters going from very high symptoms to very low symptoms, with fatigue and low energy characteristic of all clusters, but importantly, the predominant symptom in the least symptomatic cluster. So in addition to the relatively few studies that we have, and lack of information and evidence on the problem of excessive bleeding and on fatigue, we have relatively few studies which are looking at the relationship. In cross-sectional studies, including one meta-analysis of 8 studies, women who report having heavy menstrual bleeding or prolonged menstrual bleeding score lower on all of the SF-36 subscales, including the vitality scale, than other women, and below national norms. African American women in one study, with those reporting heavy menstrual bleeding, had significantly lower hemoglobin, hematocrit, and ferritin levels than women without heavy menstrual bleeding. And in a European cross-national study of women aged 18 to 57, women associated their unusual fatigue, tiredness, and exhaustion with heavy menstrual bleeding. So we did look at this question prospectively in SWAN, where again, using the menstrual calendar studies, we looked at the 6 months prior to each annual visit and looked at the relationship of them having episodes of prolonged or heavy menstrual bleeding in that 6 months period. And there were reports of fatigue at the following annual visit. And what we found in the unadjusted relationships is that women who had any heavy menstrual bleeding or heavy menstrual bleeding 3 or more times within that 6 month period did report have a higher odds of reporting feeling tired or feeling worn out. And those who reported 3 or more episodes of prolonged menstrual bleeding were less likely to report feeling full of pep. These relationships held when we adjusted for age, race, menopausal hormone therapy, and BMI. And notably, for those who reported having had heavy menstrual bleeding 3 or more times in the 6 month period, they continued to exhibit an increased odds in our fully adjusted models that included depressive symptoms, anxiety, perceived stress, sleep problems, smoking, and discrimination, some of which, such as sleep problems, may actually be a function of the fact that they had heavy bleeding. So this could represent an overadjustment. So we see that both for heavy menstrual bleeding and feeling tired and feeling worn out, increased odds in the fully adjusted models, and the same for the three or more episodes of long menstrual bleeding and feeling full of pep in the fully adjusted models. So this data suggests to me that we need to be incorporating in our work a better understanding and more attention to the consequences of heavy menstrual bleeding. So it is true that sleep disturbances may be caused by the hormonal changes of menopause, by vasomotor symptoms, pain, or the social environment. And all of these factors and may be related to other symptoms such as fatigue and cognition. But it's also important to recognize that heavy menstrual bleeding does impact sleep, needing to get up and change one's sheets or one's protection in the middle of the night. So there might be a pathway through sleep disturbances to fatigue and with potential effects on cognition. But there is also this potential, relatively unattended to, fact that heavy or excessive prolonged menstrual bleeding, it can be associated with iron deficiency anemia, which is associated, and the consequence of which is fatigue, and may have other consequences as well, including weakness and cognitive changes. So that leads me to my key recommendations. First of all, we need to prioritize heavy and prolonged menstrual bleeding as sentinel symptoms of menopause. Menstrual bleeding is considered a vital sign in women, but we have actually really failed to look at this issue in our studies of menopause. Notably, menopausal bleeding or bleeding problems are not in our menopausal symptom scales, and they need to be added to our menopausal symptom scales and to core outcomes in our clinical trials. We do need to establish, I know there's a reluctance to establish new cohort studies, but we do need to establish new cohort studies of women beginning earlier, probably at age 35, to capture the experience of women who may have, even as an early signal of the perimenopause, heavy or prolonged menstrual bleeding prior to the onset of hormone use and or hysterectomy, in order to understand the consequences of these conditions and the experience of these women. We need to promote assessment of excessive bleeding and iron deficiency in all studies of perimenopausal women, and evaluate the role of excessive bleeding as a potential confounder, effect modifier, or mediator in studies of sleep disruption, fatigue, and cognition. Finally, we need to conduct clinical trials assessing the impact of treatment for iron deficiency on symptoms of fatigue, cognition, and muscle weakness in perimenopausal women. And I do note that in the scoping review, there were sort of a lot of blanks and no information in relationship to abnormal uterine bleeding. But I think we also need to be looking at questions about the role of iron deficiency and iron supplementation in improving the health of women in the midlife and beyond. So I have included more detail in the few references in this area here, and then happy to answer questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Harlow. Great lineup of speakers. Many thanks to you all. We're gonna conclude today's scientific program with a moderated discussion led by Karen Giblin.
Well, thank you all for such an informative and insightful presentations. We do have some very good questions and important questions that I think that many people are wondering about. The first question that came in was for Dr. Witkowski. And the question is, are there any data to support a specific type of physical activity to reduce weight gain and improve body composition during menopause?
Well, I think Dr. Abby Smith-Ryan and Dr. Moreau could also weigh in on this. I think that, again, the idea of reducing weight gain is going to be about the balance of energy intake and energy expenditure. So the type of physical activity probably isn't as important as much as the overall energy expenditure. However, I'm also going to let them chime in because I'm sure they have a little more nuance.
The second part of this question was, how should clinicians best guide patients new to exercise during menopause, especially when they're dealing with low energy or achy joints?
That's a great question. Many people who I speak to, physical therapists and athletic trainers, do say, motion is lotion. So the movement is important. And it may be starting easy, starting small, and doing what you can. I think that's an important message for everybody to be able to get out. And then they can build from there based on how they're feeling and how things are going.
The second question that came in would be for Dr. Smith-Ryan. There's quite a lot of marketing for women to request microdosing of GLP-1 in combination with hormone therapy. Are there any data on this for weight loss?
I'll speak to it from a research perspective, and then maybe an MD can chime in. So currently, from a research perspective, it's really difficult, and we're been unable to explore microdosing because it's not FDA approved for that approach. It's something that I think is an important future gap of how do we combine a microdose plus diet and exercise to help women feel better and combined. Currently, we're not able to do that, but I think it's in the works, and a lot of people are striving for that.
And a question for Dr. Harlow. Women often don't hear about HMB or PMB risk in perimenopause and their fallout like anemia. How can we better educate patients to catch this earlier?
Yes, I think this is actually a big problem. And I sort of recognized it as we started to get from SWAN, lots of questions from various, the New York Times and others, people writing about sort of symptoms of menopause. And I realized no one was asking about bleeding, and that in fact, we hadn't really just made this enough of a priority in SWAN itself. So I do think it's incumbent so I'm very happy to be invited today, and I encourage everybody in this room to incorporate discussions of bleeding. I think we need to be getting it out both through our healthcare providers, as well as there's limited data. Even our SWAN estimates, as I said, are an underestimate because we excluded the women with the worst bleeding. And it's important to recognize that these changes could be happening relatively early. African American women have heavier bleeding in general throughout reproductive life, and may, as we know from SWAN, have an earlier menopause. And so I think to the person who was speaking earlier about the importance of bringing up issues in the late 30s, that healthcare providers need to be notifying women of these changes that they may expect. But I think we need to be discussing it in all forums. So, Karen, in your wonderful website, in the MyMeno website, we need to really have bleeding there up and center because it is one of the early signs. Thank you for that question.
You're welcome. Now, for Dr. Moreau, in perimenopausal women on GLP-1s, receptor agonist for weight loss, what is the current thinking about potential effects on lean mass, bone health, and long-term metabolic adaptation during the menopausal transition?
To my knowledge right now, and I'm not a clinician, I'm a PhD, there are no published data in perimenopausal women. The data that I cited were in postmenopausal women, and the Mayo Clinic has done 2 retrospective data analysis from the electronic health medical records. So there is a gap there. We don't know.
And Dr. Smith-Ryan, is there any evidence showing that some dietary patterns, such as fiber or protein intake, are better than others in easing menopausal symptoms? And another question related, maybe, are there any studies showing vegetarian diets have a positive impact on perimenopausal symptoms?
Karen, I was just typing that answer. So
okay.
Yeah, so when we look at the Mediterranean diet, that is mostly plant-based, which relates to that question. There's, to my knowledge, nothing specific to vegetarian-based diets. And then when we look at protein timing, that is not specific to perimenopause, but indirect effects on body composition and lean mass would apply the same to perimenopause, but definitely an area that we need more specific work in how it relates to some of those alterations.
Thank you. And Dr. Witkowski, another question for you. The Menopause Society's 2023 position statement notes insufficient evidence to recommend physical activity, specifically for vasomotor symptoms like hot flashes. Given your research emphasis on rigorous trials, what would it take to shift that guidance for clinicians to prescribe exercise to patients?
Well, thanks for that question. I cited that because I think that it is still true that the evidence needs to be strengthened. We have some randomized controlled trials, but as I said in my talk, there's a lot of variation. One of the problems is that the types of physical activity that people are using in the different trials is all different, and it's very difficult to really understand. Perhaps there could be different kinds of exercise types. The prescription could be different based on the kind of symptom that somebody is experiencing. But with respect to vasomotor symptoms specifically, I think we need randomized controlled trials that perhaps can cover more of the spectrum of the kinds of physical activity that people might be engaging in or might do to help strengthen that evidence. But right now, I think that my personal feeling is that based on what I presented today, is that perhaps we're missing a little bit of some of the nuance in what might be interfering with some of the measurement of vasomotor symptoms. And so I believe that if we can add some maybe more objective measures in combination with the subjective measures, that might be a good move in the direction.
Thank you. And Dr. Smith-Ryan, I have another question. How should clinicians explain the role of carbohydrate quality in menopause-related symptoms?
It's a great question. I would always lean on fiber. So higher fiber tends to be a more high quality carbohydrate. The other thing to recognize, and a lot of people don't realize, that fruits and vegetables are also carbohydrates. So those are good quality carbohydrates.
Thank you. And Dr. Harlow, I have another question for you. Without clear guidelines, how should clinicians assess perimenopausal women's risk for HMB, PMB, or iron problems in everyday practice? What's a good starting point, do you suggest?
There are actually, there are some new good scales. Certainly for AUB, there's a turn towards assessing impact on quality of life, and there are a few good scales there. And there's a recent validated, relatively short scale to assess heavy menstrual bleeding. So it'll take me some time to pull up those references, but I'm happy to provide those to anybody. And my email is harlow@umich.edu for those who would like that.
Thank you. And I also want to call upon, the panelists. They may have some questions. Does anyone on the panel have a question for our panel, for our speakers today?
So there are a number of questions about treatment for heavy menstrual bleeding that have come forth. And I noticed just a whole string recently, but I'm not a clinician. I know that Dr. Reed, you mentioned something, or Dr. Stinkle. I'm wondering if somebody could come back on and address those questions, or address them there's several of them, so it might be hard to repeat it for each of the questions in the Q&A.
This is Dr. Reed. My video is still enabled. I think there it is, coming back on, maybe. AUB, if you look at really heavy bleeding, if you're concerned about fatigue and anemia, the levonorgestrel IUD is a really good therapy. Some people do not want a procedure, and some people don't want anything in their bodies. Second to that, you're looking for a strong progestogen, something that you would choose to oppose the effect of estrogen on the endometrium. And in my slides, there we go, it's allowing me to show up now. In my slides, I gave progestogen strengths, and that really is based on the effect of the progestogen on the endometrium. And at the very top was the levonorgestrel. At the very bottom was micronized progesterone, and others fall in between. There are some FDA-approved products for abnormal uterine bleeding. Norethindrone is one of them. Agestin is a common name for that. And they're good studies on better treatments for abnormal uterine bleeding. You want to do it continuously, and other good studies have shown don't give 7 to 10 days per month. Does not work as well as a continuous progestogen. You'll get some breakthrough bleeding, which people don't like, but overall better for ferritin and anemia and fatigue.
This is Joanne. That's great. Dr. Reed, I was just going to add, endometrial ablations are always a little bit worrisome to us because then we can't actually get a good sample or use bleeding as our sign that maybe there's something going on in the endometrium. The IUD has been great for a lot of people, even with fibroids and adenomyosis, it's still a good option. But there's also a medicine, and I'm going to blank on the formal name, but it's called Lysteta, which you can take right around the time of your cycle and can help that heavy bleeding. And then just checking a ferritin, because when people have low ferritins, they are fatigued. And so, trying to build that up, that's something that I think is really important. And so when someone comes in and they're really tired and they're perimenopausal, I think hormones, I think thyroid, and I think ferritin and anemia.
Tranexamic acid, Joanne, tranexamic acid.
Tranexamic acid, thank you. Yeah, and it's was initially for people with bleeding disorders, but it's been well tested. You just don't use it with birth control pills because of a slight concern about blood clot risk. And we've mentioned birth control pills a lot because during the perimenopause, when you need contraception and you need control of bleeding, it's a great way to put those two together.
I just want to mention, we talked about combined hormonal contraceptives, and as people age, it was also mentioned that risks go up. So for 45 and above, I tend to use the hormonal contraceptives. There's a 10 microgram ethinyl estradiol pill, and then the 20 micrograms, and try not to go above that in my older patients.
And the newest one, which is estetrol, which is E4, seems to have even less blood clot risk, although it's pretty new on the market.
Thank you.
Somebody also asked about endometrial ablation.
So
I'm going to echo Dr. Pinkerton's thought on that. I have studied endometrial hyperplasia and endometrial cancer, and it makes it really hard to sample. We also see repeat procedures. So if you get that procedure at say age 38, it's very high likelihood you're going to need another procedure, and eventually people end up with hysterectomies. So it's given we've got pretty good medications now, it's not a first choice in our clinical practice.
And also, if you have adenomyosis and you suspect it from the vaginal ultrasound, then you know that you have glands in the uterus. And so you're likely to regrow that endometrium. And then we're now looking at something called disordered proliferative endometrium, which is on the spectrum between being proliferative, estrogen effect, and developing atypical hyperplasia. And we now know that that's something that's more common during perimenopause and could be a risk factor. And so it's because of the unopposed estrogen in some of those women. And you can't get a good biopsy if you've had a uterine ablation.
I have a question that came in for Dr. Harlow. Okay, and this is particularly important for me because I have von Willebrand's disease. Okay, what are the key considerations for evaluating and managing women with bleeding disorders across the lifespan, particularly during the menopausal transitions?
Yeah, I just want to say that I am not a clinician. I'm an epidemiologist. So this is why I turn to my clinician colleagues. So I'm going to refer that one also back to Susan Reed and Cynthia and others. And I actually have a hard stop at 4:30, so I have to leave. So really appreciate being a part of this symposium.
Karen, are you asking, are there specific lab tests that should be done for you?
Well, I'm just taking into consideration many women are undiagnosed with bleeding concerns, especially during the perimenopausal. And I would like to know what clinicians keep in mind when they see someone. Are they evaluating? Are they, what are they doing to determine whether these women have bleeding disorders?
Great question. If you get to say the age of 40 and von Willebrand's has not been diagnosed, quite honestly, it is not front of mind for clinicians. And usually it comes into play when we try to treat and have challenges and have difficulties. And when we are unable to treat with our standard therapies, that's when the labs tend to occur. Dr. Pinkerton, you have...
Yeah, I'd also like to say that we do manage it the same way. We still try the same issues. We may work with a hematologist, but we're still going to try the same management procedures. We're going to try oral contraceptives. We might, I don't know whether we would try Lystet in this woman. I think I'd want to talk to a hematologist about that, but we use the same regimens. But they may have very heavy bleeding during perimenopause, and many women will gush occasionally, but they're not having those gushing periods all the time. And those are the women that really need to seek a gynecologist.
You? Do we have any more questions? I don't see any more questions coming in. So I want to thank everyone sincerely for allowing me to moderate this important session. I've learned a lot as well. And the women I know that the women watching from the Red Hot Mamas also have gained an immense amount of information and knowledge from all of you. So I thank the present presenters, and I thank everyone for attending today, and I look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow.
So I'm going to jump right in here. Thank you all. Thank you for this wonderful panel. I'm just going to close out the session before we adjourn. So thank you all for a very productive and engaging first day of the Menopause P2P workshop. I just want to actually, before we adjourn, I just wanted to cover a few items. I know we are over, but we have actually a workshop survey that we actually will love to hear your feedback on how you think the workshop went today. And so if you could take a few moments after you end the session to complete the post-workshop survey and share your thoughts, and because your feedback is highly valuable, so we appreciate your time and input in advance. So just to let you know, day 2, we are actually do I have control of this? Let's see, let's advance to the next slide, please. Day 2, we will actually be continuing to doing an examination of menopause treatment effectiveness with presentations exploring how the benefits and harms of treatment vary by timing and type of menopause. Including early, average, iatrogenic, and natural menopause. We'll also examine how individual and system level factors influence both treatment outcomes and access to care. The day will feature sessions focused on healthy aging in women, highlighting the approaches to support overall well-being during the menopause transition. We encourage you to visit our workshop webpage. You can access it with the QR code here for the full agenda and connection details, and we look forward to your participation. So if you have any questions about the session today and registration, please contact us at NIHP2P@mailnih.gov. Thank you all again for your participation and valuable contributions. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. This concludes day 1. The workshop is now adjourned.